Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the special now late night podcast, Open Chest Anime Podcast here. So this has probably been the most stressful week of my life regarding the podcasts. I don't want to spend every podcast detailing how awful my life is to you guys, but this has been a pretty rough one. Not only did I work yesterday for some extra money, some extra paycheck, so I couldn't compile the articles. But you guys know I've got the tax appointment next Tuesday and a lot of stuff going on. My fridge went out. Woke up this morning ready to just jump into articles. I opened up my fridge, or my freezer technically, and water everywhere. So like the ice melted and everything. So it's been a heck of a day. And I haven't gotten the repair guys out here yet, because they needed to talk to my landlord, and I literally put my phone on loud instead of silent so I would hear the phone call. Did not get a phone call. Got a voicemail. Don't know how that works. Thanks, AT&T. But long story short, it's been stressful. Everybody in my house is sick. Literally, you guys need to give the biggest, literal biggest in the history of mankind thank you to my wife for putting up with so much bullshit today so that I could do this.
Thank you, Asian waifu. We love you.
She accepts thank yous in the form of super chats. Anyway, so another thing I want to address before we jump into things. First of all, we're waiting for FDDNM. RHYS is here with his amazing avatar.
I mean,
no evil.
Or pepper.
Yeah, so I want to address real quick. Random11 messaged me in the Discord Patreon channel. I think he's the only one left in there with me. Which actually, Greenline743, if you're in the Patreon, hit me up later. Or sorry, in the Discord, hit me up and I'll add you to it. I'll put Anime Collector guys in the Anime Collector patrons in the Patreon for the OCA Podcast too. Because why not? But I don't know, maybe that's not a good idea because you guys technically pay a lot less. A lot less because it's not monthly, it's per video. I don't know. If anybody has a problem with that, let me know. And that one person will be Random11. Anyway, before I get off topic, Random11 messaged me to tell me how triggered he was about some audio issues in the last podcast. Now, I'm almost certain those were you, Maurice. So he described the issue. Oh, great. So it seems like, real quick, he described the issue as sounding like somebody was drumming on like foil or something like that, which I thought was this.
Yeah.
But he sent me a link to a timestamp in the last podcast, and I'm pretty sure it was you, which I didn't have a problem with it. But
what's the timestamp? I'll send you the timestamp in the chat.
I could barely hear it. I'll send it to you, but I could barely hear it personally. But what I'm getting at is that when I watched the portion, it clearly wasn't me because I wasn't doing things that would make that noise that we normally have. Now I am dedicated to making this podcast better, constantly trying to improve things. So I am willing to try to get like a wood block cut that I can put underneath here that will stabilize this so that it won't move nearly as much. But boy, you're making so much noise. Your mic picks up so much.
I'm done now. I am done now.
All right. Okay, FDM is here.
He's out of styrofoam.
Yeah. Okay. So all I'm trying to get at is that if you could mute your mic when you're not like, when there's like long pauses where you're not, if you can sort of get in the habit of muting and unmuting or whatever, that would be ideal just for that kind of stuff. Especially if you're just sitting there and breathing, that's totally fine. But if you're like, if you're okay, I'm going to look something up while you're talking and stuff, or if you're eating or whatever, it'd be nice.
It might have been me typing on my keyboard.
Okay. So I've instructed Random11, who I don't even know if he's going to be here tonight. But I've instructed him to let us know the next time he hears it, so that we can nip it in the bud immediately. We can isolate it, find out what it is, and make sure that we can control what's happening. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I have a fuck ton of pickups, more than I probably have ever had on the podcast before, but I'm going to go through almost none of them this podcast because number one, I want to space them out over the next few podcasts just so that I actually have pickups, because I'm probably not going to have a lot, every podcast going forward. But there are a couple things I wanted to show you. So first and foremost, even though we're like 5 minutes, first of all, I was gonna introduce FDDNM, but he's off the stream again. So first of all, let me announce something here. So the next podcast, we had talked about doing Cat Planet Cuties, and then from Cat Planet Cuties, we were going to do Pantheon Stocking with Garter Belt. But here's the thing: next podcast is the same day. Well, next Tuesday, when we would normally do the podcast, I have that tax appointment. Okay. Which means we're going to have to do it on a different day, which means FDDNM won't be able to join us. And as we talked about in the previous podcast, FDDNM said that he has had a very hard time getting through Pantheon Stocking. He's only gotten to episode 2 both times he's tried to watch it. So I suggested, why don't we do Pantheon Stocking with Garter Belt next podcast, so that FDDNM doesn't have to be there for that watch club. And then the following podcast, he can be there for Cat Planet Cuties. So that's what we're going to do. I just want to let you guys know that's what we're doing. And I wanted to get that out of the way early on. Now I want to talk about a couple things real quick, just real quick things. And then I'll get on to the opening discussions, and then we'll come back to some more pickups. But first of all, I've talked to you guys on the Discord, and I think on Facebook too, and I think I did it on Twitter. There was a seller on Amazon, a third-party seller, selling Funimation limited editions for a ridiculously good price, like $14, right?
And they were all fulfilled by Amazon warehouse.
I got them all, and I wanted to show you that they're actually solid. Like they even have, because I had suggested that it's possible, because I think this has happened in the past, that some LEs have gone up for really cheap, claiming to be new, but they're actually resealed. And some people were saying, like, be careful because it might not come with everything that the limited edition is supposed to come with, But I'll just say, so this one I didn't even share before, the Nobu Nagun. I think that was the one I didn't share. Yeah, that's the one I didn't share previously. This was another one I found just recently and picked up. So Nobunagan, Defrag, and Bento, 3 shows I probably never would have got. They just would have gone away, and I never would have gotten them and everything. Not only did I get them all, but they all have the back card, right? That little piece of paper. So if you guys wanted to get them, the links are still there, whatever, on I would recommend it.
I made a new channel on the Discord called Deals.
Oh god, yeah. Okay. So I knew I was gonna post that in general. And I said I went to sales, and I'm like, nah, these are all for people actually selling things. I went to general, and I'm like, fuck it, now I'm gonna put it in sales. And I knew you were gonna complain about it.
Yeah, we usually put before we had to put all the sales.
Like I said, I've had an extremely horrendously busy week.
That's fine.
So anyway, I will say that there is this. There's like a I can't do this. There's like a little bit of shelfware right there. Mm. So remember I said that these might be resealed. I legitimately can't visually tell whether or not this is under or over the shrink wrap, you know what I mean? Like if the shrink wrap is over this or not. But when I touch it, it kind of feels like there must be a hole there, because the texture feels like different. It feels like the paper, that's sort of torn paper. So I do think that these are, at the very least, if they were resealed, that happened after it was resealed, and they're in decent enough condition that I would absolutely recommend you guys take advantage of that. Now, let me jump into some things, and we'll just hopefully see if FDM joins. So, there he is talking about stuff, and I can't even get to Close that. All right.
Says he hears every fifth word.
Well, I guess. Okay. So one last thing. The reason this has been so stressful is because normally we would just postpone this podcast, but I didn't want to postpone this one because we're talking about a show that FDM bought for me to do a watch club on. And it really kind of fucking sucks that he's not like here and his internet's garbage. And how do we ever know when it's going to be good or not? When was the last podcast? What time of day did we do that one?
That was a late night one too, I think.
It was, right? But it was like 6, right? Not 7?
Something like that, yeah.
Okay. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to make his internet not suck unless we get him to call and have them like do a remote reset or something. I don't know what we can do. According to his internet provider over there, it's like a shared broadband. So it like depends on when it's being used by the rest of his neighbors, which are like miles apart from him because he lives like on a farm. So I don't know. I don't know what we can do. I don't know why it's sometimes like perfect and other times it's the worst internet in the history of Canada, which already has terrible internet. So anyway, we're going to just have to jump in. So the first thing I want to share with you guys is the podcast that I guested on with the Real Sharks podcast. I just want to promote this again and ask you guys to check it out. Maybe follow Real Sharks on Twitter. I think it's at @real_sharks.
I'd consider it, but they followed me and then unfollowed me, so it's like,
yeah, I get that. Yeah. Yeah, I guess it's been a little annoying because they've been passive aggressively pestering the people in my Twitter bio, which is Augie, FDM, and RHYS, with the little follow, unfollow, follow the next day, unfollow, like the tweet, unlike the tweet, like it again, because it pushes that notification. So I can kind of get that. But if you're not in my Twitter bio, you probably won't deal with that. So anyway, all right. So then, of course, we've also got the OCA Podcast Patreon and the Anime Collector Patreon, which looks different because I guess I'm logged in right now. Anyway, so thank you guys for all you guys do in supporting us, whether it's, through the Patreon or just showing up to the streams. Also, there are a crap ton of shirts from Inu X Boku that I have compiled screenshots for and started working on like a little bit, but cannot get up in the near future because of taxes. Also, Hentai Prince and the Stony Cat had a lot of good ones too. So I'll be making more. I will. I just can't right now because of taxes. All right. Anyway, so Vic Mignogna court case news. Cake Vic harassers defame Kitchener Comic Con for inviting Vic Mignogna. And also this article here, Kitchener Comic Con details years of harassment from SJWs. So I'll tell you guys right now, I am not going to cover this. Okay? And here's why. First of all, I can't be bothered to cover every instance of cancel culture trying to cancel something just because it's tangentially related to Vic Mignogna and we're covering the Vic Mignogna stuff. Also, as I've said in the past regarding Anime Matsuri, I want to be very careful about how I say this. So there's this thing that happens when you strawman certain groups. For instance, if the left constantly claims that the right is white supremacist or something like that, then actual racists will feel more at home in the place that is constantly being called this or that, right? You get what I mean? So in the case of Anime Matsuri, I was very vocal in the beginning when when I was on Hero Hayes stream and all that. And I talked about how, look, yes, it's nice to have a convention to be the first one to let Vic back and sort of set up that precedent that allows Vic to show that he is still hugely profitable to conventions, despite the bullshit, right? But it also is kind of detrimental in a way, because the owner of Anime Matsuri is actually guilty of a lot of the things they claimed Vic was guilty of, and there's receipts, aka evidence, aka text messages and, you know, Twitter DMs and all that kind of stuff of him being extremely gross, right? Now, I want to be clear about this. I have no reason to believe that Kitchener Comic-Con is anything but a normal, perfectly reasonable con, right? But I'm not going to cover this because I can't. It's fucking too much. This week again, I ditched all the coronavirus news except for one, just because it seemed like it's going to be funny and it's anime related. But I got rid of all of them, even though I think it's an incredibly important subject to be discussing, because I don't have time. This is just beating the hell out of me. So I don't know anything about Kitchener Comic-Con, but I don't want to have to spend all my time learning, because I knew about the Anime Matsuri stuff before the Vic Mignogna thing happened. So I'm just going to caution you guys that I think that because we saw it with Anime Matsuri, that and as I have said numerous times, the reason I don't take on labels is because it makes you reactionary. You respond not as an individual, but as a member of the group. And I think that a lot of these outlets, like One Angry Gamer and Hero Hey and all them, they responded, as we saw, to Anime Matsuri from the perspective of the Kick Vic people are against this, therefore I'm going to defend it, right? And again, I cannot stress this enough. I have not looked into anything about Kitchener Comic-Con. I have no idea about it. I literally heard about it this week. I'm just saying that I'm not going to cover this stuff because I can't be bothered to go through the history of all this stuff for every little cancel culture thing. They might have some reasonable reason to protest or boycott or whatever, the way that I think they did for Anime Matsuri. You know, now is there a step too far with Anime Matsuri? Yeah, there absolutely was. They did stuff that was way too far against Anime Matsuri for the things that you know, like as a retaliation, right? But anyway, moving on from here, I just want to say that I'm not going to cover everything. I just wanted to take a moment to tangentially go over that way too long. Now, what you're probably really interested in, interspecies reviewers news, because a lot of shit has gone down, right? And more doxing. There you go. You're welcome. All right, so let me pull these up. In fact, I probably should have pulled these up a long time ago, because they kind of take a while to load when you open this many tabs. Which is what I've committed myself to start doing at the beginning of the podcast. I have these tabs open so that we don't waste time. All right, so here we go. Interspecies reviewers still available on Anime Lab. Now, I'm going to kind of jump all over the place with some of these articles because I just want to touch on some things. This is going to be kind of a little bit of a rehash of what we've already talked about. So after Funimation showed their... Okay, this is going to be One Angry Gamer's pointed language. After Funimation showed their true colors, being against ecchi content and fan service directed towards straight males, Anime Lab slipped in to recover the fumble from the furtive outfit that seems to be about anything but fun. On February 1st, 2020, Anime Lab... Okay, well, good job proofreading. Announced that they would keep streaming interspecies reviewers, also known as Ishizoku reviewers. The announcement came via their official Twitter account, which we talked about already. It said, "Attention, interspecies reviewer fans, we are currently delayed on episodes WIB and..." I feel like this is supposed to say while. Wait, okay. This is an embedded tweet. I think that they accidentally grabbed the text for lab and accidentally pulled it down here, like lab, and then they fixed that's bizarre. Yeah, no, that's exactly what they did. Proofread, guys. Anyway, while we adjust our sourcing of materials, but the show will go on at Anime Lab. Please bear with us as we get back up to speed. Now, just to clarify real quick, Anime Lab and a bunch of the other outlets that are streaming this stuff, they are owned by Sony and Aniplex, which have that joint venture and all that stuff. So it should be just as reasonable that they're going to stop streaming it just like Funimation did. It's kind of weird, right? That they actually still held on to it. Now, here's the thing. This is the thing I'm going to show you. If you're worried about Anime Lab turning on weebs and otaku and pulling a Funimation, they seem to recognize that some anime aren't for kids and that it's okay to like anime titties. So I just want to show you guys the tweet here. Anime is for kids. I don't think so, right? So make of that what you will, but they do seem to be more quote-unquote based than Funimation has been, all right? Now, moving on. Also, Yen Press, actually, Danny sent me this right before the podcast started. To the fans thirsting for more interspecies reviewers, we've got you covered. So I just want to point out two things that we're gonna talk about real quick in this. Is that number one, this show getting canceled already has and obviously was going to skyrocket its popularity way more than if it hadn't been canceled or controversial or anything, right? Obviously, as we're going to talk about with my anime list in a moment, right? But I love Yen Press and Anime Lab all dunking on Funimation. Like, this is a fucking opportunity here.
This series
hey guys,
is still like hotcakes.
You thirsty for this thing that we still have? We got you covered. Now, I want to say, I talked in the last podcast. I have not watched Interspecies Reviewers or read the manga, but I had mentioned to you guys that according to Justin Sevegas, who I think was also getting his information secondhand, the manga doesn't actually show the stuff that the anime showed, right? Mm-hmm. Well, I saw an article on Sankaku Complex that had scans from the manga, and I'll say that it didn't show the intercourse, which again, the anime also doesn't show like the penetration and stuff, but it's basically softcore pornography, right?
Right.
These scans that they showed of the manga didn't show that, but like the humping the glass, the salamander girl burning cooking the meat and everything, all that's in there. Okay, it's in there, right? And it's explicit around the same degree as the anime. Although I will say that they kind of draw it out because I watched the salamander bit like I said, I haven't watched the show. Like I haven't sat down and actually experienced the show, but I scrubbed through that one episode because they had talked about it like being like, oh, now I can see why they pulled it and everything, and I didn't think it was that ridiculous. Although I will say, I didn't think about this at the time, and I probably should have because this is how anime is. But I realized that perhaps the reason for pulling the show was because Crimvale the Angel kind of looks underage in that episode 3 hyena. It's a hyena, right?
Yeah, the hyena one.
Yeah. Like, do you think that might have something to do with it?
I don't know, man. I mean,
see, well, I say that. I just want to be clear. I say that the Crimvale the Angel kind of seems like is underage, and that's a little bit weird in that sequence.
I mean, they Funimation has Dance of the Vampire Bond.
That's exactly what I was about to say.
And that character looks like 10 years old, and she's naked.
Exactly.
Series.
Yeah. Yeah, on the cover of the Blu-ray, pretty much. I mean, she's exposing a lot. Yeah. Now, again, I just want to clarify my stance. And again, this is my stance. It doesn't necessarily reflect everybody else who's ever been on the podcast. But my stance is that these are drawings. They aren't people. It's not child pornography. Even if there was explicit penetration and all that stuff, these are drawings. They're not victimizing a kid. As long as a kid wasn't used for reference, as long as a kid didn't provide the audio or anything like that, they didn't harm a child. There is no victim, and it doesn't matter, right? So,
holy hell, we got a super chat.
So Greenline743, thank you so much for your donation here, saying you don't have to cover everything. I've really not liked everything Hirohei has said, especially the My Anime List issue. And thanks for all your work. It's funny. I'm actually going to bring that up at the end of this little thing on Interspecies Reviewer, because I also think that was a little bit. He's pushing, and this is exactly what Cody Bayer said about these Anime Gate YouTubers that got him all that hate on Ricada stream that one time. Versus Seed says, and if the cops come, just identify as a minor, right? Like it's not statutory or whatever. I'm underage.
I guess I'm safe there. Fuck the system.
Okay. YouTube. When we undoubtedly get demonetized, our resident Shota Reese is not actually underage. It's a very rare condition. Okay, now it just sounds like I'm lying. Damn it. You've really set me up for my channel getting terminated. All right. Anyway, so let me get back to
FDDNM cannot connect. He's not connecting.
That is so unfortunate. Okay, so maybe we will. We'll see how we feel at the end of articles if we want to push the Watch Club to next time he's available. Oh, fuck, can we really do that though? Because he's not going to be available next podcast.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't make a Twitter moment either. Fuck. Okay. Well, anyway, thanks for coming to our disaster podcast. All right, so anyway, let me jump back to this. So I just want to say, like, regarding that stuff about Hirohei and everything. I like the guy genuinely. I think he's a good person. I met him at Anime Expo. I hung out with him for a brief moment. I think he's a good guy. I enjoyed talking to him on his live stream. I talked to him on Discord more often than you might think. And I legitimately think he is trying to do the right thing, with all this stuff. But I also think that there is an allure to covering things your base is going to get riled up over and share and comment and all that stuff that I greatly avoid on YouTube. Like I could have made video after video after video covering the Vic stuff and blown up like Hirohei and Yellow Flash and Tug and what's his name? Come Geek Some and all them. And SG Sammy, who's the worst. Well, actually, Perfection was the worst. SG Sammy is now the worst because Perfection's gone. Although I think Perfection actually just got his channel back. I just hate SG Sammy's the way he talks, but more specifically the fucking like horrible opening to all of his videos, and the fact that he uses the broadcast version of the My Hero Academia clip so it goes all dark. I fucking hate that. It drives me up the wall. Anyway, all right, so yeah, I'm just saying I could have done that too, but I chose not to and only cover stuff on the podcast because I just felt like it's exhausting to people who came for more than just that. And I don't want to taste that sweet ad revenue that comes in from pandering to that anger and become like, I thought I could maintain that level-headedness by not inviting that. Anyway. All right. So Amazon Prime removed Interspecies Reviewer. You remember in the last podcast I mentioned, hey, nobody's talking about this, but it's still on Amazon Prime, right? So I believe the reason why they removed it is because it was linked to Funimation. They're sourcing it from Funimation. Yeah. And it turns out, it says here, I'm going to skip over a lot of stuff in that last article because it's not that important. Our agreements with the content provider don't allow purchases of this title at this time. So I think the content provider was probably Funimation.
Yeah.
I don't know that. I read that differently the first time I read it, and I'm now second guessing myself.
I'm looking at the page here. In episode 1, it still has an entry, but I don't know if you can.
But you can't view it. Yeah, that's what the articles say. So anyway, but apparently Amazon Prime for Amazon.jp or Amazon Japan actually does still have the series. So make of that what you will. Now, these are the... I want to give a quick shout out to Sora News 24 for consistently providing the best coverage of every article, every topic. Every time I have to sit down and go through like 40 articles on something to decide which one provides the best information most efficiently, Sora News 24 consistently rises to the top, and I end up pulling up a different article here or there to highlight one phrase to give you an extra little bit of info. But I'm really pleased with Sora News 24. So, Monster Girl Brothel anime interspecies reviewers Tokyo TV broadcast canceled. This is going to provide information that none of the other articles did, and that's why I'm sharing it. Mm-hmm. So, series about buying companionship in a fantasy world continues to lose business friends. The idea of populating an anime fantasy world with sexy monster girls isn't even remotely new, but arguably no other series has ever leaned so hard, deep, and vigorously into the concept as interspecies reviewers. That's the other reason I love these articles. The three protagonists of the TV series, a human, an elf, and an angel, that's supposed to say don't come into contact with comely creatures incidentally as part of some grander quest, rather gender quest, let me try that again. The three protagonists of the TV series, a human, an elf, and an angel, don't come into contact with comely creatures incidentally as part of some grander quest. Instead, getting monster laid and then giving their in-depth impressions of the experience is their whole objective, as the series consists entirely of following them from one brothel to the next, all staffed by cheery humanoid but not human prostitutes. While there's definitely a measure of absurdist comedy and arguably even some clever ideas, in the creator's commitment to thinking so thoroughly about how hypothetical humping would work with established fantasy tropes, Interspecies Reviewers was going to be an anime that went right up to the line of what broadcast standards would allow, even with heavy visual censoring and a late night time slot. Over the past week, though, a number of media providers have decided the series has hopped over that line, and it's no longer only ones outside Japan. Preview for Interspecies, so you can watch it. There's an embedded video here we're not going to click on, but it's about the fifth episode, which promises Cyclopses and Mushroom Girls, and these are, of course, the Cyclops girls.
Mm-hmm. Fun episode, again.
Okay, so I'm just going to say, if this show doesn't get dubbed by Funimation for the rest of it, I hope that for this episode they get Leela's voice actor from Futurama to voice the prostitute.
Oh,
is it Katie Seagal? What's her name?
Yes, Katie Seagal.
Yeah,
she was in.
That would be hilarious. Especially if what's his name? Who's the guy who voices Fry? He also voices Doug.
God damn it.
You know Billy West? Is that his name?
Yes, Billy West.
That'd be even funnier if he voiced one of the main, like not Crimvale, but like
he would have to voice the fairy that shows them the way to. Oh no shit! It would have to be somebody else. I'm thinking about for some reason.
I was thinking the elf because the human is his name Stug? What's his name?
Stunk.
Yeah. If he voiced that guy, that would be funny. Anyway, back onto the topic here. So the first blow came when Funimation, the largest anime distributor in North America, removed Interspecies Reviewer from its streaming platforms after its third of 12 scheduled episodes, saying, "After careful consideration, we determined that this series falls outside of our standards. We have the utmost respect for our creators, so rather than substantially alter the content, we felt taking it down was the most respectful choice." So Amazon Prime Video's North American arm followed suit this Thursday, and now TV station Tokyo MX, which had been showing the series in the Tokyo area, has become the first Japanese media distributor to cut ties with it. According to the message from the official Interspecies Reviewer Twitter account, They said, regarding the suspension of interspecies reviewers broadcast on Tokyo MX, due to the circumstances of Tokyo MX parent company, Tokyo Metropolitan Television Broadcasting Corporation, further broadcasts of the interspecies reviewers on Tokyo MX will be suspended. Now, I'm going to show, first of all, regarding Funimation's statement where they said that we have the utmost respect for our creators, so rather than substantially alter the content, we felt taking it down was the most respectful choice. So, first of all, Funimation was airing the censored version, even though they claimed they were going to show it uncensored at first. In Japan, the episodes have been further censored for their broadcasts. So I'm going to show you an image here of what they're doing. So originally, this scene has the girl, like, I don't know, is she dancing?
She's humping.
Oh, okay. I guess so. They're commentating.
They're all bouncing. You know?
Okay, so they're like commentating about the
sexual
activity.
He's actually just listing off in the song.
Oh, okay.
He's just
so this is the opening. Is this the opening or
no? This is the ending.
Okay, see, that makes sense because I was going to say, like, I was wondering how they got the before and after thing. I was actually going to ask you that. Was this from the ending or something? Because anyway, so in the ending, these girls are naked, except they're in the censored broadcast version. Their nipples are covered by flowers, which I've chosen not to show you for the sake of YouTube.
Yep.
But
interestingly enough, this is the image that Funimation had used when they were putting their stuff out.
Really?
Yeah.
So they used this one with the censor tape
from episode 1.
So they actually used the even more censored version from the beginning.
Yep.
Huh. That's kind of interesting, isn't it?
Mm.
Rather than alter the content, we feel it's more respectful to just take it down.
Mm.
Yet we've been using the extremely censored version from day one, even though we also claimed that it would be uncensored on our platform and used it. That's quite funny. I'm glad that one of us watches Funimation now to be able to point that out. That's pretty funny. All right. So anyway, I just wanted to let you guys know that this is in Japan. They actually added these things to censor stuff even more. And I mean, this is a hardcore. I think this is like in production of After Effects or whatever program they're using to do this. They're doing it there, I believe. I don't think that this is just thrown on after the fact, but it might be. It's hard to tell because this hand kind of feels like it's coming through the transparency just a little bit more. Like it's got a weird effect on it. I don't know. I shouldn't comment on it. Let me go back to this. Actually, regarding the statement here, due to the circumstances of Tokyo Metropolitan Television Broadcasting Corporation, further broadcasted interspecies reviewers on Tokyo MX will be suspended. So I was going to show you this one, but I actually found a better one that I did forgot to remove that one. So on Nichiban, they said, the official Twitter account for the show announced on February 7th that the show had been canceled on Tokyo MX. The anime interspecies reviewers being broadcast on Tokyo MX has been canceled due to the organization of Tokyo Metropolitan Television. This translation was from Twitter. If you just hit the translate tweet thing, which reminds me of that amazing podcast we did where we translated and said Mom's Monster Dong or whatever. Do you remember that? Anyway, so using translation via Anime News Network, which is the one I was about to show you, they said they claimed that the message cites changes in circumstances within Tokyo Metropolitan Television. And Crunchyroll's article translated it as due to organizational reasons. Right? Crunchyroll also reported that the show's time slot on Tokyo MX has been replaced with a show about cruise ships, which led Twitter users to quote the nice boat meme. Which I thought was fucking hilarious.
To think it's been 10 years since school days. Jesus.
Yeah. Oh man. Anyways, let me get back to this. So, while no specific reason is given, it's hard to imagine anything other than Tokyo MX, which is a free, non-cable / satellite channel, being uncomfortable with interspecies reviewers' content as the cause for the decision.
Yeah.
Especially since late night anime broadcasts are paid advertising. Sorry. especially since late night anime broadcasts are paid advertising from production committees that buy the block of time, making ratings meaningless for the economic standpoint of the broadcaster. Okay. So the first and second time I read this article, I thought that was specifically about Tokyo MX. I didn't realize that they're saying late night anime broadcast, not specifically this channel. So they're going to actually explain a little bit more about what they mean by that later in the article. I want to address this comment that just came in from Old Man. Funimation and distributors in Japan dropping the show will have a ripple effect on future projects. Studios/publishers won't just censor shows. Shows just won't be produced. It won't be worth the risk. I wholeheartedly agree with you. And literally every single article on One Angry Gamer talked about how the dominoes start to fall. And I think this article might too, about how when this happens, there's a domino effect and it just keeps falling and falling and falling and falling and falling. From here on out, like when Vic got canceled from a couple cons and just like boom, 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 right? So anyway, let me continue here. Interspecies Reviewer's official English tagline promises, quote, a time of bliss with the highest class woman. But apparently the series itself isn't high class enough for Tokyo MX. It's extremely unusual for an anime to be dropped by a broadcaster like this mid-season, but this isn't necessarily the end of the road for interspecies reviewers. According to the anime's official website, it will still air in Japan on satellite TV stations ATX, which we've talked about in the past, is basically Japan's version of HBO, right? It's a pay-per-view type thing, and BS11. Now, here's the thing. By the way, BS11, I believe, is the satellite thing that they made the BS Zelda games for, right? But here's the thing. Oh, actually, that's not it. I was gonna hold on. I have to reopen the tab. All right. BS11 is showing the censored broadcast. You see the watermark up here for BS11?
Mm-hmm.
ATX apparently is showing the uncensored broadcast. And I think, again, that ATX... this is my theory. I think that ATX probably has a contract with the production company that they have exclusive rights to it. And that's why all those other streamers outside of Japan claimed they were going to show the uncensored version or did show the uncensored version and then had to redact it. Right? Wakanim in France or whatever. Remember they had to pull it back and said that it was illegal, even though they actually claimed the real reason was that whatever, you know? So anyway, let me close that again. All right, so let's get back to this. Let's talk about this. Okay, so it will still air in Japan on satellite TV stations ATX and BS11, as well as local broadcasters KBS, which is based in Tokyo, and Sun Television, which is based in Kobe. And it can also still be seen. Okay, great job there. It can also still be seen on multiple streaming services, including the Japanese arm of Amazon Prime Video and the Docomo Anime Store, which is Docomo is like a cell phone provider over there, like AT&T or whatever, or maybe that's NTT Docomo. I don't know. I'm pretty sure they're the same company. Anyway, Tokyo MX's decision could set off a domino effect, though, of other organizations wanting to distance themselves. ATX, for example, is owned by TV Tokyo, a much larger and higher profile media organization than Tokyo MX, and Docomo and Amazon are larger still. Superfans will be reassured to know, however, that the Interspecies Reviewers Cafe in Tokyo, where you can eat Angel Crimvale's dong, we talked about this on the previous podcast, still seems to be operating as normal. That entire thing there is just an advertisement for another article they wrote. Anyway, however, while getting dumped by paid streaming services isn't going to help Interspecies Reviewers' finances, losing a free TV broadcast partner might not really hurt its bottom line all that much. As mentioned above, late-night TV anime broadcasts are basically paid commercials from the production committee and don't directly bring in any money for the franchise. In practice, late night broadcasts are the free trial versions of anime, with the revenue coming from selling polished up and uncensored Blu-rays to those who want to see what they've been missing. At this point, Interspecies Reviewers has made it absolutely clear what audiences can expect. Lots of economically compensated monster girl sex, which in hindsight probably isn't a premise that most people need 12 episodes of to decide if they want to see uncensored or not. All right, so again, they're talking about what the fuck? Hold on. That's bizarre. What is going on with my backdrop? Do you see that? How'd you do this?
I did that.
When did you do this?
Just not 3 minutes ago.
Okay, so there might be a problem with doing this. I don't know. Actually, no. I guess it used to just have black at the end, right? On the other sides. Okay. Yeah, because I was worried it was going to change the aspect ratio. Because this is you can tell that the Fan versus Pro podcast with Flip Otaku and Justin Sevegas that they definitely
that's the reason why I was like,
that's why you got the idea.
Do that.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. So anyway, back to it now that I'm. Yeah, we got through this. Okay. All right. So let me continue on this other article here. It's a nice boat meme. So, combing reports from Anime News Network and Crunchyroll, the show has also been pulled from Amazon Prime and the Nordic version of French streaming platform Wakanim. Wakanim proper and Taiwanese streaming platform Bahamut's Insane Animation have continued to broadcast the series, albeit censored. Bahamut's Insane Animation do offer uncensored episodes behind an age gate. So there goes my theory about ATX. But that's we in the comments. I talked with Lishansky in the last podcast about what Funimation should be doing about this, right? And it's like obviously age gate, and basically what they need to do, because the issue that we sort of talked about in the last podcast was about whether or not Funimation was afraid that they were going to have parents complain and have their app yanked from different app stores, right? Because that's extremely important to them for the business model that they have, that Funimation is available on your PlayStation 3 and 4, your Xbox, your Roku. All that stuff. Like they need to be available on all those different outlets in order to thrive. And if they lose one of them, they might not ever get it back. You know what I mean? So we had speculated that perhaps that played into the decision. But the big issue, of course, is that they're fucking lying, right? And they tried to sweep it under the rug, and they tried to avoid even talking about it, right? And that was the
we still haven't gotten any official statement yet.
Yeah, but the getting back to the point in the conversation, what we end up coming down to is what Funimation should do is for the sake of preventing parents from buying accounts for their kids that the kids end up using to watch what's essentially porn, is that they need to have a series of checkboxes. What are you okay with seeing on this account? Like attention parents, blah, blah, blah. Violence. Okay. Well, if you don't want that, then you're only going to have access to these shows. If you don't want nudity, sexuality, gambling, drinking and drug use or whatever, you know what I mean? Like you can check those boxes, and the more boxes that you leave unchecked, like I will not have this on the account I'm buying for my kids, the fewer shows you have access to, right? But you still pay the same price, so it's beneficial to you to just have access to everything, and then like if you're an adult, just don't watch the shows that don't appeal to you, or stop them midway through because you're a fucking adult, right? Rather than worry about your kids, right? So that's the business strategy that they should take, because then they still get paid the same amount for every single like streaming license that they subscription that they have, right? Anyway, that was my answer to the thing. So let's get back to this. All right, so seemingly in protest to the show being removed from various platforms, fans have now voted Interspecies Reviewers as the second greatest anime of all time on my anime list. The show now has an aggregate rating of 9.16 from 53,149 users. Now, RHYS, you actually screenshotted it at 9.
When it was at number 2.
Yeah. So it actually got even higher than when that article was written.
Yeah,
Is the point.
but now it's down to currently right now it's down to 11.
Yes. Actually, I've got that right here. So number 11. Right. So we will come back to this topic in a minute. Okay. So that's it for that. Now, Media Watchdog BPO said some surprising things about monster brothel anime interspecies reviewers. Controversial anime divided opinions even within broadcast ethics and program improvement organization. Like a lot of anime TV series that came before it, Interspecies Reviewers is built around a Monster of the Week formula. What sets it apart, though, is that Interspecies Reviewer actually uses a Monster of the Week to pay for sex formula. Each episode, the core cast heads to a new fantasy brothel to sleep with a new kind of monster girl, then give their reviews of the experience so that others can make more informed decisions on which species to hump. Last week, Tokyo MX, the local TV station that was broadcasting Interspecies Reviewers in the Tokyo area, announced it would no longer be streaming new episodes. Would no longer be showing new episodes. Because late night anime like Interspecies Reviewers, which aired at 1:30 in the morning, are paid programming from the anime's production committee, there's no need for concern about advertisers shying from the time block because they object to the anime's content. And so it's almost unheard of for an anime series to be dropped by a network mid-season. So the news that you're talking about, Mobile Mercenary, I believe... well... All right, share it with us in the chat there, and I'll pull up the article on One Angry Gamer and we'll read it if it seems interesting enough. Because I know what you're talking about. I think I know what you're talking about, but I didn't cover it. I didn't put it in the doc to cover. So anyway, where was I? Yeah, so it's almost unheard of for an anime to get dropped mid-season because you would expect a show to get dropped due to advertisers not agreeing with it. Just like every fucking YouTube channel that's ever been dropped from YouTube, it seems like, during the apocalypse. However, there were signs right from the start that Interspecies Reviewers was attracting controversy. Just 3 days after its first episode aired on January 12th, Japanese media watchdog organization, the Broadcasting Ethics and Program Improvement Organization, also known as BPO, had already posted the following complaints about, quote, a late-night anime with a world with humans, monsters, and angels where the main male characters go from brothel to brothel. So these are the complaints from what they described as obviously just being Interspecies Reviewer. Here's the complaint. Quote, I am outraged that an anime like this, with such sexual content, is being shown in a manner with no age restrictions and can be viewed by children, said the adult who was up at 1:30 watching anime for some reason. There is a late night anime. Okay, that was weird. Cable on my desk just moved on by itself. I don't know if there's a mouse in my house or whatever. Anyway, there's a late night anime, and even though it's a fantasy setting, the male characters go to brothels and review them, disparaging the female characters. It's empowering. Sex work is empowering. Don't you know, like the feminist mantra? Even though it's an anime, it's still full of nothing but paid sex and dirty jokes, and so it's a bad influence on children, who you should have asleep in their beds before 1:30 in the morning. Fans of the series are likely to take issue with the accusation that Interspecies Reviewers' male cast, quote, disparages the series' female characters. But the series being basically a constant stream of full-on sex and sexual innuendo is a little harder to deny. Evidently, the BPO felt the complaints were serious enough to warrant discussion among its internal youth committee, whose members presented their own individual opinions on January 28th, which included, quote, in regards to complaints that the show is digesting or vulgar. I'm sorry, I think that should say disgusting. maybe.
Probably.
So we're going to read it that way. In regards to complaints that the show is disgusting or vulgar, such accusations are related to the concept of freedom of expression and must be handled extremely cautiously. In the past, late night TV was watched only by adults. Now, though, it can be watched 24 hours a day through the internet, and the societal time division is changing. That change is something we must consider. Children are not the sole TV audience, and so I believe the TV station is producing it under the stance that a late-night adult-oriented TV anime can be broadcast within the principles of freedom of expression. That's a great point. It's for the children. Doing something for the children is a terrible reason to do anything, because the world isn't made up just of children, right?
Mm-hmm.
Care must be taken that such extreme content does not gradually creep into regular time blocks from late night slots. I mean, it will, but that's going to be like another 50 years down the line, I think. You know what I mean? Because I mean, if you look at the kind of shit that they used to show on TV and the shit that they show on TV now, you know, I remember something. Okay, so you guys know that I've been reading this book. I've been reading. I almost dropped my entire stack of pickups I'm going to show you. I've been reading Japanese Influence on American Children's Television. I've actually been reading it during my breaks at work, and I'm only on page 24. But I've been really enjoying it, although I will say that the grammar Nazi in me really wishes the editor had taken another pass, because there are a couple of errors that are really jarring. But I've been learning some really interesting stuff about shows like Transformers. But more importantly, was it Transformers? Well, I took some notes. That I was going to remind myself to go and highlight with a highlighter. I didn't want to do it in the car. Let's see. Okay, let me read something to you. Page 17 here. I thought this was really interesting. It is right here. All right, I'm going to read you guys something. So they're talking about Saturday morning, which I always thought was called Saturday Morning Cartoons. I didn't realize it was actually a network or something called Saturday Morning. So let me start up here. I'm just going to read this. Okay. As the 1970s came to a close, the 1980s would continue to add to the identity of Saturday morning. The 1980s are often considered the golden age of Saturday morning, most notably for the rise of programs like He-Man and the Masters of the Universe and Transformers. The plots of these series are less important than what the shows themselves were, programs financed by toy companies to act as half-hour commercials. These programs were produced for the express purpose of selling the toys associated with them. At first, this does not seem overly problematic, considering that Saturday morning was partly made to advertise to children, and Saturday morning programs were often sponsored at first by a company for the purpose of advertising within the program. However, when a company like General Mills sponsored a cartoon, the cartoon was not about their newest cereal. That detail made these new programs different than previous advertising methods. This new method of advertising also began to break Hanna-Barbera's production domination of Saturday morning, as Hasbro and Mattel made the programs purposely inexpensive for the networks to acquire, and then often sweetened the business arrangements for the network by purchasing advertising within the program's time slot. So they not only made it easy to get the shows, but they bought ad blocks, which made it like almost like they weren't even spending anything on the show and we're getting them free, basically. They also sought to air both on Saturday morning and on weekdays with willing affiliates, because the cartoon itself was an advertisement for the actual product, right? So basically, you watch Transformers, and then the commercial breaks come on, and there's an advertisement for the toys that they sell of Transformers. This occurred because of the deregulation of children's programming under the Reagan administration. that was initially proposed in 1980 and then finalized in 1984. However, the success of these shows and the deregulation would be short-lived. Both of these successful programs and others that followed the same formula would disappear from Saturday morning by the fall of 1986 due to parental backlash and protest. Just like in the 1960s with the New Adventures of Superman, that's the thing I was looking for this whole time, Action for Children's Television, which is like a coalition, against violence on TV, they claimed that in the 1966 Superman cartoon, the violence was too realistic, and they got it banned off the air for the children. Anyway, Action for Children's Television fought for a return of regulation so children would not be left with only glorified commercials as their most readily available form of entertainment. Regulations would return to networks with the Children's Television Act of 1990, which, among other things, banned the advertisement of toys or other products related to the program within its airtime. So what Hasbro did is they swapped the ads for Transformers and G.I. Joe, so that when G.I. Joe was airing, they aired commercials for Transformers, and when Transformers was airing, they aired ads for G.I. Joe. And that's how they got around it. But the point is that they actually killed Transformers. They go on to talk about in the book that Transformers was short-lived. Like, it actually gets canceled because of that group, right? And that's what's happening here. And that's what I'm talking about. Is like I said, it will get worse. Like, it will seep into the normal programming, as it already has. I mean, look at the anime that's out there that on broadcast keeps getting more and more risque, right? And all you got to do is look at fucking the 1966 Superman or Spider-Man, 1960 Spider-Man, cartoons. Look at the violence. Look at Speed Racer in terms of how it handles things and violence and nudity and whatnot, which there's basically none. And now look at any anime that's showing on TV now. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So it's going to seep in. Anyway, let me get back to
when a cooking show like Food Wars can get to where it's a cooking show.
Yep, that's all it is.
It's not a cooking show.
I don't know what you're talking about. It's cooking. All right. So anyway, yeah. Okay. So the comments seem to show a few misconceptions of how anime is made and distributed. For one, broadcast and online streaming rights are generally separate. So one could argue it's not entirely fair to blame a TV network for what time of day a program is being streamed. Also, Interspecies Reviewers isn't produced by any TV station, but is created by its production committee, which fronts the cost for making the show itself. That said, there appears to have been a surprising amount of dissension within the BPO Youth Committee as to whether or not Interspecies Reviewers poses a danger to young minds by airing on TV, concluding its statement with, "We feel there is no further need to discuss this matter." End of discussion. And the difference in opinions helps explain how, even after getting dropped by Tokyo MX, the anime is still being shown on free TV in Kyoto and Kobe, as well as via Japanese satellite television. So that's kind of good news regarding the likelihood that it's going to get pulled off the show altogether. Although I said this in my first impressions for Hensuki, I feel like they shot their load kind of early because they used the dominant and submissive BDSM types in the first two episodes, and I joked in the first impressions, which I haven't released yet. I joked that I can't imagine, like, I'm gonna have to continue to watch the show just out of the curiosity of what other fetishes the girls have, because they gotta top it. And we started speculating, like, one of them's got like golden showers, one of them's probably an exhibitionist, right? And we're just talking about, like, what on earth could they possibly do? Now, I know the show's out now, I haven't watched it. In fact, while I was watching Hentai Prince of the Stony Cat, the entire time I'm watching that for this week's Watch Club, I keep thinking, man, I wish I was watching Hensuki with my wife right now, because I watched Hentai Princess Stony Cat with her. And I'm like, I just kind of want to get back and watch that, you know. Anyway, we'll talk more about that later. But let me continue here. So I also noticed this article on the same topic had said when it came to Goblin Slayer, and I don't know why my highlight won't grab that part of it when I try to get it all. As you can see, it's kind of buggy. So when it came to Goblin Slayer, the BPO agreed that the content in the rape-heavy show was, quote, permissible due to its late night time slot, right? Which is basically the same thing they said about Interspecies Review.
They call that like rape-heavy? Is that what you said?
That's what Sankaku Complex wrote.
Hold on. There's the rape is only in one episode.
In the first episode. Right, I know. I'm just saying. They phrased Sankaku Complex doesn't have the best phrasing of everything, to be clear. They're just sort of they wrote that so you know what the hullabaloo was about that show or whatever, right? Anyway. All right. So speaking of Hirohei, we are sharing our first article from his website, neonnet.com. Actually, I'm going to get interrupted for a second. You can bring me food if you want. I'll eat it at some point. I don't need it right now. If you want to just put it away.
I put it away. But
okay.
I don't want to put it away if you're still hungry.
Thank you. Thank you for thinking of me. All right. So, Ishizoku Reviewers becomes second highest rated anime on my anime list, despite Funimation dropping it. Hilarious is what he wrote. So, again, you have a screenshot even further than the one here. Now, the reason I'm sharing this is because Hirohei did a video about this and then updated the article because of information he got about why it became the second highest. It was specifically because Nextaku had made a video where he asked his followers, his like million subscribers, to go do that. To go create an account on my anime list and rate it as as 10 out of 10. Right?
I watched that video. I had a fun. I've never heard of Nextaku before. I enjoyed that.
Pretty good, right? Yeah,
that was so much fun.
That was a great video. Yeah. In fact, I'm gonna try. So last Anime Expo, I went to I think 7 premieres or whatever screenings, and I didn't make it a priority to go to the YouTuber meetup. But what was unique about last year's YouTuber meetup is that left-wing AniTube and right-wing AniTube both went. And I really wanted to go because I wanted to meet the Unknown Otaku and all them. I think Nextaku was there. And if he comes again this year, I might have to meet him just to say hi. But anyway. So Nextaku was one of 2 channels. Lost Pause also basically did the same thing, right? So I'm not going to read that article. I'm going to just go ahead and point to this one, which is the one that was brought up earlier by Greenline 743 in the thing here about I've really not liked everything Hirohei has said, especially the My Anime List issue, right? So this is what that issue is. My Anime List staff retaliates against Nextaku and Lost Pause over Ishizoku reviewers' votes and accidentally revealing questionable business practices in doing so. So it's possible that Hirohei is correct. But it seems like there's probably a lot more to their business strategy that we don't know that would make things make a lot more sense. So first of all, I'll just kind of briefly show this. Nextaku is an asshole. No, he isn't funny, according to Shymander, who claims that he's an asshole because he's making a ton of work for the already overworked volunteers at My Anime List. Now, I'm pretty sure what that means. Like, I don't know. I don't know. But I'm pretty sure what that means is that My Anime List probably has, like, moderators that are fans of anime and the site and are given the opportunity to help keep it a great place and for the honor of being a moderator. That's probably what's happening here. Now, if you want to check out the videos, you can, well, I don't know. It's not this one. I don't think this is the video. But this one is the Lost Pause one if you want to, or I don't know, maybe it's not. I mean, it's obviously about Interspecies Reviewer and it being canceled, but I don't know if this is specifically the one where he allegedly asked people to go to my enemy list. So anyway,
That's not it.
So anyway,
No,
then there's the stuff here. Hero Hay, to Hero Hay's credit, did some digging. I want to be abundantly clear. I do think he's a good guy, and I do think he tries, but I just think that there's a bit of a temptation to over sensationalize things in the way that your arguably younger skewing fan base is probably going to eat up and whatever. And obviously there are people like myself and Greenline 743 who are not so young and are able to see through it and not get whipped up into a frenzy at every little thing that the SJWs do, kind of thing, right? Anyway, so he had looked into their stuff, and it said that in their stuff about if you wanted to buy ads on their on like for ad stuff on their thing, you need to have a budget of, the minimum budget is $10,000 a month per company, right? So he was arguing that basically $10,000 a month of one company providing ads for you. That's $12,000 a year, assuming you have an ad every month, right? If you got more than one, I'm sorry, did I say 12,000? 120,000 is what I meant to say a year. And if you've got more than one, like that grows and grows and grows. But my anime list has so many users that the cost of running those servers is probably pretty astronomical too, and all those things. I just feel like Hero Hay probably didn't consider all that stuff. And he will probably in time, if his NeonNet gets a lot more users and stuff, might understand a couple of those things, which will make him a better journalist in the future, potentially. I don't know. Anyway, so that's it on that. And then again, we've got the history that you shared with us here. Good job closing all your Futa tabs before screenshotting that. Your scoff almost made it sound like I was correct. All right. So also, I wanted to point out there was this one here. This is what Mobile Mercenary was talking about. I assume the Chatterbait cam girls are salty because a cute virtual anime girl model is outperforming them.
Hold on a second.
So, what's up?
FDM, are you there?
I can hear you guys kind of still.
You sound like you're coming in pretty clear.
Okay. I'm just saying because when I joined before, I heard every
every
5
fifth
words
word.
you guys said.
Okay. Do you want to do pickups or something while you're
Sure. Or I don't know.
Maybe camera?
Maybe after we finish this.
Okay.
If
Let's do
my
that.
connection stabilizes in the meantime.
Okay, so is this? Yeah, this is Project Melody. So you were saying, I may have some news, but it's probably already known by now. It involves a certain virtual cam girl, Project Melody on Chatterbait. She claims she's the first V cam girl, it seems. Do you have that information, Mobile Mercenary? Are you going to tell us that she's not? That there is actually somebody else? Because she does clearly claim world's first 3D hentai cam girl, H streamer.
Well, this is news to me.
And her apparently her pronouns are she, it.
Shit.
Yeah.
Holy shit. I'm sorry.
I legitimately can't tell if she was going for that joke or not. That's hilarious. Shit.
Well, that's what I was thinking, but there's
That's
an
pretty
E
funny.
in there.
Yeah. Oh, that's pretty. I should probably not scroll down too much. Anyway, so if you got news there, Mobile Mercenary, you want to share with us, go for it. Anyway, so let me close these. That's it for that. We've got the amazing My Hero Academia news to cover in a minute, but if you want to do pickups right now, it will be a good time.
Okay. Let's start up cam while I still have connection. So first, we have... Okay. I'll just grab it like this. So we have Ass Class Season 1 Limited Edition. And then we have Ass Class Season 2 Limited Edition. Wait, it's on this side.
But did you get that for $14?
Where'd you get the season 2 limited edition?
From the UK.
Yeah, that's why.
Was it Amazon.co.uk, but it was actually the region 1?
No, it's actually alltheanime.com. I got directed from their website.
Funimation never put out a season 2 limited edition.
Exactly, which is why this is actually an upgrade. But what was I going to say? I did get it for £14 each, if that's any consolation,
That's nice.
because it was on sale.
That's funny.
And then to follow that, I got Classroom of the Elite Essentials. Like, I really like this show, and I just never got around to getting it. But
So guys,
it was $50 for the regular edition, and it never went down. So I'm like, okay, I'll just get the Essentials for now.
these are the puns that you need to be funding the OCA Podcast Patreon so that we can afford monthly to pay for FDM to have better internet. So that you can
bring it
enjoy
down.
his ass puns.
All right,
I
next
thought
pick.
everybody called it Ass Class.
Yeah,
No,
everyone
but
called
the
it Ass Class.
classroom one.
I'm just reviving it while I have it.
Lots
Next.
of fresh ass.
We have the Funimation limited edition of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs.
Oh.
Snow White with the red hair. There's a
Yes.
limited edition of that?
Yes.
Is this
Where'd
the
that come
UK
from?
again?
Just like this next Funimation limited edition that I got, the Hyoka limited edition that fits both parts, both limited editions inside from Funimation.
That's fancy.
All of these, except for Classroom of the Elite, was from Funimation, of course. You know, these are all Region 1 releases. Actually, if you look here, Region AB, I can still use it on my player.
Nice.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll have to buy the complete seasons because this is season 1, part 1 and stuff. But you know that it's pretty nice that you can have this on your shelf instead of I have one. Sorry,
Yeah.
I have one, and then I have
a bunch
small
of
one.
regular Blu-ray sets. Yeah.
They did have a season 1/2 complete box like this one, but that went out of print. But luckily, I was still happy enough to get the £14 season 1 and 2 separate ones. And yeah, this Hyoka one, I thought that I was so glad that I was able to get it. And I rebought the second part as well just because it was like nothing would fit in that spot. And it was still pretty cheap, so I'm like, okay. But it's pretty nice.
Consistency is important.
Exactly. And I just popped my Region A discs of Hyoka into that, so it's like you can't even tell that it's imported. And it comes with like art cards for all of these releases, which you didn't get with Ass Class Season 1, I don't think. I never actually got the US version.
I didn't buy it, but I think there were like postcards or something.
Because Season 1, I did order one from Amazon Fulfillment or whatever. They sent me the beat up art box, no Blu-rays in it at all, no Blu-ray case. It was just, I think it was either just the filler box or just the art box, and the art box was really beat up.
Wow.
And I sent it back, obviously. But yeah, Amazon third party, like you gotta trust them. They're amazing, and that's all my pickups.
Okay, so real quick, I'm going to have you do yours, Reese, but I'm going to address some comments. So, Old Man said, risque anime and TV shows are a reaction to a more puritanical society. The more they try to censor, the more the boundaries will be pushed. That's how Japan got tentacle porn. Yes, definitely. But I think that, so we kind of talked about, I think it was, I guess it was in the last podcast where we were talking about My Hero Academia. That old anime like MD Geist and Violence Jack and shit like that extremely uber violent stuff, you don't really see that anymore. You know, you are getting much more lewd stuff, I guess. Although it's weird because anime sort of went through this thing where like there was tits in anime all the time, and now it's all censored, and now it's uncensored. You know what I mean? So I don't know, but just addressing Mobile Mercenaries, no, I don't know anyone else's before her. Old Man said, the YouTuber V says that some of those virtual cam girls are guys. They use computer software to fake the voice and a CG avatar. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely, they're guys.
Even the voice?
Yeah, because they use like real
Like kids in the eye.
Yeah, they use Shut up, liar. All my favorite hentai artists are beautiful women who are busty as the waifus they draw. So I'll say, here's the thing. Yes, they are guys, a lot of them. But the thing is that who better to do the most erotic things than an actual guy who knows what will be enjoyed, right? So to a degree, maybe it's better. You just don't have to think about that part. All right, so Reese, do you want to go through your pickups real quick?
Yes.
You've got the ability to click.
There we go.
There you go.
So I got this week, or no, combination of this week, last week, Black Lagoon manga volume 11, Blue Exorcist manga volume 23, My Hero Academia manga volume 23, No Game No Life novel 10, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Diamonds Unbreakable, the live action movie, Fooly Cooly Progressive and Alternative, Hunter x Hunter Volume 7, and Lupin the Third Part 2 Collection 4.
Or Part 2 Collection 4, yeah. All right. So
one thing to note, I know we talked about this earlier. I don't know if it was on the podcast or like in tweets or something. That typo that was on the back of Fooly Cooly.
Yes, I was just Fooly Cooly? Yeah. Did they?
The collection instead of collection, they did fix it.
All right.
And this is also dual
I would just hold up. I would just like to take credit as being the grammar Nazi who noticed that and immediately jumped on getting that fixed for everybody, or sent Reese to do it for me.
No.
But I'm just going to take credit for that. So you're welcome, collectors.
Also, this is dual audio. It has English and Japanese.
Okay.
And also it has SDH subtitles, which are dub titles, and also English translated subtitles.
Okay, so, cool. That's actually really nice.
Tracks.
Yeah,
and it's a slipcase too instead of slipcover. So I was surprised about that. You know, it goes instead of going over the top and bottom.
Oh, okay.
You know, like the Hunter x Hunter ones is a slipcover. One it goes in the side.
Okay.
Okay.
I got
the cardboard like a pocket kind of thing.
So old man goes, they can do the voice and avatar in real time now. And then E. Castro said they could just hire girlfriends or VAs to do the voice.
Yeah, but the
voice
lip
tag is
flap.
interesting. I don't know that was a thing. So yeah, it is a thing, but it's like a real mechanic. Like you can tell when the voice isn't a real voice kind of thing. You know, like it's
the
not
pitch
quite
shift
there yet.
thing. That's what I mean. Like
yes, but Adobe made something called Voco. They haven't released it yet, and honestly, they probably shouldn't. It's Photoshop for audio, and like they did a demo where they had somebody like come up on stage. It's been a long time since I've seen it. I forget exactly what happens, but the guy comes up on stage and records like a short sentence, and then they take that sentence and they type something new. So he says I come home from work and I kiss my wife or something like that. And they change it to, I come home from partying and I kiss my dogs or something, you know, like, and they didn't have any new input for it. Right. And they just start typing stuff and it's saying stuff based solely on the input they got from that short sentence, right? Which literally is a season of 24 where they use that thing to like compromise world leaders and stuff. So, I mean, Photoshop already kind of did that, and actually, it might actually be a good thing. It might actually be a good thing to have this because you're going to go through this period where people are going to get fooled by it, and then it's going to be proven to be fake, and then people are going to be a lot more skeptical about everything, which is probably going to be a good thing. Anyway, so let me. Technology is getting a bit too real now. Isn't Vocaloid like that though? Yeah, right. Also, 2 is TOO. Grammar Nazi help. All right. So anyway, so let me do some pickups here. So I also got Diamond is Unbreakable. This actually came today.
Cool.
And then I got this, which they sent to me from Amazon in a bubble mailer. And I don't know. I can't help but feel like it's damaged in some way, but I don't visually see any damage. But the fact that the sticker is kind of hanging off the edge there, I kind of want to have them send me a replacement. just so that it's a little bit more, you know.
But don't you work as an Amazon warehouse?
I actually got fired from that one
Oh,
for
what?
not. Yeah, well, okay. So the thing was that I work at 2 different warehouses, and I'm not telling people where I work, Reese. But it's okay about Amazon because I don't work there anymore. But the thing is that at the one I was working at, you need to have worked one shift per month. And the last day of January came, and I'm like, today's the last day of January. Oh shit. and so they sent me like the notice, like, oh, you've been, like, we've terminated you from our system. You can still come back and work for us, you just have to apply again. Right. So anyway, but the one I worked at was an Amazon Flex. So it was they put them like in college towns. They're extremely small. The items that they sell are booze, all types of crackers and chips, condoms,
Oh god.
and video game consoles and stuff, and also like cereal and stuff that you would eat, right?
One of those items don't belong in that list. This is clearly marketing.
Video games. Yeah. So yeah, they didn't sell stuff like that. But although I do have a church friend who works at an Amazon that's like the big warehouse literally across the street from the other warehouse I work at. But I couldn't get in that Amazon because they weren't hiring. But I plan to ask them what magic do I have to do to get Amazon to listen? Because you guys don't remember, I think I showed this on the last podcast. I bought Parasite, and it didn't come with a slipcover. So I complained to Amazon, and I requested a replacement. I haven't gotten it. I don't know what's going on, but I fully expect it to arrive without a slipcover.
I would recommend doing this is a RHYS 2753 tip. Go to Walmart, buy a copy that has a slipcover, go out to your car, take the slipcover off, and then return it.
I like this tip. But here's the thing. I went on eBay, and I found it for even cheaper than Amazon with the slipcover because somebody bought it and took the digital code and then sold it for like $1 less than Amazon was selling it. So that's what I got.
That's awesome.
And I watched this morning. I tried to watch it last night, but I played the trailer for my wife, and she said, this seems like it's going to be too scary for us to watch while our daughter, who for some reason took like a 5-hour nap that day, was up until like 1:30 in the morning because she wanted to watch Interspecies Reviewers. No, no, but I couldn't play it that night, which is very unfortunate because the only part that I didn't want her to watch is at the end of the movie, and we watched it in the daytime while she was still sleeping, and she woke up at literally the one part I did not want her to see, and she looked right at the TV when it happened.
Oh god.
So anyway,
That's terrible.
it involves a person's skull getting bashed in. So I recently found somebody that I already know, like I bought from them before on a special group, and they were selling Saint Seiya, Knights of the Zodiac Sanctuary, Volume 1 and 2 from Flatiron, right? And they're selling a bunch of stuff. This is just what I picked up. Hellgirl Series 2. This is the complete collection, not the Part 1, Part 2 version.
Is that the fat? It's not the fat pack. What the hell? When did they go down to the thin pack?
Is that
I
a
don't know.
bootleg?
These are from Sentai. I don't believe they're bootlegs.
Yeah, but mine were fat packs.
So tell me, are these? Did you? I was worried about this. I'm not sure. But the thing is that
4 discs.
he asked for a very reasonable price for all of this together. And I was like, you know what? I don't have the money right now. I'm not going to buy this. And then I looked online how much these cost on Amazon, and they're like $70 and $140 or something like that. And I'm like, I'll take them. He asked for like $35 for all of this. So anyway,
Have you checked the metadata on those Huggo ones?
no, I haven't had a chance to yet.
Okay.
Put on
I've
your
been
to-do
extremely busy,
list.
as I said. So I've got one more thing I want to share with you. I've actually got a bunch of other stuff to show you, but I'm not going to show you now. I'm going to space them out. But I found this thing on Amazon called Evil Brain from Outer Space, and I had to own it. It's a Japanese movie. This is probably like a bootleg thing. Oldies.com probably isn't a site that even exists anymore. It's a black and white movie, even though all of this seems like it would definitely be in color. It says 1956, black and white, 78 minutes, starring Ken Utsui, Junko Ikeuchi. I don't recognize any of these names, so I'm not going to bother you with them. But anyway, I can't wait to watch this monstrosity. It's like $4.95 or something like that. So that's what I'm most looking forward to in the future, even though I'll never be able to watch it. Anyway, Random 11 is here. Ooh, nice background. Nice new background. Yes. Apparently, we learned something from.
I just put that comment in the thing. You can't see it on the StreamYard.
What?
I did the whole explanation already in this.
Okay. It just hasn't popped up yet. Okay. Yeah, we learned from that podcast Justice Vegas does. Anyway.
There it is.
All right. So. Yeah. Okay. Let me. It's a good thing you always find the stuff for us, usually, so you can always do this. So we got to talk about My Hero Academia and the fact that we predict the future, you and me, because this is the most obvious fucking thing that was ever going to happen. So, sorry, My Hero Academia manga and anime removed from Chinese digital platforms. Also, a My Hero Academia game was being produced by a Chinese company, but it's been scrapped. And again, this is going back to the name of this guy. So I'm going to skip that article because this covers it better. Thank you again for that, Sora News 24. My Hero Academia creator and publisher make official apologies for a controversial character name. Critics say Maruta Shiga is a reference to human experimentation in Japan-occupied China. For quite some time now, My Hero Academia has been a near-perfect example of an internationally attractive manga/anime series. It's got an unmistakable Japanese flair to its artwork and storytelling, but it's also an accessible franchise with a focus on Western superhero-like powers and conflicts. It takes place in a school, always a quick way to connect with youthful audiences and provide exposition lessons, but the institution doesn't present as many cultural hurdles international viewers need to clear as more down-to-earth Japanese schoolhouse dramas would, or as a more down-to-earth Japanese schoolhouse drama would. And in a respectable production budget and speedily produced localizations. Add in a respectable production budget and speedily produced localizations, and My Hero Academia has been a worldwide hit. However, its global success train was suddenly derailed this week with the release of its latest serialized chapter, when the true name of one of the series' villains was revealed to be Maruta Shiga, or Shiga Maruta, depending on how you do that. Also, Reese, which Lupin is your avatar from?
Part 2.
Best part? All right, so let me.
I could tell you which episode, just because I just watched it, and that's why I grabbed it. I literally, I mean, we'll talk about this later, but I literally watched this episode this last week, and I just grabbed it just for having an avatar, and then I saw that episode in Hentai Prince. I was like, holy shit, this is sense. So, hang on. I'm gonna unplug. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go.
Okay. So I just want to let you guys know. The reason this article is a little hard for me to read is because my eyes are starting to blur a little bit. So bear with me. This happens from time to time. I don't know why. Whenever I'm on the podcast only. All right. So one sketchy doctor that works in the hospital could be Daruma Ujiko, the doctor that is pictured below. So they have an embedded tweet here. I'm just going to open. So RHYS left, but he was saying that this is actually a different character. But he does kind of look like... Well, I got to pull up the other thing around.
Part 2, episode 85.
Right on. So, RHYS, you said that these are not the same character, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I thought this might be like a scar, but I was picturing it wrong. So he has a scar on the side of his. Anyway, not the same guy, even though they look almost identical. All right. Anyway, are they related? That's a spoiler. We don't need to get into that. All right. Oh, by the way, Random 11, sorry, but I don't think we're going to say anything here that wasn't already said to you before you left in the last podcast. The only thing that would be considered a spoiler is literally, is literally this image here. If that's a spoiler to you, that's it. That's the only thing I think is a spoiler compared to what you already heard from the last podcast. Anyway, before you left. Anyway. So, originally known as Daruma Ujiko, the character is a scientist who performs experiments on human subjects, creating soldiers for the series' nefarious League of Villains. However, once his name was revealed to be Maruda, some readers saw a parallel to the Imperial Japanese Army's Unit 731, which operated in Japanese occupied Manchuria in the run-up to and during World War II. Unit 731 was a human experimentation unit which forcibly gathered test subjects from among local political dissident and civilian populations, with accusations including experimentation on mentally handicapped, pregnant, and infant subjects, frequently involving willful injections with diseases and resulting in painful death. So real quick, last podcast, I was trying to come up with a name because we talked about how his name means logs in Japanese. And I actually went out of my way to point out what the kanji that makes up the word logs mean and how it applies to the character, which we're going to get into in a moment. In the next couple articles about this, I joked that like they should just come back and name him Hitler or whatever, right? But I couldn't. I was trying to think of a name, and the only name that came to mind was Elsa. But I'm like, no, that's the character from Frozen. The name I was thinking of was Ilsa. I was saying like that would be like if you named a character blah 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 blah, right? And I said like not Hitler because that's like too on the nose, but like I don't know, like Adolf or whatever it would translate to in another language. But Ilsa is the one I was trying to think of. I just couldn't remember. Is Ilsa Koch, who was the wife of like a Nazi general in a concentration camp that was like supposedly skinned prisoners and use their skin to make furniture like lampshades and stuff. So that's what I was trying to get at. If you named a character Ilsa, it would make that and that character was sort of like that, like nefarious or whatever. In that way, it would make them even more diabolical because they share the name of this horrific sociopath from World War II, right? You know what I mean? Anyway, but something that's worth noting is like we're talking about like, oh, Japan did this, Japan did that. And I also kind of talk about like literally every single war this happens, and it's not just Japan. You only know about it because Japan lost, right? And I always talk about this. Like, don't you guys remember? In fact, WikiLeaks, good old wonderful WikiLeaks that the left hates and thinks is Russian owned and operated. Do you guys not remember when they published all that stuff about the treatment of the Iraqi prisoners in the Middle East, prisoners of war, and how like the U.S. was using like cruel and unusual punishments on them? In fact, the U.S. Supposedly patented a vaccine that isolated and attacked a gene in the human body linked to religious extremism to stop people in the Middle East from being Islamic terrorists. Right? Now, don't think for a second, because this has happened over and over again with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, that they wouldn't also, have you seen Vexil? That they wouldn't give away or have like bird flu or, I don't know, coronavirus, who knows, and then give away free vaccines to people that sterilized you, which has happened many times in Africa with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, or cured you of your religious extremism or whatever they claimed, right? This kind of shit happens every war that we've ever had, that anybody has ever had. They do that. It's an excuse to run these tests on people, research things that you otherwise definitely can't research, because what you have at your disposal is a bunch of people from a different land that you don't care about, that you can do whatever the fuck you want to. The only other way you could ever get away with doing something like this is if you had prisoners on death row or something like that, which I'm sure that the Japanese probably did before the wars, the world wars and stuff, that they used prisoners and stuff for different things. And I'm sure a lot of places have, that this is just what they do. And once again, you hear about Japan because they lost the war. Anyway.
I'm gonna pause you for a moment. The whole
Sure.
prisoners being test subjects. I've been watching the new Blade of the Immortal series. That big thing in this the last arc that just wrapped up. They're all using Death Note image trying to make them immortal.
Say what?
They were using Death Note or fucking Death Row inmates.
Okay.
to experiment and try to make them immortal.
Right.
That was the whole thing behind the entire arc.
By the way,
What you just said.
weird tangent. Mermaid Forest Watch Club When. That has such a great premise about immortality that is so well fleshed out that it was such a good show. Anyway, yes, U.S. government did it to black people in Tuskegee. Yeah, this always happens, and if you're rich and powerful and constantly winning and have a huge whopping military, you can sweep it under the rug constantly. And claim, oh, we don't do that anymore. Yes, we do. And all that shit. But if you're Japan and you've reformed and you don't have a military that's imperial and you're a self-defense force, they'll never let you live it down. This is exactly the same thing as don't fucking apologize, right? It's the same fucking thing, because people who can make you feel bad, especially for shit that you did not do, meaning modern day white people have not owned a single slave, right? But if you can make them feel bad for slavery that probably people that weren't even their ancestors did back in the 1800s or whatever, you control them. It's a manipulation tactic, right? Never apologize for something, especially when it's something you didn't do. Never apologize to the mob. You can apologize interpersonally to an individual, just don't do it fucking publicly on Twitter like Vic tried to do when he was trying to apologize for hurt feelings, and everybody's like, he's apologized for all the stuff he admitted to doing and all that shit. Don't apologize online. Never apologize online. Apologize in person to somebody. If it's something that was obviously like a misunderstanding or whatever, you never apologize to anybody who is making a big deal about it and weaponizing cancel culture. It's never going to go well.
Because when you give it an inch, they will take a mile.
Yes, and they will continue to take a mile until you don't exist anymore and they cancel you. We're talking about My Hero Academia, and I feel like this may happen at some point. So let's see how this goes. All right. Unit 731's facility in China's Harbin City was disguised as a lumber mill, and human test subjects were referred to as logs, the Japanese word for which is Maruta. When this week's chapter of My Hero Academia revealed that Maruta was also the name of its evil scientist, it was seen by many in China as a reference to Unit 731's activities, and the resulting backlash had many demanding an apology from My Hero Academia creator Kohei Horikoshi on social media, and also has resulted in the series being removed from digital distribution platforms in China. On Friday, Shueisha, the Japanese company that publishes My Hero Academia in its weekly Shonen Jump manga anthology, as well as Horikoshi, offered apologies through Twitter, while also claiming that the similarities between the character and Unit 731 were entirely a coincidence. Translation below. So this is what they said. Fuck, they got a lot into that short amount of kanji. Is there a picture here with more kanji? Yes, okay. I was gonna say there's no fucking way. Because I'm like a lot of this kanji. Oh fuck! I just closed the tab. A lot of this kanji is actually katakana that says, well, that's kanji for Boku no Hero Academia. Like that whole thing is just the title of the fucking show. Anyway, so regarding the character Maruta Shiga, who appears in the chapter of My Hero Academia published in the 2020 volume 10 issue of Weekly Shonen Jump, which went on sale February 3rd. We have received numerous indications from readers in China and elsewhere overseas that it is a reminder of a tragic part of history. Shiga is from a part of other characters that appear, and Maruta was chosen in reference to his physical appearance, as I fucking pointed out in the last podcast. Although I do think it is a bullshit lie that it wasn't a reference. I just think that because the character is a fucking villain, that the reference was on purpose because they aren't glorifying this character or the fucking shit that he does.
Yeah.
Right? As I said, it would be like naming an awful, abusive, horrifying character like Tanya the Evil, perhaps. I haven't watched the show. Ilsa. Right? It would be like naming them Ilsa.
And it's weird that this is banned, whereas, malicious depictions of Donald Trump or like George Bush or like Trump was a Titan in that one Attack on Titan like spin-off anthology that was made by American creators.
Oh, really?
Or something.
Of course it was. Just because the fucking wall.
The wall.
Right. Hilarious, guys. You're so creative. I love it. Anime Planet's official Twitter account, which, by the way, just real quick, if you hate my anime, let's go use Anime Planet. But Anime Planet made a joke about Trump's wall one time with a GIF from Attack on Titan of like the colossal Titan like peeking over the wall, and it said something like maybe people should tell Trump about like how things end up when you use a wall or something weird like that. And I'm like, I'm like, you do realize that wall literally worked exactly the way Trump suggested walls work for like thousands of years in the story, right? And the only thing that stopped it from working was a fucking colossal Titan kicking the wall through, the door through, right? Anyway, people are dumb.
You gotta watch out for those real Titans. Come on.
Yeah.
That's all he's saying.
The real 50-foot walking wall crushers.
Like, literally, actual people need to use like Spider-Man gear to get around the fucking walls. Right? Anyway, back to this. Shiga is from a part of another of other characters that appear, and Maruta is chosen in reference to his physical appearance. And there was absolutely no intention of superimposing them with past historical events. All the same, the result of combining that name with a character who is a doctor from an evil organization has inadvertently caused discomfort to our readers in China and elsewhere overseas. The editing department should have thoroughly considered this before publishing. We deeply apologize. We are taking this issue seriously, and the character's name will be changed when the print editions of this series is put into collected volumes, and also promptly for the digital version. Moving forward, we will continue to make efforts to deepen our understanding of various aspects of history and culture and produce a manga that considers the feelings of many people. Shueisha. Now here's the one from Horikoshi. Regarding the name Maruta Shiga, which appears in chapter 259 of My Hero Academia, I sincerely apologize for the great discomfort this inadvertently caused to many people. Regarding the name Shiga, the character himself was infatuated with All for One, the previous boss of the League of Villains, whose real name was Shigaraki. In order to feel closer to Shigaraki, the character took part of his last name and began calling himself Shiga. As for Maruta, the name was chosen to give a feeling of chubby rotundness. Both are coincidences, and I had no intention whatsoever of causing any emotional pain to readers. I apologize from the bottom of my heart.
How many people feel emotional pain from that?
None. I'm sure that literally none actually felt fucking pain over this character being named that. They manifest up there, my grandparents in the next room who don't read My Hero Academia are so offended, right?
Yeah.
Moving forward, I will make efforts so that nothing like this ever happens again. So he talks like Shiga was also part of the controversy, but I don't remember reading anything about that being a problematic name. Right? Both are coincidences. I don't know why he says both are coincidences, as if Shiga. It's almost like
He's
both
throwing himself under the bus.
Right. It's almost like both of those were actual references to Unit 731, and the other people hadn't figured out Shiga yet, and he accidentally let slip. There was a
he
little bit more.
preemptively exposed himself.
I don't know if nobody else, like, they're going to figure it out later and call him out again. Let's see. Horikoshi's explanation of the rationale behind Shiga, which is a relatively common Japanese surname, could be related to speculation from upset readers that it's meant to be a reference to the Shiga toxin group, which is named after Kiyoshi Shiga, the Japanese scientist who first identified them in the late 1890s. However, Kiyoshi Shiga has no apparent connection to Unit 731, and the unit's experimentations are believed to have been focused on bacterial diseases rather than toxic infection. Maruta is arguably the harder part of the name to see as a coincidence. The My Hero Academia doctor's name was written with the kanji characters, which we specifically
in reverse of
talked
Daruga.
about, which mean round and fat. It's amazing. I said that exact thing before this article was even written. As you might guess, that connotation means that Maruta isn't anywhere near a common name for an actual Japanese person to have. Except that I fucking showed you that Bakugo and Todoroki and all of them use kanji that would never fucking be used in a name, right? They're ones that you use because it's cool for an anime character, but would never use in a real person's name, right? Anyway. And the fact that Maruta is also exactly how you write the Maruta for log in Japanese, again, makes it an unusual choice for a person's name. While we're on the subject, though, Daruma, which when written in phonetic hiragana script, shares many characters with Maruta. Okay, so yeah, I get that. Okay, yeah, that actually makes sense because the way that hiragana works is it's syllable based, right? So it's going to be everything has a vowel and a consonant in it. Sometimes two consonants for shi or chi or tsu, and the only singular consonant is n for n, right? So
Yep.
ma, ru, ta, going backwards, ma, ru, da. And da is literally ta with the tick marks to change it to da. So it's literally the same symbol, but with an added little accent that changes it to a different pronunciation. So, which when written in phonetic hiragana script shares many characters with Maruta. The characters until now alias also isn't a typical Japanese name, since it immediately brings to mind Daruma dolls, which are themselves round. Yeah, see, again, this actually, this really backs up Horikoshi's claim. And the thing I said about the kanji in the last podcast, that he is literally naming the character because the guy's a fat ass, right? He's literally naming him round and all that, right? So
Well,
the
now
Daruma,
he's fat shaming.
yeah, I can't wait till that's the thing that they cancel him over next, right?
Yeah.
However, it's also worth pointing out that while Maruta was the term used by Unit 731 for its human test subject victims, the word doesn't carry the secondary meaning of guinea pig or expendable material in the Japanese language. Reprehensible as its use within the unit may have been, Maruta isn't a society-wide slur or euphemism. Given the complexity of the situation, it's likely that not everyone who feels the character's name was in poor taste will buy the explanation that it was all purely a coincidence. And we'll have to wait and see if the yet-to-be-announced renaming, which we're going to look at in just a second, as well as the apologies, are enough to get My Hero Academia back into the good graces of the Chinese publishing sector. It won't be. Don't apologize. All right, so controversial My Hero Academia character gets new name. Comes with risk of yet another controversy. Yeah, we'll talk about the birthday thing in a minute. Actually, we'll talk about the birthday thing now. JT Master's bringing up. I mean, they're already trying to cancel him over a character's birthday. Again, Reese, you predict the future. A birthday that has been known for like 2 years. So I want to show you something real quick. Let me stop sharing this for a second, and I want to look something up.
My post on Discord.
What's up?
My post.
No, I wasn't going to pull your post on Discord. If you want to pull it up, you can, as long as it's.
Okay.
All right. So let's click on this. Okay. So we've got it. April 20th. Births. Wow. Look at all these people born on April 20th. Napoleon. Fucking Napoleon III. Born on Hitler's birthday. How dare he be born before Hitler on his birthday? I'm going to see if I actually know any of these other people. The princess.
We lost FDDNM.
Ah, fuck. I don't know any of these other people. Adolf Hitler. How dare you be born on Hitler's birthday?
How dare Hitler be born on Katsuki Bakugo's birthday? Fuck that guy.
Let's see if anybody else.
Nope, he's back.
Yeah, I'm back.
I left.
Yep.
Yeah.
For a second.
Yeah, my connection was terrible, but I didn't actually officially leave.
You lost your avatar.
Yeah, I took it off because my connection was dwindling.
I don't think your avatar would cause your.
Well, I didn't want to be standing here just looking into space while you guys are like, hey,
Guys, how dare Pat Roberts share a birthday with Hitler? Literally the only other person on here that I've known. George Takei shares a birthday with Hitler?
What the
Honestly,
hell?
that's the most Nazi thing you can do as a human being, just like
Yeah,
being born
just
on
having
the
the
same,
same
day as Hitler.
birthday. That means he's pretty much the same. He's the reincarnation almost, even though they
Might
listed
as
her. Things you learn on the OCA podcast. Birthdays of people shared with Hitler. But there's so many people in here that are relevant in some way or another that I've never heard of and don't care about. So what I'm getting at here, let me come back to this real quick. So Boku no Hero Academia's character birthdays, the same as fascists. I think it's actually really funny what they shared here. So the caving of Kohei Horikoshi, creator of Boku no Hero Academia, to internet outrage over a harmless name has led to the usual suspects, this time from mostly the Eastern Hemisphere, taking a mile. As supposed fans of the series have grown offended by some characters sharing birthdays with fascist figures. A Twitter post accumulated over 18,000 comments after it pointed out that some My Hero Academia characters share the same birthday as fascist figures from the past, a highly inexcusable and immensely trifling detail that naturally spawned further outrage. Okay, so Bakugo has the same birthday as Hitler. Okay, now there's this weird thing in Japan where, for some reason, there's so much detail put into your character design that even if it never comes up in the show, there's like all these books like what blood type are they, what's their sign, when were they born, all that kind of stuff.
What do they like?
Yeah. Oh, likes bananas, dislikes fish, or all that shit.
Yeah.
So Bakugo shares the birthday of Adolf Hitler, Endeavor with Doihara Kenji, a general in the Imperial Japanese Army during World War II, Shigaraki with Yamamoto Isoroku, Marshal Admiral of the Imperial Japanese Navy and the Combined Fleet's Commander-in-Chief throughout World War II. And Midoriya shares a birthday with the founding day of the Japanese Communist Party. Those fascists. Much like the initial social media calamity, where people complained about a character's name being the same as the word to describe people who were experimented on during World War II, the majority of those taking offense are actually from the Eastern Hemisphere. No actions have been demanded of Horikoshi for this particular instance of discontent, though a widespread vitriol and condemnation will likely never cease now that the outraged cultists have been kowtowed by the creator. So let me point out, I brought up Hitler's birthday because it's the one I knew off the top of my head. But I guarantee you, if I just typed in, let me type in my own birthday. Except my birthday starts with an N, so I can't.
I'm pretty sure the real reason he made him born on that date is because he thought, he's explosive. He probably blazes it.
Yeah. It's the meme. That's all it is. It's the 420 meme.
Exactly.
Yeah. No, 420 blaze it, right? Bakugo blaze that makes perfect sense. But the point is, if I look up my own birthday and I go through this extremely long fucking list of births, events, deaths, and all that shit, I'm gonna find somebody who's the general of some army that lost a war.
Yeah.
Right? Oh, also, apparently Lil Peep, American singer and rapper, has the same birthday as me and Old Dirty Bastard.
How dare you?
And, it'd be funny. No, I'm sorry. That was his death. He died on Old Dirty Bastard's birthday. But I'm sure that if I looked through this, it would be funny to, at some point, go through this and find who the most reprehensible person is that shares my birthday and make that a meme. Pope of the Catholic Church, Nicholas V. There you go. I'm literally Hitler now because of that. I don't know. I have to look at the rest. Anyway, but this is the thing is that, like, oh, here we go. At least 300 are massacred during a general strike in Ecuador. Okay. There you go. Literally Hitler. Anyway, so back to the other thing here. But that's the point. I guarantee you that's what they did. I guarantee you they looked through every fucking character in the show. Endeavor, really? Like, you had to go through all that to look for Endeavor
Oh
to
my
find
god.
this? You know, they just typed in the name, and then they looked through the wiki article, and they're like, who is Doihara Kenji? Let's click on him. Let's do exactly what I just did, where you mouse over it, and you read the little synopsis, and it says, an American modernist poet. But instead it said, World War II Japan general. Oh, fuck! Fascist, right? That's exactly what they fucking did.
I want to interrupt you for something for mine.
Go ahead.
Hold on, I lost it. 1 second. Okay. 1870. This is my birthday. 1876.
In 1876?
Yes. Alexander Graham Bell granted the patent for the invention he calls the telephone. And then 1900, German liner SS Kaiser Wilhelm der Grosse becomes the first ship to send wireless signals to shore. I was like, you could have one extreme to the other.
Yeah. Yeah. So, anyway, I think I made my point that that's exactly what they did. And you could do this for literally any character in any show ever. It is a little weird that one of them is Hitler's birthday, but the fact that the 420 Blaze It meme syncs up with Bakugo, I mean, if it was Midoriya or All Might, then I might be a little concerned. You know what I mean?
Right.
But it's fucking Bakugo. It
Yeah.
makes perfect sense.
Yep.
It's the one character where it really matters. Maybe Endeavor, you could do that too, because he's
Yeah.
like always on fire, you know?
Yeah.
But it's such like they're not even the worst. They're not even the worst generals in Japan's history for that shit. You know what I mean? And I just love how like the usual suspects who claim that communism is like the solution to fascism, like you've got left wing isn't fascist, but right wing is. But oh yeah, it's fascist because of the founding day of the Japanese Communist Party. You know, I love it. Anyway, so Old Man says they hate My Hero Academia because they are villains. The show is like a mirror to them, and they don't like what they see, so they have to destroy it. I mean, maybe. That's a take. That's an interesting take. Man, these outrage mobs sure have nothing better to do than mine for connections. Yeah, pretty much. Hitler also had a dog. Everybody else. Yeah, I was going to joke about this. Like, this is like the Hitler breathed air. Air is awful. Air is evil now. You know? Like, guys, don't you realize Horikoshi drew this manga? Did you not know that Hitler was an artist too? He's so
Jesus
much like Hitler, you don't even know.
Yeah,
He's
people are
probably
missing
already
the big
gassed a couple
picture here.
times.
Yeah.
What's up?
People are missing the big picture here.
What's the big picture?
Oh my god, you just said it.
Oh, yeah. Horikoshi is a big American media nut. Pretty sure he knows the 420 meme by now. I'm sure he does.
Jesus.
Anyway, so let me.
I'm just still going through my list, and like I got Bloody Sunday.
Oh, right on. Congratulations for that one.
Thanks.
So, controversial My Hero Academia character gets new meme, comes with risk of yet another controversy. Critics said Maruta Shiga was a reference to human experimentation during World War II, but some see the same problem in his new name. Last week, My Hero Academia, one of the most successful and internationally popular currently ongoing anime/manga franchises, was the center of I'm just going to skip this. We just read all that shit. Both My Hero Academia. Okay, we already read that too. Here we go. We're going to start here. Okay. Shueisha and Horikoshi promised a name change, and less than a week later, the change has already been implemented in digital versions of the manga. The character's name is now Gyudai Garaki. In My Hero
You
Academia,
should have made it a worse name that people are like, oh, it's changed now. Good.
yeah, well, in My Hero Academia's English translator Caleb Cook tweeted some pretty sound logic behind Horikoshi and or Shueisha's decision. So here's what he tweeted. Doc's new name updated in digital versions for chapter 259. Kyudai equals ball and big. In the same spirit, as round and fat. Garaki equals husk plus tree.
Tree is pretty close to log.
It's also the end of Shigaraki, right? So it's the end of Shigaraki instead of the start. Also, the wooden element is preserved through tree. Now, this is important, and this is actually something I considered. It was too long-winded to bring up in the last podcast, but I was going to talk about Midoriya's name and what it means and all that stuff. But his name is a different kind of pun. So look, Kyudai Garaki, quirkless. There is another angle is the wood connection in quirkless people's names or nicknames. The idea being wood equals useless lump. Deku equals wooden puppet. Toshinori Yagi, the gi equals ki, because again, ki and gi are the same symbol. Gi just has a little tick mark next to it to change it from ki pronunciation to gi. That equals tree. Maruda equals log. So this is like him saying this before. Decent chance the director's revised name would be wood related. Maybe Kabu, which equals stump, right? So, okay, this is actually the same thing they were going to show on that other part. I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick because I've been drinking a ton of water. I will be right back. I'm going to eat this, you guys.
It sounds like he has a real thing for wood.
Yeah.
He gets his wood going.
The commercial break card for My Hero Academia, like they have like all the different characters, like their name, their
Stats.
blood type, their height, their likes, the birthday.
The stats.
For All Mights, his likes is Yakushima Cedar.
Cedar?
Yeah, it's like a kind of Japanese cedar, I guess. So, I've been going through. Everybody who has not even thought of doing this, go on like Wikipedia, look up your birthday. I share like the patent for the telephone, but apparently I share a birth date with E.L. James, who's the author of 50 Shades of Grey.
Oh God.
Which I'm not really pleased about, but I do share a birthday with Bryan Cranston, so I guess that's kind of cool. But yeah.
I really wanted to see 50 Shades of Grey when the original person that they had cast for the girl was Hermione. Emma Watson.
Yeah.
Because I just thought it would be really funny to go from Harry Potter to this like BDSM sex like movie. But she turned it down. So I never ended up seeing it because it wasn't appealing otherwise. I just thought it would be really fucking funny if she was in it.
Well,
but
at least she was sensible.
I don't know. I think it would have been a career move right up there with Daniel Radcliffe walking out on stage with a horse while he was naked.
No.
Totally seemed like
that was in a play.
Yeah.
So.
It's totally like a move that will distance you from your role as Harry Potter. So she should have done 50 Shades of Grey. And look how much money it made, right?
I guess that makes sense.
I just think of it so fucking funny. And then Ron just actually goes straight into actually doing porn. That would have been the best. Like, that's what they should have done.
Oh, God.
Let's be real. Nobody's having sex with Ron. All right. Anyway. However, it looks like once again the name leaves the door open to interpretation that it's a reference to World War II era Japanese dark medical science legacy. So JT Masters shares a birthday with Liberal Democratic Party President Shinzo Abe. Which again is to say the Republican Party of Japan. Because for some reason it's gotten so backwards depending on where you are language-wise. All right, so
apparently,
anyway.
baseball player Cool Papa Bell died the day I was born. So I guess I'm a reincarnation of Cool Papa Bell.
Okay. As pointed out by Japanese Twitter user I'm not even going to try to even pronounce what that's supposed to be. Kyudai's name is pronounced just like Kyudai. The commonly used abbreviation for Kyushu Daigaku, known in English as Kyushu University. Located in the city of Fukuoka, Kyushu University is one of Japan's oldest universities and has a reputation for excellence in the field of medicine. But it was also the site of what are known in Japanese as the Kyushu University live dissection incidents. Kyushu Daigaku Seitai Kaiho Jiken, which took place in 1945. So,
Interesting.
again, Ellen Fox, the purpose of these names for the villain is to make him even more diabolical.
Yeah.
I've revoked your anime pass. Put up your subs and dubs. You can't watch anymore, you idiots. On May 5th, 1945, a U.S. B-29 Superfortress aircraft was returning from a bombing run on an airfield near Fukuoka when it was rammed by an Imperial Japanese fighter plane. You know, those suicide bombers. Of the 12 B-29 crew members, 9 were captured, with 8 being sent as POWs to the medical department of Kyushu University.
They were sent as POWs.
Prisoners of war.
I know.
To the medical
I
department.
just felt
Kyushu
like
University,
verbalizing it.
then known as Kyushu Imperial University, to be used as test subjects. I would just note real quick for anybody who forgot, we put the Japanese in internment camps, and we also dropped an atomic bomb on their country. So maybe it evens out.
Maybe. Just maybe.
All right, so let me pull this up and see what this says. Is this the... Yeah,
Two
this is
atomic bombs. JT Master is correcting you. Not one, but 2.
when I said the way I phrased it was meant to imply it's the only country that has ever been bombed by an atomic bomb so far, civilian wise or whatever. Although allegedly we dropped leaflets for like 10 days leading up to it saying, "Get the fuck out! We're gonna bomb you to Kingdom Come," in Japanese, of course. Just a picture of a mushroom cloud and like Asian people where the slinty eyes go from slinty to like real big and like, oh God, you know. That's what we dropped, I think, in the leaflets because we couldn't write Japanese back then, so we just had to make it clear what was going to happen. To drop a film reel of Barefoot Gen. No. All right. On May 5th, 1940, can you imagine a fucking Disney? The U.S. government, because obviously Barefoot Gen is a response to the bombing, right? But imagine like the U.S. government hiring Disney to animate essentially what happens in Barefoot Gen, and just dropping like that in Japan. Like just gathering everybody into the town centers, like, yeah, so the Americans dropped this film reel. We should probably check it out. It's like, like that amazing music they used to put in those things.
It's got a musical number in the middle of it.
This is you. This is you if you're still here tomorrow. Skin melting off, all animated in the Disney style.
Followed by, this is your brain on drugs.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. So none of the 8 airmen held at the university would survive the experiments, which, according to testimony, included injecting the subjects with seawater to see if it could be used as a substitute for sterile saline solution. Well, I'm glad we've learned that can't be done. So first of all, I think this is also important to point out. Once again, this is looking back after the Geneva Convention, after the Treaty of Versailles and all that. Actually, the Treaty of Versailles was World War One, but I don't think was Japan involved in World War One.
I don't remember.
I don't really remember. Yeah, but the point is that this is looking back after rules of engagement and like no chemical tests on, because we used mustard gas and shit. Like we tested them on our own soldiers, volunteers. So anyway,
They were
all
involved.
the shit that they did was like banned after the fact, and we're all like, God, shame on you, Japan, for doing this stuff before,
Before it
we
was
even
cool.
said you shouldn't. Even like, it's still horrifying, right? Obviously, but I hate when people use their modern lens to decry something that happened in history. Anyway, removing parts of the subject's livers to see if they could survive, removing an entire lung from one subject, drilling through the skull of a live prisoner to remove part of his brain and see if it would influence epilepsy. Well, did it? Neither Shueisha nor Horikoshi have commented on the linguistic connection that could be drawn between the My Hero Academia character's new name and yet another case of real-world human experimentation by actual Japanese scientists. It's entirely possible that it's a coincidence, but as with Maruda, it's probably not helping that Kyudai isn't a common real-world name for a person. Should this all prompt yet another rename, Shueisha and Horikoshi, great job, guys, with your proofreading, are no doubt going to be looking long and hard for any possible negative interpretations of whatever they decide to go with. Well, maybe they'll use FUPA or whatever that guy said for stuff. All right, so we're finally. Oh fuck no, there's still. Oh hey, look, it's getting doxxed again. All right, so actually no, Otakuso is I gave him a nickname, so it wouldn't. So we got these things here. So Misty Chronexia, fellow YouTuber, said, "Here we go again. Mind you, these are strikes I cannot do anything about. Mind you, these are strikes I cannot do anything about. They're saying you can do something about your terrible grammar."
Give him a break. He's part French. He doesn't know English.
No excuses. They're saying because Team YouTube does not believe my fair use video is fair use enough. YouTube canceled my channel, and I'm not sure I'm willing to fight for it again. That's the real thesis. So, yeah.
Maybe it's actually because he has misleading thumbnails on everything.
They claimed it was because those counter notification was rejected, which is like so dumb. See, when I counterclaim, the response shouldn't be, "Nah, YouTube decided we're going to reject it." It should be, "No, they take me to court now." That's how it should be. Put up or shut up, Japanese companies. Anyway. And then we've also got Otaku V's, who I'm actually a little surprised you even knew as a YouTube channel, RHYS. But they said, "Well, at this rate, it looks like our first episode may just be our last. Anyone know who I can talk to about this to make sure our debut doesn't break YouTube?"
Otaku Versus?
Yes, Otaku V.
Holden reviewers shared that, and that's where I.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, so Otaku V's they're incredible. Like in terms of the amount of work that they put in, they do all the kind of stuff that I know how to do, but don't have the energy or the creativity to actually make into what they've turned it into. In terms of they have like a character that they made that they hire voice actors to voice, and they do like full animations with this character doing like drunk rantings and stuff, and they're amazing. They're really, like, from a technical standpoint, they're doing something incredible that honestly should fall completely within YouTube's guidelines of like fair use and all that stuff, because they made their own character, right? But here's what it says here. Your content was removed due to a violation of our community guidelines. See, the thing about a community guidelines strike, I don't know if they got a strike. It just says they were removed. See, the thing is that their video might have been private or unlisted or whatever.
It was unlisted. That's the point. This was unlisted. They shouldn't have any issue with that. The public cannot see it.
So I use a secondary account to upload test uploads to see if I'm going to get flagged for things like using a song or whatever. But Mr. Nice Guy uploads straight to his own account, but he leaves it unlisted. And he has told me, although I don't believe him, because I'm not going to take the risk. He has told me that if you get a strike or whatever while the video is unlisted, it's not an actual strike. It just blocks the video from being made public.
In my experiences, every time I've uploaded something with copyright material, it just says it's blocked worldwide or whatever. Right. It doesn't actually strike you. I've never had a strike or anything.
But I'm not going to risk it personally. So I'm just saying that this may be what happened here, is that because it was unlisted, it was removed due to violation of community guidelines, but it wasn't striked on community guidelines strike, because a community guideline strike never goes away. That's how they got rid of Anime Snob. Because he accumulated 3 community guideline strikes or whatever. So here's what he says. Hi, Otaku Vs. Or verses, if you want to phrase it that way.
I do want to phrase it that way, in fact. Okay.
Hi, Otaku verses. I don't like verses being written with a capital V and a lowercase s, so that's why I call them Vs. Anyway, our team has reviewed your content, and unfortunately, we think it violates our sex and nudity policy. We've removed the following content from YouTube. Episode 1, The Waifu of Wall Street, first draft. So, that wasn't an unlisted video. This is a first draft where they're, showing it and getting some feedback and stuff. So, we know this might be disappointing, but it's important to us that YouTube is a safe place for all. If content breaks our rules, we remove it. If you think we've made a mistake, you can appeal, and we'll take another look. Keep reading for more details. And that's all we got here to see. But says, I'll be busting out the censor bar and light beams for sure. But to be honest, there's nothing that overly sexual in the episode. So I'm kind of at a loss over what to do. So the thing about YouTube's thing is that, in fact, I'm going to check right now. By the way, that's not what I meant to do. So about the water, I'm starting to do this thing. So I've been thinking about dehydration. So I'm sure you've noticed a couple times that I'm not always the same on the podcast. Sometimes we have a good podcast, and sometimes I'm real scatterbrained and talk circularly, and I can't. I think that's dehydration a lot of times. There's also exhaustion. But I was talking to somebody, and we kind of came to this realization that fuck, it didn't connect. Hold on. That when you don't drink enough water and you start to get dehydrated, think about this evolutionarily from the standpoint of, if you are a gazelle being chased by a cheetah in the African plains or whatever, you are running away and you're not going to stop to drink water at the watering hole or whatever, right? So when you are, when I'm at work and I'm doing a very labor intensive job and I'm not drinking enough water, my brain goes into fight or flight, right? Which I actually have a chiropractic issue that pinches a nerve that causes me to constantly be in fight or flight anyway. So I've started doing this thing where I drink 2 bottles of water as soon as I wake up. I just down them. And it's made a big difference in how clear my day is from the beginning. So I'm probably going to need to pee on the podcast a lot more. Anyway,
I'm so glad we came to that conclusion.
Speaking of, I need to step away.
Okay. Yep, we already are demonetized. So I'm going to go ahead and request.
I think it's because of what we just said.
Well, what I was going to say is that we get demonetized every single podcast. Every single one of them. But the last podcast got remonetized. In spite of the fact that it's literally titled Farewell, My Sex Toys. Right? And
Maybe we have to use reverse psychology.
Well, the thing is that what I'm getting at is that it completely depends on who at YouTube is tasked with reviewing your content. Because somebody at YouTube says, 4.5 hour live stream. Fuck that. Just let them have it. And other people look at the title and say, oh no, oh no, oh dear God. You know, what was the other one titled? What was the one before that? It was, well, all you have to do is die. Yeah, that one got demonetized. That one got remonetized. The one before that didn't get monetization back. The Yoshitaka Amano saga episode, which has a thumbnail of you, FDDNM, pixelated like you're in a Japanese porno.
And that one got remonetized?
That one did not get monetized again.
Oh.
It's still demonetized. Well done. The pussy hand got remonetized.
Oh my God. See? Does that count towards our new count?
Our new what?
The new count? Because we've been seeing a lot more genitals. Because his hand.
What the fuck are you talking about?
The last pod.
Oh, the count, right?
Marduk's,
okay. So, like,
yeah.
you're saying, does his hand count for like the new count? Because we were talking about how you need a vag count now because the count doesn't. Okay, I gotcha. I guess, yeah. So then we've also got what was this one? I'm gonna go. I know we had one more. Palapenis inserted is monetized.
Are you not seeing this trend?
Well, Sex Robot Soliloquy has been demonetized without actually giving us a review or
an option.
Reese quote tweeted me.
I'm back now.
Reese quote probably can't actually show that on stream. But he quote tweeted me J-List tweet. It's funny because every time we talk about something, J-List tweets it like the next week. They just tweeted about Panty and Stocking, right?
Yeah. The random fan service. Like last week they did the one for No Game No Life.
Right, yeah. Okay. So let me pull up some more articles here. Let's just jump back into it. Now that we're 2.5 hours into the podcast. Netflix Resident Evil plot leak hints at complete lore butchering. Here's the other article that I was actually looking for, but because I saw it on the Neon Net thing, I just went with that one about the Chatterbait thought enraged over Project Melody virtual anime cam girl. All right. Anyway, as a longtime Resident Evil fan, you become accustomed to bad news and the mediocre launches. Thus, when Resident Evil was announced for Netflix, it was easy to shrug off. By no means was it good news, but at the same time, there's little point in freaking out over Netflix producing another overhyped, mediocre show laden with progressive overtones and undertones. It was easy to write off the new show as probably going to butcher the lore, while at the same time interjecting some form of Marxism or feminist ideology into the mix. With the accidental leak, the series description, with the accidental leak of, why do you have a comma? Why the fuck do you have a comma after the word leak? With the accidental leak of the series description, comma, should be probably there, if you're going to put one in, we can, at this point, at least infer complete lore butchering has been completed. So this is the description. I had 2 articles to cover for this, and I'm covering the angry one because they actually had something to say that was somewhat, I guess, kind of related. Okay. So I covered the article you're talking about, JT Master, by saying I'm not going to cover this. So I don't really care. Yeah, you know how to make this montage. We got to talk about full packaged food, as we actually did already with Reese's thinking ahead and closing tabs before taking a screenshot of his My Anime List site thing. So anyway, that's been done. So maybe we're already remonetized and we just don't know it yet. Anyway, okay. So So here's the description that was allegedly leaked accidentally. Resident Evil, the town of Clearfield. Where's MD? What is MD abbreviation for?
Medical doctor.
Yeah, medical doctor.
No. Date.
Or master's doctorate. There it is. Yeah.
My dick.
Maryland. Okay. I was thinking about this the other day. I legitimately, I don't remember why this came up, but I was talking to my wife about it, and we were like, so I just could not for the life of me think of a state that could have a D and an M in it, right? I just couldn't do it. North Dakota, that's it, right? No. Okay, so anyway, the town of Clearfield, Maryland has long stood in the... See, the thing is that the other article that I shared actually had it written out as Maryland, and I couldn't for the life of me remember it for this one. Anyway, has long stood in the shadow of three seemingly unrelated behemoths: the Umbrella Corporation, the decommissioned Greenwood Asylum, and Washington, D.C. Today, 26 years after the discovery of the T-virus, secrets held by the three will start to be revealed at the first signs of outbreak. Going full lore buff, the first major issue is the T-virus was not discovered, but created. The progenitor virus was rediscovered in 1966 and done so in Africa during an expedition by people who would go on to found Umbrella. Despite their best efforts, all attempts to get the virus to cultivate anywhere else were met with failure, forcing production to occur in a singular facility in Africa. Isn't that always how it goes? In 1978, James Marcus, the lead researcher and one of the three founders of Umbrella, combined the progenitor virus with leech DNA, creating the tyrant virus, aka the T virus. In its earlier form, it possessed a very high mortality rate, making it next to useless as a bioweapon. I mean, unless your bioweapon is meant to kill. Leading Birkin to later perfect the virus's mutative effects after betraying Marcus with Wesker. Now, does the description refer to the creation of the T-virus by Marcus, a strain created by Birkin, or the 1998 Raccoon City outbreak? If the latter, then the show would take place in 2024, which is a problem considering Umbrella was shut down in 2003 by Congress and the military seized all their facilities. If it is a Birkin strain origin, then it would take place sometime in the 2000s, depending on the strain, which would mean there would be no Umbrella or Neo-Umbrella facilities to support the town. If we're talking progenitor origins, then it would mean a viral outbreak occurred before the Raccoon City outbreak, negating the significance of the event in the series lore. I gotta say, who's the author for Kevin? Like, you are... You're really like neck deep in this game. I'm legitimately impressed by all the math you did to come up with this. As for the secrets, I can spoil them here and now, as they're not really secrets. The U.S. government was running their own bioweapons program in parallel to Umbrella, with minor cooperation whose extent is only hinted at in a few games and the canon 3D movies. Oh, as in Resident Evil Degeneration, Damnation, and Vendetta.
Is that the one with the knife fight?
Yes. Which we should definitely watch club those, just so that I can finally have an excuse to sit down and watch Damnation.
That's the only one I've actually watched.
Degeneration was great, and Vendetta is just a lot of fun.
I think Damnation might have had a slow start, but then really picked up and had all this action and crap.
Yeah, Degeneration did too, but there's a fucking scene at the end that's like amazing. Where they did such a cool camera thing with Leon trying to escape that he's like, it's like free running, but in a very interesting take on it. It's so cool, so good to watch. Anyway, it is unknown if the U.S. military had in their possession a strain of the T-virus or not, given the tight security Umbrella placed around the viruses. Contrary to the lore butchery that went on in the RE2 remake, Umbrella sold BOWs, not viruses. So is that? I'm not even going to look it up. Viruses were so... I know what that stands for because I played the games, but I've forgotten. Viruses were so tightly guarded, Wesker would have to launch an assault on Umbrella's Rockford facilities to get his hands on some samples. At any rate, get ready for a series where, shockingly, the U.S. military was experimenting on people in an asylum they kidnapped with a heavy dose of It Was Women lore revisions. All right. So that's the live-action anime news for Resident Evil. The next news has to do with Parasite, which I went out of my way to watch this morning so that I would have seen it before we discussed this. So Oscar's most outspoken voter goes viral with Parasite opinion. Parasite is... wait, where's... So I think originally this article actually had like a subtextual line that said something like, it will not win because of whatever. So I read this originally when I read the headline as the outspoken voter was claiming it's not going to win because of this reason, right? Like they won't let it win, blah, 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 be outraged about this. Actually, the outspoken voter said the exact opposite, which I think is really funny. So they said, an anonymous Oscar voter has pulled the curtain back on her decision-making for this year's awards, and not everyone is happy about what they see. So I just want to remind you guys that I detest the Oscars. I think all award shows are self-aggrandizing crap, and that you shouldn't care what these people think about your favorite movies year after year.
Yeah, because they'll all say that what is it? Interspecies Reviewers is the best anime of all time.
Yeah.
Well, that has nothing to do with an award. But what I'm saying is,
award shows are just circle jerks.
Yeah, well,
that's what the Crunchy Awards is going to have to say next year. They'll have to say Interspecies Reviewers because it was #1 everywhere.
Yeah, well, we'll see about that. But let me, as I read this, I want you to think that the person who said these things is one of the voters on the Academy Award committee or whatever, right? So I want you to think that as I continually tell you, and I know this isn't like, I don't think anybody in the immediate audience is actually like, I'm not talking down to you. I'm just saying, like, when I talk about this, it's because these are the people that other people want to like the same movies that they like and give them a stupid award. All right. So ahead of this Sunday's 2020 Academy Awards broadcast, the unnamed female member of the Academy's actors branch spilled to the Hollywood Reporter her raw opinions on this year's contenders.
Whoa, Brad! Strong language there.
The Korean film Parasite should not be nominated with, quote, regular movies. One Twitter user decried the woman's thoughts as, quote, horrifically racist. Another expressed surprise over the fact that, quote, people this stupid are allowed to vote in the Academy. Yes. The story exposes the thespian's thought process for each category and immediately sets the tone with rationales for Best Picture. She found that Little Women was badly acted. She's, quote, unable to laugh at Hitler, hence Jojo Rabbit failed to make the cut. She believes foreign films should not be nominated with regular films. So long, Parasite. And she believes that Martin Scorsese's The Irishman only got a nomination nod because of the director's longevity in the industry. Her pick for Sunday's most coveted prize, Quentin Tarantino's Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, which she says was good out of the gate and improved on a second viewing. For the Best Actor category, she found Adam Driver's performance in Marriage Story to be unimpressive. Jonathan Pryce in The Two Popes was the opposite, according to this voter, but, quote, I don't know if I want to give it to the Pope. Joaquin Phoenix in Joker hit it out of the park. Hence, she has a winner in the character who thought murder was, well, a joke. As for Best Actress, She says Scarlett Johansson was, quote, not truthful in Marriage Story. An American actress should have played Harriet Tubman. Bye-bye, Cynthia Erivo for Harriet. And Charlize Theron in A Bombshell portrayed a real-life person that this woman finds irritating. That left Renee Zellweger, whose singing and everything in Judy was, quote, just great. The voters somehow even found a way to criticize America's Dad. Tom Hanks might have gotten her Best Supporting Actor vote for A Beautiful Day in the Neighborhood, were his eyes not, quote, calculating and judging in a way that Fred Rogers were not. She declares that Al Pacino and Joe Pesci provided no revelations in The Irishman. But her winner, Brad Pitt, in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, exuded, quote, presence that created fear. For Best Supporting Actress, Florence Pugh shot herself in the foot by being laughable in Little Women. Laura Dern was annoyingly over the top in Marriage Story, and Margot Robbie was a caricature in Bombshell. Her dark horse favorite in this category, from a movie she didn't even like, Johansson in Jojo Rabbit, because, quote, she did something kind of different than I've ever seen her do before. In that regard, Johansson has something in common with our anonymous tea spiller, to whom we'd give the vote for Best Loose Cannon Academy Award voter. Okay, so that was a very annoying article, yeah, to kind of get through. But once again, I just thought it was important. You should know the kind of people that vote on the movies you like for the Oscars. Let me address some.
On the movies that you don't give a damn about.
Right. So, Old Man said, videos that aren't monetized don't get promoted or recommended by YouTube. YouTubers say it hurts their channel regardless of the money. Nobody sees the video and their channel doesn't grow. So this is going back to the demonetization. Not only that, but all the monetization that you like getting remonetized after the fact, you've already lost all the revenue you were going to get, because the majority, like when I do a live stream, you guys are watching right now. You know, so getting demonetized, every one of the live streams doesn't make any money really, because I only, if I do get remonetized, only make money on subsequent viewings. And you know who does a subsequent viewing? Me, looking for things to remember what I said about something the previous time when I need to talk about it again as it comes up in the news again. You know, so that I can say, remember last time when I said blah, 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 and I can remember because I went back and double checked and refreshed myself on what we talked about and all that stuff, you know? So, yeah, it really hurts the channel like pretty significantly when that happens. And it's what I call, again, economic censorship. It's a way to prevent people from making things that is, quote, too sexual, quote, offensive, quote, whatever, by just demonetizing them so that they can't make any money off of that stuff. So Random 11 said one of the Ghostbusters 2016 stars said she would only vote for black women and abstain from most of the votes because there were no black female nominations. Yeah.
Is
so
that
again,
the black lady?
I assume that Leslie Jones or whatever her name is.
No, Leslie Dern, or no, Lord Dern is white. It's
Is that who it is?
Yeah.
Anyway, so the thing is that, remember when they had the Oscars so white or Oscars too white or whatever it was controversy?
yeah.
Or as I'll call it, the non-troversy. Back when that happened, so logically, if you wanted like equality in the Oscars, then the number of black Oscar winners should reflect the number of black people relative to the other people at the Oscars in the country. And they were actually overrepresented in the Oscars before the Oscars so white controversy, right? Now, let me jump into this. Academy accidentally tweets, then deletes Oscar predictions. And the winner for the best gaffe at the Oscars goes to the Academy itself. The Academy of Motion Pictures Arts and Sciences unveiled a nifty tool for fans to tweet their predictions ahead of Sunday's award ceremony at the Dolby Theater in Los Angeles. However, cinephiles went wild when the Academy seemingly tweeted its own predictions on Monday to its 3.4 million followers before deleting the erroneous tweet. To show off its new Oscars prediction experience tool, pull it up so you can actually see it. Actually, no, this isn't it. Sorry, I got to pull it up later on in the article. To show off its new Oscars prediction experience tool, the Academy tweeted a photo reading "My Oscar Predictions" with picks for all the major categories. Sorry. According to the photo, which has since been deleted but retweeted by many, this is the one I should have. This is what they tweeted out. I don't know why everybody called it not the Academy. Even I don't know what it is. Tweeting their own predictions for the Oscars, right? Now, I think it would be interesting, and I was supposed to do this but didn't because I didn't have time, to look at Best Picture, Parasite. Now, I know that one actually won Best Picture. I think it'd be really funny to go through and actually double check if these are actually the ones that won.
Who got Best Actor?
Actually, I think this one did win. Actor in supporting role, actor in starring role. Does that say starring role? Leading role. Joaquin Phoenix and Joker. So I guess it is.
He got that one too.
Wait, did he?
Yeah.
I thought Brad Pitt won that one. Why did Brad Pitt have an acceptance speech where he made some gripe about John Bolton not testifying in front of the Senate committee or whatever?
Mm.
I don't know. Well, if anybody wants to look,
I could waste time and do that for you.
That would be cool. All right. So let me link you this tweet so you can.
Okay.
I'm going to send it to you in the private chat over here so you can click on it.
Alrighty.
Thank you.
Oscar winners.
So all you got to do is keep looking until it's wrong. If it's wrong, right? And so, which has since been deleted but retweeted by many. The Academy is predicting Parasite for Best Picture, Sam Mendes for Best Director for his film 1917, Parasite for Best Original Screenplay, and Jojo Rabbit for Adapted Screenplay. In the acting categories, the predictions tweet selected Joker. So, okay, I'm not even going to bother reading the rest of this. I'm just going to come down here to this part. The blooper comes after the most infamous Oscars mix-up in 2017, when Warren Beatty and Faye Dunaway accidentally announced the Academy Award winner for Best Picture as La La Land instead of Moonlight in a flub heard around the world. So once again, as I always say, the Oscars is a joke. There's always some bullshit like this, just like the Super Bowl halftime shows and all that shit, where I think these things are manufactured because nobody fucking cares about the Oscars. So, every fucking person is talking about Parasite? Oh my God, what the hell? Amazing, right? Oh, sub and dub debate going on, all that shit. I feel like that the previous thing we just looked at, again, is like, this was a lead up. This is just like when the fucking Oscar So White thing happened, and then they gave the fucking Oscar to that girl from Precious, who had never acted in anything in her life and completely invalidates the Oscars, which is already a stupid self-aggrandizing thing. Now, this next article is just to point out, so they won Best Picture, right? Parasite won Best Picture. Now, if you care about my opinion on this, which if you haven't seen the movie, I'm not going to read this so that you don't have to worry about spoilers or anything. But I actually came to the conclusion that I don't think it should have won Best Picture. But I don't about the thing. I'm just saying, like, it's about the fact that I'll read you this part here where I said, before I saw the movie, I was legitimately embarrassed at all the people who made a big deal about a Korean movie / non-American / subtitle movie winning an Oscar. That was before I saw the movie. So that's the main thing, is that I was like, all these people who claimed, this shouldn't have won, all this stuff. Legitimately, I don't think it was probably the best movie. Anyway, if you guys want to check it out. So Random Loans says the predictions are wrong, though. It has best director was 1917, or as 1917, but Parasite won. So
Yeah.
it wasn't. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for bringing that up.
I'm actually going through the entire list just to see how
Yeah.
many.
I watched the movie this morning. I legitimately thought it was just okay as far as the Korean films I've seen go, and I talk about that in the thing here. If you guys want to check it out, it's in the doc, or you can just go to my Twitter and find it. But it would probably be easier to go through the doc because there's. I'll scroll past it so you can see how much I had to say about this. Yeah, so there's a lot if you want to check it out. If you've seen the movie, because my tweets will not make sense if you haven't seen it, and it will borderline probably spoil if you haven't seen it. So, all right. Now, regarding Parasite winning the Oscars, I happened to notice this tweet. For those looking to journey into Korean cinema after Parasite's multiple wins at the Oscars, the Korean Film Archive launched a YouTube channel with more than 200 titles free to watch and with English subtitles. So there you go. Relive the trauma of the Evangelion anime films before 3.0 plus 1.0 releases in a digest video. So I think it might be. It's a 3-minute video. This is the trailer. I don't know. Oh, it's unavailable because it's blocked in my country. Anyway, so yeah, I'm gonna move forward. We need to get through stuff. Thermae Rome anime takes a dip with English dub on Crunchyroll. Is this a new English dub, or was that on the DVDs?
Yes, because prior that it wasn't dubbed.
Okay, so it'll probably get another release with a dub.
Well, they announced the Blu-ray like a while ago. We already
That's
knew.
what I figured. I'll be real with you guys. It is hard for me to remember everything that we talk about on the podcast because I'm kind of focused on hosting the podcast, you know?
Right.
I'm just realizing that these are two different images. It's probably like a couple frames before because like his head, I don't know. That's weird. It's like the same fucking image, but his head is in front of different backdrops. Anyway. Toonami anime block to move back to 3 hours starting February 29th. Jason DeMarco says this is his team's preferred length and is less unwieldy. So this was, I guess, the previous one, which had Dr. Stone, Sword Art Online, Alicization, War of Underworld, Demon Slayer. Why do you call it Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba?
I don't know.
It's redundant.
Why not just one? Why not just one of those names? Food Wars, Black Clover, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Golden Wind, Naruto Shippuden, The Promised Neverland, and Attack on Titan. And now the new one is just going to be My Hero Academia, Sword Art Online, Alicization, World, the Underworld, Demon Slayer, Food Wars, Black Clover, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Golden Wind, and Naruto Shippuden. So goodbye Attack on Titan, apparently. Which makes sense because the season's over or whatever. Right. Anyway, so that's news for you guys. Castlevania Season 3 whips over to Netflix on March 5th. Detective Conan, The Letter of Challenge, which is a live-action movie, is now streaming on Amazon Prime Video via Asian Crush. Netflix hit with layoffs, refocusing marketing on advertising the service, not individual shows. AKA probably the stupidest fucking decision ever. Because who doesn't know that Netflix, what it does, right? I mean, granted, literally in order for them to not collapse, they have to keep gaining more users in other countries. So maybe people in other countries don't know what it does. I guess. But I don't know. I mean, I don't know. It still seems weird. So, news coming out of the Hollywood Reporter indicates Netflix will soon be hit with a round of layoffs centered around its marketing department. Before jumping on the Netflix's broke bandwagon, understand that it will be a few years when their bonds are called in. For now, this is a simple reconfiguring of their marketing strategy and cutting the excess by 15 people. Right. So The report goes on to state how Netflix is looking to shift its marketing focus away from specific shows like The Witcher and onto Netflix as a service. I got to be honest, I'm amazed how quickly The Witcher became like the top Netflix thing compared to like Stranger Things.
Mm-hmm.
Because I watched The Witcher and I didn't think it was that great. It was like entertaining enough to get through, but I'm just really surprised.
It's probably because everyone was all, Game of Thrones sucked at the end or whatever.
Right. No, I do think that that's the entire reason of making it, the same way that the Lord of the Rings series on Amazon Prime that nobody's going to end up watching is being made. Amazon Prime makes so many multi-million-dollar productions that nobody watches. I don't know how they do it.
Yeah.
From a marketing angle, the shift in focus towards highlighting the service is a brain-dead move. Perhaps in the early 2000s, when no one understood what streaming was, this would have been a brilliant marketing move to convince people to adopt the service. But today, when Netflix is such a household name that it is used for casual hookups and blowjobs, there is hardly... See, the thing about Netflix is that it's like... it's one of those businesses that word of mouth travels extremely fast with it. You know what I mean?
Especially with the blowjobs.
But it's like, oh, they have it on Netflix. What's Netflix? Oh, you don't know about Netflix? It's this awesome streaming site that have all these movies and shows that you used to watch and love. Like, it's travels so fucking fast, you know? Where was I? Blowjobs. Okay, here we go. Make no mistake, the pivot from advertising focusing on shows to the service is because they have few shows that aren't anti-white racism, male bashing, or promoting and exploiting LGBT agenda to masquerade the not so subtle underlying Marxist, communist, or progressive narratives. Now, you aren't wrong, but there are a lot of there actually are a ton of Netflix originals that are like Korean dramas and stuff, and Chinese dramas and anime and whatnot that don't have that to the level that the American stuff like Big Mouth or whatever that shit is do have. And there's that one that I've avoided like covering it because it's completely irrelevant to anime on the podcast. But there is one show that has like this weird thing about like, I think it's following some transgender like it's a fictional story, but it's like doing like a following the life of somebody who's becoming transgender and whatever. And the director is like decrying the fact that he can't show the underage person's genitalia on Netflix, right? And there's a whole weird thing about that. According to the headlines that I probably didn't actually read the articles for, but I don't know. So there might be more to it than that, but I'm just saying that was a thing. That was a thing that Netflix was making. Just look at what is coming out over the first 6 months for Netflix. Over the first 6 months, right? Okay. A near endless, I think they probably mean the next 6 months. I don't know. A near endless procession of snooze fest, wokeness, and a few returns of hit shows. Are they going to bring back Stranger Things? They have to, right? Because Hopper is like in the upside down, or quote unquote dead. That nobody in the world believes that. Anyway. So like if you could bring back like Arrested Development though, that'd be cool because that last season was kind of a bore compared to the one before it. What few anime options coming out are easily acquired on the 7 Seas. I mean, literally everything that Netflix has is acquired on the 7 Seas, which have grown more popular with the rise of decentralizing content among numerous paid services. Advertising themselves as a streaming platform when streaming is an already established market isn't going to generate attention for the platform. Even Disney has discovered with the conclusion of The Mandalorian that it is not brand recognition that drives streaming subscriptions, but what shows you are offering to consumers. After the repercussions of informing people that Netflix is Netflix are felt, it will be a decision they back away from faster than they did Quickster. Okay. I don't know what that means. what? Netflix will censor smoking in content they commission rated TV 14 or lower. All right. Okay, whatever. Moving on. So Denzel Curry's music video accused of plagiarizing several anime. So I'm not even going to read this. I'm just going to show you this thing. And I want you to point out which ones it is. Obviously Naruto. What's this one? That's obviously Cowboy Bebop movie.
Yeah, I didn't see that, so. Yeah, but it's funny. You could say, oh, they copied the Naruto fight with Neji as well, because that copied the same fight, right?
Right. And then obviously this is
Korra.
and another thing that I think was Naruto spliced in, and then there's that. I don't know what that one was. Anyway, yeah, so I'm moving on. I just wanted to share you with that again because I thought
If you want to check out the general thread on the Discord, I made your thing. They got about 10 wrong out of all of them.
how many were there total?
Huh?
How many were there total?
24 total. They got 14 were correct out of all of them.
Oh, okay. I see. Huh. Interesting. So, also, they didn't actually make that. They claim they didn't make that prediction. That was a fan's prediction that they were trying to share, like how it looks, and they had done it from their account. So it gave off the impression that it was, whatever. Can you screen share that real quick so I don't have to stop?
Hold on.
Like click on it so it goes like big screen or whatever and screen share. Thank you.
There we go. That one.
So theater release news: Akira 4K remastered to kick off Tokyo Anime Awards Festival 2020.
Yeah.
So they're gonna like screen it in Ikebukuro on March 14th. The 4K remaster.
All right, I got it.
Sunrise. Okay, good. Go for it, real quick.
There we go. So, there it is.
There you go. Yeah. So these are the ones they got.
Rocks are the ones that this is not correct on.
Okay. Well, thank you for taking the time to do that. Appreciate it.
So,
All right.
that's it.
Sunrise science fiction anime get 40x screenings in Tokyo. So, real quick, I might have mentioned this actually in the last podcast. I bought the tickets for the My Hero Academia Heroes Rising movie. Did I talk about this?
Mm-hmm.
I did, right? Didn't? Okay. So I was talking to Duo, who I'm definitely going to see those movies with, or that movie with, because I saw the other My Hero Academia movie with him and we had a lot of fun, so I thought it would be a great follow-up, right? And there's only Regal theaters do 40X, and there's literally one in Arizona.
Oh, I think you did.
I did talk about this. Yeah, so yeah. I tried to find out where the closest one was in the 50 that are in California. Anyway, I would very much love to actually get to see an anime in 40X. This is happening in Tokyo, but the fact that they're like programming the sense and the like blowing air and all that shit means that
the
like,
blowing jobs from Netflix.
But like the thing is that the 40X screening where Netflix. They also have something. They have a dick sucking machine for the sex scene. Anyway, that will be a thing in the next 10 years.
It'll be used
in pornographic theaters.
It's applicable to any Netflix film. Any.
All right. Anyway, so the thing is, it would be cool if these got a release over here. I have not watched all of Crusher Joe. I loved what I did see. I don't actually remember anything, so I would consider it something I could do a first impressions on. The literal only thing I remember about it is has some amazing camera moves that are hand animated, the whole background and everything. I just thought that was cool. Anyway, there's also Votoms, the Stormtrooper Votoms Palesen files. Did this get released in the OVA thingy?
Which one? Which files?
Palesen?
That sounds familiar.
Anyway, also I want to point out Ideon, Space Runaway Ideon, and Votoms apparently are not actually out of print. They just aren't.
No, they were just out of
right
stock.
Yeah, they're just out of stock.
Same
Somebody
with
had,
Caliber.
yeah, so those are actually going to come back into stock. So don't buy Ideon from the scalpers who are trying to sell it for like $180. Anyway, final Digimon Adventure Last Evolution Kizuna anime film trailer recreates scenes from the first film.
The animation in this this movie appears to be much better than the Tri films animation. There were some animation quirks that I'm like, why are you doing that? Stop.
So I would very much love to see this in theaters, but it's opening March 25th, and I just don't feel like I'm going to have enough time to rewatch Digimon Series 1 and 2 and get through the
Tri.
10 or whatever Tri movies in time because I have to watch stuff for the podcast. Also, I meant to address this earlier. Old Man says I have Cowboy Bebop movie on UMD for the PSP. I do remember that, and also, so you guys know Samurai Jeff.
Yes.
He bought, I think it was Hellsing. I think he bought Hellsing on UMD for the PSP, and it said Hellsing on it and everything, like on the cover or whatever. And then when he put it in his PSP, it was Gungrave. Or something like that. Anyway. Oh, hey, the My Hero Academia movie. I actually could go see it on Tuesday in March. It would be at theater. Like, okay. Have fun. Just so you know, in case you aren't aware, but you probably are aware and probably are actually caught up. It's based on the manga. Like, it's based on where the it takes place where the manga currently is, not where the anime currently is. So
they're pulling a Naruto, the last movie / what's the other one?
Dude, Naruto's manga's been over forever.
No. They came up with the last movie when they were still way behind.
It was called The Last Naruto the movie.
I don't know. I've only watched the one movie they did. Anyway,
There's that, and there was the Fairy Tale Dragon's Cry movie, which was like the very end, even though they still had a lot to adapt.
It was just not the very end. It's it takes place like 10 episodes into season 3. Or series 3, I should say.
I could have sworn that Dragon's Cry was supposed to be an adaptation of the end of the manga.
That's not right.
I don't know. I'm no expert.
I'm
Regarding Votoms, though,
yes,
Wikipedia says Palesen Files is licensed by Made in Japan. / that means
so
I own
it
them.
must be on it. Yeah. All right, so that's good to know because I haven't had a chance to buy those yet because I've been sans money for a while, but
Buying others.
I have a chance to. Oh no, I just didn't have money for it. I have picked up a couple things recently, namely stuff I got from Hunter.
Right.
But a lot of it's been like stuff where it's like, well, I can't not get this because it's so friggin' cheap, you know, like for what it's worth. Like that stuff I had with the Hellgirl stuff.
Editions.
I just couldn't avoid that, and the limited editions I showed. So anyway, all right. So I've got that. I got the right
Is
stuff.
adult turned off?
I just turned it off. Okay.
Is
So
it?
we've got all the anime, manga, and game news to go over first, though. So Thermae Rome manga author's other time slip comedy, Olympia Kiklos, gets claymation anime adaptation. So that's interesting. Oh no! Demonetized for little penises.
Yeah, if they were big, then that would be a different story.
So I watched this like explanation for why sculptures have small dicks.
Yeah, it's because the ones with the smaller is they make up for it with intelligence, so they were actually looked up upon in a positive light.
Yeah, so they said that having a small dick was seen as virtuous or whatever back in the day. Like it was something that was better. And there were like these quotes about like a man has a good head, a strong body, and a small pecker or something like that. And I'm like, see, no, I think you guys might be misinterpreting what that means. Like it might just mean that you think with your head and you're not just constantly got a raging hard on and you're constantly chasing tail, right? I don't know. I mean, I could be wrong. Maybe people legitimately
look at those big dick idiots over there. Losers.
Anyway.
Well, that's why the meme was like, you got a big ass truck that makes a lot of noise, and it's like, I'm sorry for your small penis. You know, like,
I mean, I know what you're talking about, but I feel like that might be a separate. I don't know how that connects to what we were talking about specifically, because that would imply that the guys with the big trucks are like the world's
yes,
like,
most just prestigious. The opposite. I don't know why it just came out. It's like, yeah.
Okay,
just the opposite of what we're
anyway,
saying.
So also speaking of these little tiny penises, which this one has got a little micro penis erection. I need to decide before I finish and release the Dragon Ball Super Broly first impression. I need to decide if I need to censor Baby Goku's and Broly's penises.
You probably should.
See Broly's?
See, I'm trying to decide what you see in it's from the previous movies when you see Goku crying and making baby Broly upset.
I was gonna say I thought they were done with that like later into Dragon Ball Z that they stopped actually animating that type
in
of
Dragon Ball Z Kai they like erased them and whatever.
Oh my god.
But in the original Broly movie, I use shots because we're talking about the old backstory, right? But I can't decide what I should use to censor them. Like, do I use Dragon Balls, right? Or do I use like the demonetization symbol?
Do you use a Kamehameha wave?
Use the gold dollar sign thing that Nextaki used.
Yeah, that's the demonetization thing. Right? Yeah, so I was like, do I use that? Do I use like Dragon Balls? Do I use like Shenron's head? Mr. Popo?
The dragon, unleashing the dragon. You should use it. You should totally use Shenron's head.
Anyway, so yeah, let me know if you guys have any thoughts on that. I kind of want to just tweet the picture to YouTube and say, like, at YouTube Help on Twitter and say, if I post this, will I violate some YouTube guidelines?
They'll just demonetize you from asking about that.
Yeah, I would say just put like Shenron's head over it, or two Dragon Balls next to each other.
You might be able to convince them if you send the message along with a dick pic. Bribe them.
Okay. Sorry, I was reading this. So first of all, hey Danny, nice to have you here. JT messaged that I actually have been trying to buy up to the current volume manga My Hero Academia. I just ordered 14 and 15 with my pop filter micro. Okay. So is the US release caught up to the Japanese release though?
We just got 23. I think 26 is coming out.
So maybe by the time it comes out over here, you'll be caught up where you need to be. Third, my Rome live action, much fun, and Hiroshi Abe is a great actor. It'd be nice if they released it over here. I was looking something up. Oh, when Augie asked me if that one thing that he was asking, like, did this ever get a DVD release? I was trying to look into that, and it just kept coming back to the fucking live action Thermi Rome for some reason, like a bootleg version of it, but that's what kept coming up. Anyway, well, they also didn't have all the hormones that grow everything back then in their food. Oh, okay, yeah. No, you're saying like, no, okay, no. See, the thing is that the hormones we have in our food now makes your dick smaller because we've got all the estrogen mimickers and shit in our
from
soy.
all the soy we drink.
Yeah, the tofu and shit.
Which is why everything is forcing soybean oil.
Wait, guys.
junk wasn't shown on TV. They censored that shit. They used they put a bush in front of his parts in.
Hold up, guys. For real though, I think the reason that everyone thinks that everyone in Asia has a small ding dong is because they eat so much soy. They eat all that tofu and stuff. That's why. It all makes sense now. But
So
they
I was
have
talking
bigger
to my
brains.
wife. I was talking to my wife about something, and I had this epiphany that blew my mind. The reason that genitalia looks so fucking retarded in hentai is because they don't actually have to make it look good because they're gonna pixelate it anyway. Right? That has
guess
to be
so.
why.
Probably.
They don't actually try because they're just gonna do huge mosaic pixels on it.
And they make it all veiny and shit, and it doesn't matter.
So I can't open this link from StreamYard right now, Danny, but I might look into it later.
I'll copy it and send that to you.
So maybe on Tsunami Midnight Run they showed it, but I just remember in Tree of Might they added they had a censored broadcast version where they put a bush in front of Gohan after he returned from being the great ape or whatever.
Could someone go back and remaster that film so he has a really long schlong?
AC is on the case.
Yeah, probably shouldn't actually go through this just in case YouTube is gonna.
It's art.
It is
I just
art.
want to see one. It would be funny
YouTube,
if
this is art.
Yeah, you'd be really fun is if you know how YouTube or how statues there's always the finger broke off and the nose. What if they had enormously long dicks, but they just always broke off right at the length of what would be considered a small dick, right? Anyway, I'm gonna put this in the other window here so I don't.
The other thing is, I realize now where you say break off, if they did have giant dongs, the female populace would always be breaking dicks off and taking them home.
Oh,
I think
God.
there's a Family Guy thing, isn't there, where they break the penis off the David statue and that exact thing happens, and then the gay guy that Peter worked for is
I'll take this home.
yeah, doesn't that happen in one of the Family Guys? Anyway,
I don't know.
we're doing such a good job staying on topic tonight. So I'm gonna keep moving. Mars Red Vampire Stage Productions get a TV anime in 2021.
This is another Funimation co-production.
Yeah, and according to Hirohei's news site, when Funimation tweeted about this, all of the comments that he shared were just fucking hilarious. Or not tweeted, they did on the YouTube community tab where you basically post what's essentially a tweet. All the fucking comments were, but does it live up to your standards? And shit like that. Korean web manga Tower of God gets TV anime in spring 2020.
Dude, that's actually that was one of the bigger manhwa that I knew about. So
Manual?
manhwa.
Manual?
So I'm kind of looking forward to that actually.
Evangelion's movie's voice work almost finished. Final movie's voice recording almost done. Shinji stayed for last, says actress. Donald Trump acquires a Death Note and one-shot manga. So just to prove that RHYS wasn't shitting us.
Yes.
First of all, I mean, I've seen a lot of artistic renderings of Trump, and he looks like a stone cold
No, he looks like he's
depiction
made
of
of
him
stone.
is flattering in such a bizarre way. He's got pretty much normal hair and they give us pretty much the entire thing. He kind of looks like John Kerry in this picture. And there's Abe. It's always weird when you have an anime where characters look like fucking Light Yagami, right?
And then
And
they
then-
bring in
And
somebody
then
that
you
looks
bring in
like
like real people, and they're like so overly detailed to look like who they're supposed to be, you know? Because I think this guy, like, you got a character that looks like this, and then you've got fucking Shinzo Abe here, you know?
Well, he probably traced like one key shot of it then.
Yeah, but I'm saying like it would be better to just like do something else. Like with Trump, you could have had old man says Hillary has had the death note for years.
Oh God.
that makes sense.
She has something even more powerful than the death note. She has slush fund money.
And all the
Is this
people
Trump
she doesn't
still?
like are suicidal.
Is this guy Trump still? Like,
That looks like Nier with long hair.
no, this one up here.
Oh, that
This
guy.
is a different it's a different character than Nier.
Okay, but this guy, where the mouse is right here, in the suit, is this supposed to be Trump still?
No, that's the
This
one.
is Arnold
One of the
Schwarzenegger Trump.
that's one of the agents that was with Nier.
Okay. All right, so yeah, this looks terrible, but I do kind of hope it gets an anime adaptation just because I think it would be really funny, especially if
I
they
really
actually
hope
had
not.
Trump. Oh, that would be so funny. Trump actually doing the voice in the
Oh,
that would be
God.
so fucking hilarious. Like, because his son's
Whoa.
probably into anime, Baron. It's like, Dad, will you please do this? Or to just get. I mean, there's plenty of people who do a really great Trump impression, so I guess it's not that important. Anyway.
I mean, he does have the act. I mean, he has been in movies like Little Rascals.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was saying. Even though didn't Disney Plus remove him from Home Alone?
He was in Home Alone too.
Right? Didn't they remove him from his scene in
don't
Home
remember.
Alone too?
I'm pretty sure, like when that aired on TV, they took that scene out at some point.
I know they did that, but I think Disney Plus for their like streaming platform.
Yeah,
removed
they had it.
him.
I know they had him on the. I'm gonna have to ask somebody who actually has Disney Plus.
I'm sorry. He paid $10 trillion for the Death Note
Yeah.
in the thing.
Yep.
I mean,
$10 trillion.
I'm pretty sure they've
where did
already
America get that
engineered.
money? Because aren't we like $20 trillion in debt already?
Something like that. Yeah, that's our current deficit.
So who did he pay that to? Because think about it.
He paid it to the J-pop guy or what he
Right. No, that's fucking impossible. Because if somebody was actually able to get legally through a stupid auction $10 trillion, this is the dumbest story ever.
Yeah.
Okay. Light was a genius. Some idiot who thinks that he can auction this thing off and not get sniped by SEAL Team 6 or something. That's the dumbest story ever.
Well, the thing was he had the money not go to himself, but he had it go divided up and to go to every person who owned who had a bank account at a certain bank in Japan.
Yeah. Old man says
So everybody got like 10.
They have drones for that kind of thing.
I was gonna say, wouldn't they have developed some sort of secret weapon already that could do effectively the same thing?
They have the heart attack gun and all that.
Yeah, yeah.
Yo Someya's Pleasure and Corruption manga ends on February 21st. Tomodachi Game manga returns for one chapter, then goes back on hiatus. The manga went on hiatus on December 9th and is going back on hiatus because the author gave birth. Okay, we've talked about this article in the past. I did not find the podcast where we talked about it in the past because I don't think we really said much that I won't be saying again. So, new Osamu Tezuka manga to be released this month, penned by artificial intelligence. We will soon see if AI can recreate the magic of the god of manga. AI is all the rage these days and performing various functions like catching shoplifters to raiding our Pikachu drops.
To spraying water on your ass.
Also, late last year, it was announced that an AI would be tasked with creating a new Osamu Tezuka manga. For those unaware, Osamu Tezuka is often called the god of manga, having created many prolific series such as Astro Boy, Kimba the White Lion, and more. And now, computer memory company Kioxia has announced that this virtual manga is set to be published in the 27th February edition of Morning. Titled Paidon, its AI writer-artist has drawn from all of the deceased manga artist's works and approximated what he may have written were he alive today. I'm not sure if this is just a stylistic interpretation, but if it's really drawn by a robot pencil at his desk, that's pretty cool. It probably is. I remember we sort of talked about something like this. Like a fucking robot exists at Tezuka's actual desk to draw a picture.
Physically.
It's just a morph in After Effects. This is such a fucking gimmick. This is probably not even made by a AI. It's just some guy who draws like him, and they're just building up the hype. So Paidon follows a man who turns his back on the futuristic society of Tokyo in 2030. So far away. However, as a result, he ends up homeless and suffering from amnesia and seeks the assistance of a robot bird named Apollo. The project, called Tezuka 2020, is meant to be a fun experiment in what if, and also showcase the AI power of Kioxia. However, for the latter, Tezuka might not have been the best choice. I mean, I can probably hack together a pretty solid algorithm for his manga Blackjack in a few minutes. Blackjack algorithm 1.0. Step 1. Insert Blackjack into situation mirroring a current event. Step 2. Select 3 characters from stock. Example, Professor Ochanomizu, guy with candle on head, short guy with huge mustache. Step 3, initiate 40% chance Blackjack encounters the doctor with conflicting beliefs. Step 4, initiate 30% chance someone runs into the street and gets hit by a truck. Step 5, initiate 1% chance Blackjack will have a sudden and slightly disturbing outburst of violence, which will be later removed in the anime version. Step 6, end story abruptly, as if the page limit set by publisher was forgotten. The god of manga, he calls him. In other words, the guy was kind of predictable. But I say this with the utmost respect. In entertainment these days, repetition seems to be a lost art, a forgotten science, a gone craft even. And I can only make that algorithm after having happily read through all of the great episodes of Blackjack that he had made. As have many others who cherish the legacy of the god of manga, which is why news of an AI-crafted Tezuka manga release left many feeling curious but uneasy. I don't know about this, but I am interested to see what it comes up with. It's an intriguing experiment, but maybe too soon? I wonder how it will compare to his old works. So who gets paid for this? Why stop there? Get the thing to paint a Picasso too. I think this will just upset fans like the AI Hibari Misora song or CG Nagaharu Yodogawa. Okay. In 2014, beloved film critic Nagaru Yodogawa was digitally recreated for a series of commercials for video streaming service Hulu. He died in 1998. I mean, it looks just like him, for sure. The commercial closely mimics Yodogawa's mannerisms. The Hulu at the end is copying his signature sign-off of saying sayonara 3 times. I gotta check this out. Yikes. Yikes at that. No, I don't want that. Stop.
You don't want Mamma Mia?
No. The real Yodogawa for comparison. Not even close. Not even close. It's about the never-ending story. That's funny. Okay. The real Yodogawa, for comparison, is also interesting how roughly 20 people get shot during this review of the Neverending Story. What? Oh, because it's like the Terminator. Somebody gets shot. Why are there so many shots from the Terminator in his Neverending Story review? It's like he went to see a movie with Augie, and Augie kept bringing up things that weren't relevant to the thing we watched. Okay, that's interesting. All right, I'll have to watch that later. Also, last year, NHK debuted a new song by legendary Hibari Mitsura, who passed away in 1989. Okay, I'll check it out. Oh, yeah, okay. I'll have to look that up later with my VPN. While Yodogawa saying he loves movies and Misora singing a tender ballad on NHK are probably safe bets, it's very dicey to start putting words in the mouths of people who aren't here to approve of it. Well, I mean, you know. Neither is the singer and... Okay, anyway. Paidon, however, seems different in that it's quite clearly not Osamu Tezuka's, but very heavily derived from it. That being said, this brings up a whole other issue that one of the commercials brought up. In cases like this, where should the copyright lie? In this case, the owner of Tezuka Productions and Osamu's son, Makoto Tezuka, is heavily involved, so rights and royalties shouldn't be a problem. However, what's to stop me from feeding all of Akira Toriyama's works into a big AI blender and publishing whatever comes out as my own? That is, aside from my complete lack of technical know-how, of course. It's an interesting question, and one that will probably come more to the forefront as AI continues to enter our daily lives. Perhaps Tezuka 2020 can explore it in its new manga. See, I think the dangerous thing here is that, okay, great. So you've got a new manga produced by AI based on all the input you gave it from Tezuka. But now that you've mastered that and you release something that was at least gimmickly sort of, whatever, go to my house and take all the manga that I have in these boxes or just rip every DVD that I've got on my shelves and put those into the algorithm and make something new with all of that input. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Then sell that for free, or it doesn't cost you anything to make it except for processing power. Anyway, I'm sure that this will be something we talk about again in the future. And it's kind of weird. I guess it's because it's going to be released this month that they basically just rewrote the article again to tell you it's happening this month. So I guess we'll see about it soon. Oh, God, my throat is killing me. My entire family is sick. My son was hallucinating today, in fact. Final Fantasy VII Remake PS4 exclusivity extended to April 10th, 2021. So previously it was going to be a year from its launch date, and now it's 13 months, so like an extra month.
Wait, what?
It's an extra month.
No, exclusivity.
Yeah, it's PS4 exclusive for a year.
So it's a timed exclusive, even though they said, it's an exclusive. It'll never come to any other platform.
Yeah. Dude, where have you been? We've talked about this like ages ago.
Yeah, we did talk.
We talked about them having to change the artwork on the PS4 thing here, where it says timed exclusive until yada yada yada. Right?
Yeah. Apparently, I wasn't there for that one.
Apparently. Anyway, that might have been. Those might have been the couple where it was just you and me, actually, Reese. That might have been it.
Yeah, I just put something in the private chat. We'll address it when we get to the.
I'll say it's nice that I can PC Master Race it eventually.
Yeah. So Denuvo removed from Devil May Cry 5. PC gamers are no doubt celebrating after Capcom admitted defeat by removing the controversial Denuvo software from Devil May Cry 5. The game's page on the Steam store no longer mentions the presence of the anti-tamper program. So the thing is that this DRM program slowed down the game, and when it was removed, like when people were able to hack it and get rid of it and stuff, the game performance was improved by up to 20 frames per second.
Is that why Monster Hunter runs like ass?
Yeah. So, and then I shared this article too, just because they actually said here, history, removed third-party DRM, de novo anti-tamper, 5 different PC within a day, machine activated. I don't know. Anyway, so it actually, I guess, verbalized that it was gone.
So
Anyway.
now I can mod and hack it.
Masahiro Sakurai admits there are too many Fire Emblem and sword fighters in Smash Bros. So are all the characters? I don't play Fire Emblem, although I do play Domonkashi when I play Brawl, which is the alternate skinned version of Ike that looks exactly like Domonkashi from G Gundam. Are these all the characters from Fire Emblem, or are these the sword fighters and Fire
The
Emblem?
ones on the left appear to be Fire Emblem. The ones on the right are various sword people, I think, because
Isn't one of those Byleth? Didn't Byleth have that color hair? I don't know. Anyway, if you feel like there are too many Fire Emblem fighters or sword-wielding characters in Smash Bros. So the only other sword-wielding character I can think of off the top of my head is Link.
Well, I think that guy in the middle on the right is from what, Xenoblade or something? Shulk, unless I'm on crack.
Oh, Skull. Yeah. Well, I don't think
they
that's
look
who
the
that is.
same.
You're right. That is another character that has.
And there's
if you-
Cloud, Final Fantasy VII.
Oh, is he in there now? Okay. Anyway. If you feel like there's too many sword-wielding characters in Smash Bros. Ultimate, then you aren't alone. According to the game's director Masahiro Sakurai, he feels that Nintendo is responsible for the many Fire Emblem and sword-wielding fighters occupying the roster slots in
It's
the game.
like the most physical weapon you can use. Like, why
Yeah,
wouldn't
I mean,
you?
it seems like what else are you going to put in there? Like characters that use clubs? You know? Are you just going to put the rest of the cast of Street Fighter and whatnot in there?
Well, yeah,
More-
then they'll get
more
complaints. There's too many
State of Fury
fisters.
characters? There's too much fisting in this game. Whether you are fond of him or not, Sakurai
Didn't they
has
ban
come
that in
forward.
the UK?
No, that was face sitting. Whether you are fond of him or not, Sakurai has come forth in a new interview with Famitsu, and one of the things he touched on was the inclusion of too many Fire Emblem characters and fighters boasting swords. Thanks to website NintendoLife.com, we learned that Sakurai says he understands what fans are talking about, but he believes gamers should, quote, move on, since what's done is done. You can read his response from Famitsu right here. First and foremost, there are too many Fire Emblem characters, and what's more, there are too many sword users. It's something that's already been decided, though, so let's move on. I should be thinking about other things, like, Gino from Super Mario RPG, or Boshi from also Super Mario RPG, who is literally just a reskinned Yoshi. I mean, you have Dr. Mario and regular Mario. Give us a bone here. The website highlights Sakurai answering another question, explaining how his own preferences don't shape the fighter selection process, and noted how Nintendo has a larger say when it comes to decision making. In other words, Byleth, according to the site quoting Sakurai, was added because the character is, quote, brand new, which outlines the stark contrast of existing fighters from Byleth.
Well,
My
it also
preference-
could be because there's a female and male Byleth.
Yeah, probably. My preferences don't play a role in which new fighters are added. Nintendo has a larger say in the decision and brings their thoughts to the table. At any rate, the theme for this character was how much freshness they brought to the game. What about Minecraft Steve?
Yeah, where's he?
The fighters that I don't even know what his skill sets would be, like bow,
A pickaxe?
sword, pillar up, lava bucket.
What does Final Smash be?
Trident that casts lightning, maybe, or piston that pushes you into a wall of obsidian and you suffocate, or dropping gravel on people. No,
Falling
his
into the
final smash
void?
would easily be TNT, right? It would have
Oh,
to
yeah,
be.
yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, at any rate, the theme for this character was the fighters that we include in Smash Bros. Tend to come from series that have histories. For instance, Dragon Quest Hero, Banjo and Kazooie, and Fatal Fury's Terry Bogard all first appeared around 20 to 30 years ago. I want to include quite a wide breadth of characters. How about Breath of Fire characters? To summarize all the above, Sakurai thinks there are too many playable Fire Emblem characters flooding Smash Bros. Flooding Smash Bros. Ultimate, which includes sword characters too, but none of his creative ideas can best that of Nintendo, since the Red brand has more control over characters and decision making. This okay? You're just going to restate exactly what you just read. Oh yeah, JT Master said giant creeper explosion could work as, or the Ender Dragon. Fuck, that'd be so fucking. You could do so much with that. Like a fucking Enderman, like teleports in and steals something from you, like one of the items you're holding. Like, oh, he's got the fucking hammer. You know, the hammer in Smash Bros. And then Enderman just comes and fucking takes it from you and teleports away.
That could be like an assistant trophy or something.
Okay, so JT Master says those are all Fire Emblem characters in the pick. That was Corrin from Fire Emblem Fates, and Meta Knight was also a sword wielder. Yeah, that's true.
I only recognize the ones from the left.
Yeah, well, that's because the ones on the left are Marth, Ike, I don't know, and I don't know. Well, the point is that they were from, Roy. Is this Roy? Is that his name?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, so these are the ones that were introduced in Melee and Brawl, right? That's why. But the thing is that they already, all the way back then, they already had too many Fire Emblem characters that were the same character over and over again, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Anyway, all right. So continuing here. Kingdom Hearts all-in-one package includes everything but Remind. So fucking everything is coming out for PS4. Now, it claims to have... So I included this thing I brought up in the last podcast.
I thought that already came out.
What's up?
I thought that already came out. Kingdom Hearts, the story so far.
Oh, no, it includes that.
It includes that?
Yeah.
Oh
so
my god.
10 magical Kingdom Hearts experiences includes Kingdom Hearts the story so far.
How many re-releases have they made of this crap?
A fucking lot. So what is the story so far?
That is like everything bundled before 3, essentially.
What this is, it's a new bundle that has the
new
story so far
bundle
and Kingdom Hearts 3.
The thing is the collecting perspective. It's like, oh, I got the everything plus 3, and that's like, well, now there's the complete.
Have I shown you guys off camera the 5 hours all sex hentai, 6 hours all sex hentai, 20 hours all sex? Like they just kept making more of them.
Yeah, I think you've mentioned that at least. But this is kind of like how Rooster Teeth releases their Ruby and Red versus Blue. It's like seasons 1 to 3, seasons 1 to 5, season 1 to 8, season 1 to 10.
This is, as a collector, I am always hesitant to buy something that is the
complete collection. Yeah, quote unquote complete collection.
Because as soon as you fucking buy that,
it's obsolete.
You make your 24 box set that contains every season of 24, then you see, wow, people bought that up like crazy. They really like 24. Let's renew it for another fucking season. Anyway, here's the thing, though. This is why I'm bringing this up. So it claims it has all the games except for the brand new one called Remind or whatever, right? Is that the new one that we talked about?
Is that the mobile one?
No, actually, the Coded. Kingdom Hearts Coded is the mobile phone one. Oh, the Kingdom Hearts Mobile on the
What about the immobile phone?
1,
the stationary
2,
phone.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So there's 13 here.
Assuming Wikipedia is up to date.
HD 1.5 remix just replaces the original, right? It's an HD remix of...
It's literally the remix, except it's on PS4, so it's an actual HD.
Right. I don't know. So Remind has to
Actually, no. Wait, yeah. Yes, it is.
I don't even see Remind in here.
So, Green Line says it's DLC.
Oh, right. That's the DLC for Kingdom Hearts 3. Is that what it is?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh,
yeah.
so what it's saying is we should wait further until they have the complete with DLC.
Yep, that's exactly what they're saying. Although, I mean, these games aren't that fun, so I don't know. Anyway, reservation of Animal Crossing Nintendo Switch postponed in Japan due to coronavirus. So, reservations for the Animal Crossing New Horizons Special Edition Nintendo Switch was supposed to start on February 8th, but because Nintendo assembles domestic-bound Nintendo Switches in China, they're unable to manufacture the consoles due to the coronavirus outbreak and restrictions by the Chinese government on movement and work. It is not known if this will affect consoles for the North American or European markets. So I think this is really funny because
you're guaranteed to get coronavirus on your fresh console.
Well, the coronavirus is a tragedy. Like that's not funny at all. But I find it funny that like there's like that thing that the right has memed as the Trump curse, right? And it's just so funny to me because like his whole thing was about making America great again and bringing manufacturing back to America and like reopening factories and all that stuff. And I just think it's funny that like China's getting raped by the coronavirus right now, and it's like all the companies that Orange Man batted their way into just staying in China are going to suffer so fucking hard long term if the coronavirus just keeps getting worse, which it seems like it's going to, because from what I've read, the coronavirus, even if you recover from it, you remain contagious for the rest of your life.
Contagious? Like
Jesus
other people get sick?
Christ.
Or you'll get recurringly sick?
No, like you will get other people sick. Like you'd have to be quarantined for the rest of your life around people who didn't get it. Like according to some of the stuff that I've seen on it, right? I don't know how much that's true.
That's probably until we figure out how to get rid of that, maybe. Hopefully.
Well, the funny thing is that one of the other things I was reading says that Caucasians are actually almost completely immune to the coronavirus.
Really?
Yeah. So hold on, let me pull it up. Let me pull it up real quick. So like I said, I want to cover this so bad, but I just don't have.
Is that a further white privilege we have?
Pretty much.
According to Chinese scientists, the coronavirus attaches onto lung receptors that are 5 times more likely in Asian males. Also, white people are essentially immune because we have acetylcholinase inhibitor against the virus. And this is from information from BioRxiv, the reprint server for biology. And you can read about this stuff. And then these were the people tweeting about it. According to Chinese scientists, coronavirus attaches on the lung receptors that are 5 times more likely in Asia. And they talk about, where is it? Hold on. White people are essentially immune because we have, so. I don't know. The thing about this, though, is that the science is settled is, like, not a thing, right? Like, that's never the case. I mean, we used to spray DEET over people, right? Or whatever. Yeah, so it's I don't know. I just think it's funny that, like, going back to this, I just think it's funny that, like, of all the things, like, it's like Trump literally does have a death note, but he's like, it doesn't do what a death note does. You know what I mean? It's just really funny to me. Anyway, continuing here. WTK on Twitter shared the Blu-ray box packaging for Blood Plus.
Which looks inspired by the color scheme of the sets we got, because you have the black one and the red one.
Like the split top or whatever?
No, you see the black and the red volumes inside.
Yeah, but also the box has like a split on the...
I hope that's cosmetic and not like when you actually open.
No, I'm sure it's not. I'm just saying that it kind of reminds me. It's actually not Blood Plus, but Black...
But Black
Blood Brothers, what's that called?
Blood Brothers, yeah.
Is that what it's called? That has a diagonal slice like this, where it opens. Like
OnePlus doesn't have a diagonal slice.
I know it doesn't. It has it. I know. Okay, whatever. I'm just gonna move on. And I bet you hide all adult just got turned back on. Okay, good. It didn't. All right, so we've got new.
Wait, what? When did that happen? When did we get new stuff?
Today.
That's nice.
Otherwise, we wouldn't have had anything new.
Still no release date for. All right. Lamine and 40. What a weird name for this show.
And it doesn't help that there's another show that's just called Lamine.
Knights of Ramune?
No, just Lamine. That's literally it.
So we got that. Lupin, The Last Job, which I don't know if you saw. Brady Hartel apparently is done with Lupin. Did you see his tweet?
Ooh, no.
He's not done with Lupin.
He said, sadly, it's not actually The Last Job, as they never stopped making this.
I think he's Christ.
You think he's Christ?
Yeah, and no, not alluring to. He's
alluding.
There's more
alluding to
the fact that they have more in the belt that they're still making.
Yeah.
And going to release. Maybe, but it was funny. I think Logan said something like, "It's the Lupin curse. We have to keep going until everything is on disc," or something like that.
Yeah. All right. So regarding this one, this was originally announced to be a DVD Blu-ray combo pack. Now, AC, go to the private chat. I posted the link to a tweet.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I thought I opened it, but I guess I didn't.
Basically, scroll down.
Yeah, this is the exact tweet I'm talking about. If only this was actually
and scroll down to read my question.
Wasn't this supposed to be a combo pack? What happened to that? Is the DVD version still coming? No, unfortunately, much like Goemon, Eternal Mermaid didn't sell well enough to continue doing the combo pack. Sorry. So there won't be a standalone DVD release. Will this apply to Fujiko's Lie as well? Yeah, I thought I mentioned that before, but there will not be a DVD for Fujiko's Lie either. The cost of producing, authoring, and pressing them is greater than the sales, and they're a loss for us. Everyone wants Blu-ray now, it seems.
Which I think is, I'm kind of depressed. I mean, what I
you make your
I
own
make my own combo packs because, I started doing this before I got a Blu-ray drive in my laptop, but. Being able to watch the DVD wherever the fuck I want. I'm sure Blu-ray players are the standard, but go to a friend's house, they still don't have a DVD or a Blu-ray player or PS4 or something. Most laptops, they're completely wiping out the idea of a disc drive. I mean, I bought my laptop based on the first starting factor of does it have a disk drive?
Yeah. No, I don't disagree. You could rip it and make your own DVD.
Yeah.
I know that's not an ideal situation.
Well, cosmetically speaking, though, the case, even if you did have the DVD separately to make a combo pack, it still advertises Blu-ray.
It doesn't matter. I mean, it just
that doesn't. He puts them in his Blu-ray cases anyway.
Yeah, I have it. I buy
That's what I mean. He puts it in the Blu-ray case, but it looks off on the shelf because it doesn't have the BD Plus DVD logo. That's what I'm speculating.
We all have different things we care about with collecting. This is his.
I mean, personally,
the thing is that you have all these collections where it looks off because you've got the stupid fucking TV 14 symbol or whatever from the circle with the stupid rating in it.
What are you talking about?
Okay, shit.
Every single product I showed you had nothing on the spine indicating
this week.
Yeah, this week.
I only have like 2 things that have them.
Now, the idea that they're completely wiping out the idea, will they completely stop making DVDs? Are they going the Sentai route?
I kind of hope they do, unfortunately for you.
Fuck you, man.
Well, as he said, it's like it's lower production and work labor cost,
Yeah,
and it like it sets precedent for the future. Obviously for your situation,
and also I like to make screen caps or stuff. I still haven't. I mean, I think the only way to get a screen cap off a Blu-ray is to rip it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pretend that I'm watching Cells at Work right now and take a screen cap. Try and take a screen cap.
Okay.
Of the Blu-ray.
In that's literally what you're doing.
It doesn't work. Like the print screen button, it doesn't work when you have a Blu-ray in the drive because of the
I'm testing it out.
So Honey and Clover season 2 Blu-ray. Also season 3 of Kill Carmel, which I think is the short one, isn't it? Oh no, 39 episodes.
That's the short one.
No, but
So
I thought it was like 7 episodes or something like that.
No, that already came out, the OVA.
No.
Subscribe for email. So Samurai Marathon, do they run all the way across Japan?
They should
In
not.
their samurai armor.
It was directed
They
by
never run
Bernard
across
Rose.
Japan.
Inspired by a real-life race that is still held annual in Japan, Samurai Marathon.
I thought you were going to say still ongoing.
They're still running. They're force gumping across Japan.
Score by Philip Glass? Are you kidding me?
Oh,
This
wow.
sounds amazing. Just for like how crazy it's gonna be. Like, there's a movie by Akira Kurosawa called Ron, and it. Where did my mouse go? There's a movie by Akira Kurosawa called Ron, and it's like it's like Akira Kurosawa, like, and it's so fucking bizarre to watch because it's so different from his normal stuff. But like, it's just interesting. This seems like the same thing. It'd be fun to watch. Anyway, I want to address. Old man said, "I think Chinese government's reaction to the coronavirus will be worse than the virus." Totally, 100%, a million percent agree. Some video games aren't even coming with discs, just a download code. Fuck that. I have ripped 16 terabytes of anime from my collection. That's on 2 8-terabyte hard drives.
Do you ever actually watch it, or are you ripping it constantly?
Yeah. I mean, I
And
know,
then the last thing,
like Giga Frosty has his anime server.
His server, but he probably never actually
he probably,
watches it.
he probably doesn't. He probably doesn't have any time to do that. He's just obsessive about it. So Better Days, and the bottom drops out. Blu-ray here from Korea. Korea.
Chiria.
Anyway, so moving on, I really want to get through this podcast. But first, actually, shit, I was supposed to have you guys. I need to go to the bathroom again. Here's
So
talk about Reese. Talk about these things.
I'm gonna talk about the screen capping Blu-ray.
Okay, you talk about. I'm gonna pee. I'll be right back.
Bye.
Hold on, I gotta
So
mute.
printing tool for me, control print, it wouldn't even copy.
Yeah.
So, and then when I tried snipping tool, when I hit new, it would blank out the screen, so it was all gray.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So if there's like a third party screen capture program, I don't know, maybe that could work.
Like I'm saying, it basically the only way that I know how would have to rip the
Rip it and then
screen cap the video file. Yeah. So anyway, Good Smile is creating a Nendoroid of Crimvale from Interspecies Reviewers, which I think is kind of funny.
Yeah, it could.
I mean, this is a not for kids show, and they're making toys of it. So
Basically. And you guys pointed out, most importantly, are they going to include the bulge?
yeah. That is a very important question. Then it needs an important answer.
It is the important answer.
So, yeah. And in all honesty, I think it looks like it'd be a.
High quality.
The character design fits the Nendoroid design. Making Krim in a chibi style fits with the character very well, I think. It's like a natural choice for a Nendoroid.
Yeah, the thing is, I hate those pop figures. Nendoroids, I'm also not a big fan of, but I at least give them the respect that it looks on model, that they all look authentic.
Yeah.
To if they had like a chibi section in the show they're in.
Right.
But half of the characters for pop vinyls, for Nendroids, don't have chibis made. So it's like,
Right.
I don't know why I'd want that unless I really like the character. But some people just buy all Nendroids because
I can already see a mom in a Christian family put this cute little angel right by their home altar.
and then see the bulge.
Do you have home altars?
They're picture of God damn, what's his name?
Their
They're-
picture of what's his name? Jesus?
No,
They're-
the
They're
guy who
Futa altar.
the guy who played Obi-Wan. What's his name?
Ewan McGregor.
Yeah,
Ewan McGregor.
Yeah, they have put it right next to the picture of Ewan McGregor
Wait, why?
because they have Ewan McGregor looks like Jesus
Okay.
when he has his beard.
That could be said about literally anyone who doesn't shave or groom it for a
it's
while.
a meme about like a thing where somebody had like a photo of him framed in their house as a picture of Jesus, and it was
And
literally from
the family still hasn't realized it.
Oh, there's a flipping you off emoji apparently. Look, so people really fucking hate Funimation over this. I'm 100% buying a screen Funimation. Blah 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 blah. Bulge. It just must include Magnum Dong.
Like the funny thing is, like all the Nendoroids come with like attachments or like things that they're like arm
Accessories.
the accessories that they hold on to or yeah.
Oh, here.
If you wanted to go through this, like all 200, like just scroll through and look at like the stuff that came out of Wonderfest, like all the different figure announcements or whatever.
Wait, they make full-size figures?
Yeah. Well, not life-size figures, but I mean.
Yeah, but I mean non-Nendroid.
Oh yeah.
Well, that might actually be worth buying, but I don't buy figures typically, so... Ooh, the Shin-Chan one might be good. Like, the Good or whatever.
Good smile.
Yeah, Good Smile. The only Nendroid figure I wanted to get
All joints.
was Morgana from Persona 5 because it looks authentic. Oh, Jack Frost.
I have 10 of them so far.
You have 10 Jack Frosts?
No, I have 10 Nendoroids.
Little tiny shoes. What the fuck?
Well, I'm assuming they use the exact same 3D model when they design each of them, the same base, so they all fit the same accessories.
Yeah.
Can you buy like a strap-on for your characters?
All right, I'm gonna move on. So I think Augie shared this next one. Apparently, I added another one here without pasting the thing, but who cares? Two beloved Hasbro brands. unite in My Little Pony / Transformers comic book. Take it away, Reese. Thank you. I'm glad that somebody else gets
I
to
didn't read through this. I just thought this was kind of funny, especially that bottom right picture of Optimus Prime running with the ponies. Or I don't even know the names of the ponies, but yeah.
Roll out.
Roll out.
Pony bots roll out. No, yeah,
I thought the idea was stupid and hilarious and amazing at the same time, and you would want one pictures on your
I
wall.
have to leave for a second.
He definitely had to leave in a sec,
No.
cutting himself off.
But I just the idea of it, you know.
Yeah, the absurdist nature of
Yes, exactly. Like imagine
now
Michael Bay directing a live-action Transformers
with Pony.
with ponies.
Michael Bay confirmed a brony.
Which I think I heard a rumor about they're making a live-action Beast Wars movie.
I don't know, man, but they'll definitely have the CG figured out before, unlike back then.
No.
I think Beast Wars is actually like out of print if you want to get the original.
Oof. I remember watching that on like Fox Kids back when it aired, and then it transitioned over to Beast Machines. I was like, I don't like Beast Machines.
Is that a different show, or is that like the second?
It was
season?
like a second season where they went. I don't know if they went back to Cybertron, and they had these really weird, like character designs. It was just like, and like the souls went into different things. Like the rhinoceros guy, what his soul went into the body of a Decept. I don't know if it was a Decepticon or something. Or no, it would like. The Autobots and the Decepticons were against whoever had taken over this planet, which I don't remember if it was Cybertron exactly or something. And like their souls got put into the bodies of whoever had taken over, and they had like find your inner self and take control, you know, kind of thing. It's like we know he's in there, you know.
Well, yeah, it's tragic because the cheapest listing I can find on Amazon.ca is $201. I guess it's because the distributor was like, "Oh, I guess no one likes this or cares for it, so let's stop making it."
Yeah.
And then everyone was like, "Well, actually, some people want this cult classic."
Well, actually, me.
Well, actually, this cult classic.
Yeah. The audience who watched it aren't old enough to have jobs yet, or to be able to buy this garbage stuff that doesn't actually help the house. And they don't have a disposable income just yet.
Wow, you can get, quote, a Transformers masterpiece Beast Wars Megatron action figure for $422.
Jesus.
It looks pretty high quality, though. Way better than the show's CG.
My daughter has like a really bad fever right now. I just gave her some Tylenol. If it doesn't break, though, I might have to split. So,
Okay.
let's move on. Wrap up warm with this scarf that is literally just a scarf, but we're gonna say it's from Demon Slayer. New JoJo loungewear lets you be comfy and cockyoing at the same time.
I like they included the cherry picture.
Yeah. Amazing chocolate tools, a perfect fit for Japanese Valentine's Day.
All right.
Also an egg. For some
At least they're not chocolate covered tools. Yeah.
I think you would know by picking it up when it's not that heavy.
Probably, yeah.
You know?
It'd be kind of funny doing that in public, yeah.
Yeah.
Is he eating that glue that attaches itself to cancer?
Yeah.
Yes. It's also
The same
right.
kind that makes your dick small.
All right.
Does it kind of make your dick
Japan Ninja Council produces first ever official hotel room in Tokyo's Ueno. I don't know anything about this. I'm going to start reading it. If we get like 4 paragraphs in and it's not interesting, we'll skip it. Spacious 8-person room makes a perfect base for shinobi for shinobi missions in Tokyo, but passing up sushi counter room is a hard choice. When choosing a hotel, most modern travelers like to see what sort of reviews or accolades a property has before they book a room. Some rely on user reviews from a site like TripAdvisor, while others put their faith in luxury lifestyle periodicals such as the Condé Nast Traveler. God, my throat hurts. However, if you're of sound logic, that whenever you need help with something in life, you should ask a ninja, you're still in luck, since the Japan Ninja Council has supervised the creation of a ninja hotel room in Tokyo. Located within the Mimaru Hotel chain's newly opened branch in Tokyo's Ueno Okachimachi district, the room's interior design could be described as shinobi modern, mixing contemporary comfort with traditional trappings of ninja culture like shuriken, kunai throwing knives, and clandestine communication scrolls. The walls are also adorned with ukiyo-e-style ninja artwork. I mean, I wouldn't call this ukiyo-e, but all right.
Is that a swastika?
What is that? I was just going to say, is that a swastika? Oh my god.
We're gonna have to cancel this.
Cancel Japanese history
Clearly-
before World War II.
Clearly, we approve of the Nazi regime by even including this on the podcast.
It falls within.
Yeah, that's been a given from the grammar Nazis.
I don't know, Brad.
Death to the
Does
grammar
this
teacher.
meet our standards? Does it?
It does
really?
fall in our standards. Yes.
It does meet our standards, absolutely.
As with all Mimaru hotels, the new branch's rooms are extremely spacious, closer to furnished apartments than bare bones travel outposts. The Ninja Room has enough space for a sizable delegation from your Shadow Warrior clan, as it's configured to sleep 8 guests between its 6 single beds and 2 deck bunk bed. Whew. All right, I'm just gonna skip through it. My throat is killing me, guys.
You're gonna scoop through it.
Explore the Studio Ghibli Museum with first ever photo book was shot on an iPhone. The theme of the book is the eyes of a child that an adult has forgotten. I don't know if a kid took all the pictures. It's continuing. Tokyo rolls out strongest urinals ever. I'm going to come back to this. I don't care about this Chicon smartphone app. Mitsubishi's solution for stressed office workers in Japan, fake skylight video displays. So I guess they like project light and they move it and like change the color to fool you into thinking it's like sunlight.
That sounds like a waste of money.
Didn't they do that in the first Resident Evil movie? Like they had like deep underground, they had like fake skyline windows. I don't care about this. I can't. I just can't. Love Live concert post guidelines in regards to coronavirus. Okay, I want to read these two. Let's start with this one. The rapidly spreading coronavirus has managed to influence some individuals, as an official statement has been released on the Love Live website, providing tips and guidelines fans should heed when attending the next upcoming concert. The official Love Live Twitter account published a list of warnings and precautionary advice regarding the coronavirus, also redirecting to our official website. Okay. Due to the outbreak of the new coronavirus, we thank customers attending the venue for understanding our intent in preventing the spread of infection, and please cooperate with the following. So this is like Maru or like a check mark, like number 1. In case you're experiencing symptoms such as a fever, coughing, and full body pain, please immediately contact a medical institution before arriving at the venue and have a medical examination. Please practice proper coughing etiquette. Wear a mask. Cover your mouth and nose with something such as a tissue or handkerchief. Cover the interior and sleeves of your coat. I don't care about this. My throat is just absolutely murdered right now. Tokyo rolled out strongest urinals ever. The future of urine enforcement. The greater Tokyo area has been dealing with a pressing crime problem for nearly a decade now. People have been smashing public toilets in city parks at an alarming rate. In Hikari Gaoka Park alone, 85 toilets are said to have been broken since March of 2014, totaling roughly 10 million yen or $92,000 in damages. Now the metropolitan government has had enough and is fighting back by commissioning a line of cast iron urinals that can repel most human-powered attacks. Your move, creeps. So where I work, at the other warehouse that hasn't been disclosed yet, during peak, the toilets were constantly broken because people flushed them with their feet, like kicking the handle. So they were constantly like leaking or not flushing properly or whatever. And after peak, something happened that it tickled me. The way he put it. I was in the bathroom and I said, "Hey, be careful that toilet's not that flusher like isn't working properly. Like when you use it, it's like spraying or whatever." And he's like, "Oh yeah, it's because everybody kicks the toilets." And I said, "Yeah, I for some reason I thought that was going to end after peak was over." And his response was, "No, the locals do it too." Because I thought that the seasonal employees were the ones who hated the place so much that they just were constantly breaking it like these toilets in Japan. Anyway, I thought that was funny.
So you don't have automated toilets that flush when you get up?
No, I was talking about urinals. They're actually kicking the thing off the urinal too. Like they do it to both, but no, neither of them are auto flushing. They probably should just do that. That would make a lot more sense. Anyway, those fucking bathrooms are you like? I'll talk to you guys later about something. Anyway, the task. Somebody took a shit in the urinal one time, which I want to do an ask Reddit and just ask people who poop in the urinal why and also how. Like,
I went to a Jethro's barbecue place for a family dinner. You know, like 8 people, and their bathroom, they only have one toilet and one urinal, and somebody shit in the urinal, and there was water all over.
Yeah, that's how it
coming out of the bathroom.
Yeah,
and there was like halfway through that dinner, I was like, "Fuck, I gotta take a piss so fucking bad." And like there was a line going out to the bar to get into that bathroom because all you could use was just the sit down toilet.
Yeah, of course. And then there's the ladies' room. All right. So the task of creating these indestructible potties fell on the Saitama branch of Nationwide Ironworks Ito Teko. They've been known to provide iron fencing for the Tokyo Park Association, so one of its members asked if they could make a strong toilet too. A full toilet is very difficult to forge from iron, so they started with a simpler design of a urinal instead. However, even making a urinal was much more challenging than expected. Ito Teko had to consider things like stream angles and minimizing splashback in its design, while also not infringing on the other design's copyright. I just need to know what this is a link to. It is an actual fucking art. I'm like, no way this is actually another article. All right, I'm just gonna put this in the doc for next week. My throat hopefully doesn't hurt.
My biggest thing is because sometimes the urinals are too high, and I have to stand on my toes. And there's like literally
What the fuck?
what it is about the child urinals, but every time I go in there, there's this dude like 6 foot high using the child.
Using the child one,
When
yeah.
there's literally 6 empty adult height urinals. I was like, fuck you, dude.
How tall are you again?
4'10".
Yeah. So what do you think of this toilet that encourages eye contact? So at the Westminster Mall,
I will be behind the wall. I will be behind the wall. I will not have to look anybody in the face.
Love and peace, the ultimate urination. Okay, so at the Westminster Mall, they had I don't know if they still have it, but see how far these jut out?
Yeah.
Imagine they come out like another 50%.
Ugh.
Maybe even another 75%. They had these ones that stick out so far that it's like you have to show off your dick to use it.
Why don't they
like,
make it extended so far that you can have like a little seat?
Yeah, you shouldn't. Oh, you can do that with these right now. By the looks of it.
Revolutionary idea. A urinal that you can piss in while sitting, aka a toilet.
All right, hold on one second. I don't know why I feel like you guys should have the audio for this. Share audio. I always fucking forget to hit that. All right, so let's watch this. Let's finish reading this here. Okay. Still, they persevered and created one heck of a strong urinal. In the demonstration video, we can see it withstand the impact of 7.5 kilograms or 16.5 pound iron ball. I thought they just used the bowling ball.
Oh, that's interesting. Oh. So you can actually real sit in these things and take a shit.
I mean, you probably could. And they're so
They
stylish.
got freaking wheelchair. Right? That's a sitting one right there. With the handicap bars around it. I was like,
Do they even make handicapped urinals, or do they just?
Oh, that's interesting. When I give you guys the audio, it like look at the cropping on the thing. Now you see the top and bottom instead of the left and right of the.
Oh.
I don't like it. I'm gonna switch it back. All right. Anyway, I don't know why I felt like you guys needed to hear that. All right. So anyway,
it had a nice ring to it.
I thought you'd like the ding. Anyway, they also say that it will be impossible to destroy these urinals without the aid of power tools. However, their strength is only the tip of the urinal cake.
Oh my god.
These iron urinals are thinner and lighter than porcelain models and can also be easily colored to match any public restroom decor. I mean, I don't know about you, but every public restroom I've been to is white. No, it's not true. Maybe.
I've seen brown ones and
Maybe like at a restaurant.
the walls are painted brown to hide the shit stains.
Yeah.
The walls of my work. People write shit on the walls every single day. And for some reason, the way that the company handles it is to spray paint black over it. So the walls just get more and more black every single day. I want to write something on there. It's like, here's an idea. Write everywhere to get the walls a new paint job. You know?
I started a counting thing in one of the pizza places. Like, who carries a marker with them? And then start like Roman numerals.
Yeah.
Who
Oh,
cares?
somebody had on the. Remember, I tweeted that thing that said NWA, right? So somebody put a thing on one of the bins at my work that said Iron Man versus Lex Luthor, right? And it had names. And then eventually that box, which got way too many votes on it, eventually that box was replaced, and somebody put a new poll on there that was like Sasha Grey versus Riley Reid or whatever, like porn stars or whatever. And that fucking thing has so many goddamn like tallies on it and different colors and shit. All right. Anyway,
That sounds like
where
fun.
am I? Oh, it's a fun place to work at times, but 12 hours is pretty grueling. And I worked there 48 hours in the last 4 days, so it's brutal. They also say it will be impossible to raise the tip to the urinal cake. These iron urinals are thinner. I already read that. Decor. Okay. The only downside is that these urinals cost about 50% more to produce. On the other hand, considering their durability, that added cost would probably be made up for in the long run. I mean, if you spent $92,000 replacing other ones, yeah, probably. People in Japan were conflicted, feeling both pride in the quality and engineering of these urine collectors, as well as shame that it has come to this. Here's what they had to say. I know people who like to smash toilets won't agree, but I think these are great toilets. I had no idea so many toilets were getting broken. I think we should deal with the underlying issues of toilet smashing first. They don't look so strong. There's no security against guys with wandering eyes. Oh, okay, I get it. They don't. Yeah, like as in they're not providing the protection you need from the guy next to you checking out your micro.
Well, if you care about that, just use the stall.
Yeah. Or like have hands big enough to hide your member, or if your hands aren't big enough to hide your member, then
Have a
flaunt how
dick small
enormous
enough
your
to
member
be
gotta be.
concealed by it.
I mean, if you got it, flaunt it. If you don't, hide it.
Yeah, just don't like twirl it around while you're pissing. This is Japanese manufacturing. Bragging about having the strongest toilet in an area full of toilet smashers seems like asking for trouble. Why break a toilet? It's certainly sad that there are people out there so distraught and confused. Now that word totally ruined my entire ability to read. It's certainly sad that there are people out there so distraught and confused that they need to take out their frustrations on innocent toilets. What if they're just obese, like travelers, like tourists? Like, what if obese Americans are coming and sitting on your little dainty Japanese toilets with a little bit too much oomph because they're tired from walking all over the place, and they just crush it like that iron ball did? I mean, urinals are a different thing, but whatever. Maybe it's their giant American penises that just flop down on the toilet and break them. All right. Anyway. Nevertheless, urine knows not such sympathy, and practical action needs to be taken quickly. Practical action needs to be taken quickly while we search for the causes of toilet abuse. Only a sick individual would look at these and want to break them rather than pee all over them. Is that a fucking window to the outside? You just know that guys pee in this toilet and then flash to the outside world for a second before they zip up their pants.
Yeah.
Chinese companies' employees eat out of a urinal to prove how much they value hygiene. And there's a fucking video of it. Great. Wonderful. 4 iron urinals have already been installed in Komazawa Olympic Park in Setagawa, Tokyo, and another single unit can be found in Yanaka Cemetery in Taito, Tokyo. More installations are also expected after these urinals won the coveted Japan Foundry Engineering Society Casting of the Year award. I mean, I'd need to see what else is won before I give my opinion on that. Fucking Attack on Titan toilets. Now, what the fuck? They have so many articles on toilets. Like none of them are about like bidet functions so far.
Old man sent us a picture I put in the private chat.
God, my throat is killing me right now. Anime toilet. That's what it was, right? That's what the thing he said. I could probably share this. Right? He's covering the one that would be risque. I mean...
Yeah. I mean...
I'm thinking of that scene in 40-Year-Old Virgin.
I have not seen that.
Well, there's a scene in it where he wakes up and goes to the bathroom and he's got like morning wood. So he has to like angle his body in such a way to point his erect dick down at the toilet. And I just feel like, you know, some people will,
I don't know how this managed to get approved. I mean, you're peeing into that one girl's ass. I mean, that was the one that the guy's at.
Yeah, well, that's why he's there. I'm sure everybody goes to that one. He goes to that one for the privilege of peeing in that girl's ass. They just need to Itasha the urinals like the Japanese cars, make them kawaii, then people won't destroy them. Okay, yes. That still leaves a lot of vulnerable toilets around Japan, though. So we as a people need to pitch in and do our part to serve and protect restrooms too. Whenever a loved one looks on the verge of smashing a urinal, please intervene, refer them to a nearby rage room, or do some ninja hand gestures together instead. Together we can make a difference. How much you want to bet that maybe they didn't start it, but the company that makes these like metal toilets is going to start like, oh yeah, we've installed it here and here. Let's start smashing more toilets until they buy our metal toilets.
Now, what I want to know is, what's the sound of these things?
It's probably real. It's probably just like the. It probably makes an almost identical sound to these.
No, probably. I don't think so. Just because the larger.
Oh yeah, it's gonna have like a more of an echo.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Like you can probably hear somebody in the bathroom like 3 doors down.
Yeah. I'm gonna keep something to myself.
Brad, have they had a poll in your work bathroom for tits or ass?
Oh, absolutely. And they've had one. Do you like pussy or dick? And then the first one that got a mark on dick, they just wrote gay.
Oh my god! What won the tits and ass war?
I honestly don't remember. Like the I could probably it's that one. It's funny is that they're very selective about the things that they spray paint. There's like drawings of big veiny cocks that have been up for like a month. So I don't know. They like saving. They might need a lot of black paint for that one.
They need to spray. Oh god.
Okay.
They need to make it a big black.
It's a BBC.
Okay. So this is a follow-up to something we read last podcast. I'm curious what anime this is from, just because I want to know. My throat hurts too bad to read this right now. I'm just going to put it in my list of things to look at for next podcast. In fact, I was supposed to look at something in the last podcast. I was going to look into the guy who did the 3D renderings or whatever. Anyway, I forget why. There was something. I'll have to rewatch the last podcast. I'm so fucking tired right now. Brazilian president. The Japanese are a superior race. We have covered this fucking guy with that fucking picture before. We covered this exact fucking article. When did this get written? February 10th? All right, I'll trust that it's new, but I swear these exact pictures, maybe not this one, but definitely this one of the Naruto thing. But okay, anyway, let's read it. Brazilian president and anime fan Jair Bolsonaro, I don't know how to pronounce it, has caused some shock by saying that the Japanese are a superior race. Bolsonaro recently quoted Brazilian journalist Alexandre Garcia, who said that if Japan and Brazil switched populations, Brazil would become a superpower within 10 years. I mean, yeah. Look at fucking Sao Paulo, Brazil versus Tokyo. You're gonna even deny that? Presumably due to South American countries' vast natural resources and the Japanese population's ability to create a functioning society.
I got an answer for your question about that picture of the guy looking at the figures.
Yes.
Paranoid agent.
Is it? It's been probably 16 years since I've watched Paranoia Agent, I want to say.
I downloaded it and entered it into Google's image.
Yeah, old man it just came through. I'm sure he said this a while ago, but Google image search says it's from Paranoia Agent. So thank you. Now that we will have a Blu-ray, I will be able to utilize that in nefarious ways in different videos. Garcia added that he did not wish to see what would happen on the mountainous islands nation of Japan if Brazilian population were moved there. The president went on to say in explicit terms that the Japanese are a superior race to Brazilians. The right-wing Brazilian leader, who is widely known for upsetting liberals with his politically incorrect comments and praise for the country's former military regime, made headlines in Japan last year after being introduced to anime by his electorate. Bolsonaro appears to have appreciated this, having repeatedly made tweets of illustrations where he is drawn as an anime character. All right. So a group of students extort a schoolboy of 2.25 million yen. The case of student-on-student crime has made its way onto Fuji TV as a group of 5 students ganged up on a lone schoolboy and demanded he pay them 2.25 million yen or he'll be beaten half to death. 5 students, consisting of both males and females, back in October of last year, assaulted an 18-year-old, at the time, boy at a Bunkyo Ward park over a matter involving women. They threatened that if he didn't pay them money, his seniors would abduct him and beat him half to death.
I imagine literal seniors.
You leave the detail about how it involves women completely just in that sentence there. It is believed that the group demanded 2.25 million yen. The victim reported the matter to the police, however, quickly leading to the arrest of all 5 for extortion and rather abruptly putting an end to the incident. The 5 admitted to their crimes, confessed that they wanted money to buy clothes. Okay, well, I love that.
That makes it okay.
Yeah, no, but I just love that it's like they wanted me to give them all this money, so I went to the police and the matter was handled immediately. All right, so I think because that article was so short, I could probably power through this one real quick just to get out there. Okay, so we did cover this last podcast. I don't really remember anything about it. I think we were going to find out whether, I don't remember what article we covered it from. Wasn't it a Sankaku? I don't even know. I'm so tired. Anyway, a 21-year-old man from California is likely to be sentenced to 3 years in prison after investigations of his hacking activities uncovered child pornography. It's probably one angry gamer, actually. Ryan Hernandez, who also goes by the online handle Ryan Rocks, we'll arrest him for that terrible name, was charged with multiple hacking incidents going back as far back as 2016 when he used phishing techniques to obtain information from a Nintendo employee. In spite of being let off with a slap on the wrist after the FBI told his mother what he had been doing, Hernandez continued to illegally access Nintendo servers and boast about his exploits on Twitter and Discord. After his activities once again attracted the attention of law enforcement agencies, the FBI raided Hernandez's house with the intention of finding proof of his crimes. While searching through the devices that had been seized, forensic analysis found that Hernandez had downloaded over 1,000 images and videos of children engaged in sexual activities. hiding the material in a folder that he appropriately titled Bad Stuff. Yeah, we covered this.
Oh my god.
The hacker pled guilty to the charges of child pornography and computer fraud, accepting a plea bargain that is likely to see him spend 3 years in prison. Hernandez was also ordered to pay $259,323 in restitution to Nintendo and will register as a sex offender. Yeah, so I wanted to read this because I was curious if they disclosed whether or not it was actual child pornography or like lolly stuff, but it probably was legitimately actual hentai. And I'm not defending the guy at all, obviously. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Did I say hentai? It was probably actually
Actual
child
hentai.
pornography.
Like,
I'm
you know,
so
real
fucking
life
tired.
hentai.
Oh, man. All right. So anyway, that is it for articles. There might have been an extra one that I forgot to add in here. I'm too tired to care.
Okay, while your throat is still existing, let's cover the hentai prints.
Hentai prints and Stony Cat. Let me pull up the tweets real quick. I keep clicking on the StreamYard screen instead of the. All right, so let me pull up just a couple of the tweets that I had here about it. Not those tweets. They go on forever. Okay. Oh, also, there's a typo in the subtitles for Parasite.
Grammar
There's no-
Jews made
Yeah.
Parasite subtitles.
Okay, so here we go. So yeah, so we start with this, which I labeled an actual photo of strangled at Jeffrey Epstein. Which, by the way, this was fucking hilarious. And then the part where she gets in the body pillow.
Oh yeah.
She gets in Barbara's end.
Oh, that
Yeah.
was hilarious. Oh wait, did they answer this? Oh no, Takaso said use Firefox. I love that they won't answer me every time I ask that question. Also, this part where he was at the arcade or whatever, and he was going to find out what her tits looked like or whatever, and then they pull him away. My wife wanted to know, because this is an anime, if this were a real life arcade, would that mean that the girl in the game is an actual live nude girl instead of just an illustration of one?
Oh yeah, because they're an anime universe.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
say it'd be an animated one.
See, but the thing is that at like casinos and like bars and shit, like when I was younger, I was in a bowling league, and one time we had like a meeting or something inside a part of the bowling alley that was like an adult only area, and there was a game that had like it was like
The
a game that had like little sprites of like women in bikinis walking around, and then this guy came up and unplugged it, and we're like, what are you doing? He's like, oh, there's nudity in this or whatever. And my parents were like, oh yeah, thank you for doing that, right? But like we didn't see any of the new. I'm just saying like it exists, and it was and the sprites were like when you're trying to download music back in the day and the stripper desktop installer pops up. You know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about, right? It was that kind of thing where it was a live thing, not like a drawing or whatever is what I'm getting at. Anyway, and then here's your thing about the amazing. Did they ever respond? I was going to ask you about that.
No, go into the comments. I had to figure it out for myself. I went to the Japanese Amazon. And that's basically how they are. This is for volume 11. And then that one's for volume 10.
So the
Does
Japanese
say
printed it that way?
Did the other ones also have, like, if you looked at more
No.
pages, were they printed in Japanese?
Scroll down. Oh no! Oh shit! That's just a picture.
So is this actually chapter 78? Just has the wrong first page?
It's actually like
The entire 77?
and
Maybe they didn't have enough chapters to fill a volume, but
Volume 10 is chapters 77 to 87. Volume 11 is chapters 88 to 101.
Oh,
But they both start with what they say is chapter 77.
Yep.
Okay. Wait. They changed the 11, but 77 is the same.
Yeah, so
Okay.
basically what happened is that this is a template, and they forgot to change it.
And it's basically the same thing that the Japanese got. So they never changed it.
It's authentic.
So
Yeah.
here's a picture of my 2-year-old daughter.
I was
Crop
wondering
heavy.
after the fact, would it be the comment I made? Would that put us up for suspicion of some
Now she'll be the hentai princess.
of trying to turn her into something illicit?
Okay, well, yeah. The joke obviously was that we were watching Hen Neko, which is hentai prince and the stony cat. Neko being cat, right?
Mm.
So I also mentioned that there's so many good lines in the show that I was having trouble picking a name for the podcast. You're right. Gathering intel is essential for war. That was a great line in the moment. Your mom's a jack-o'-lantern, which is the one I ended up going with. My wife picked that one. She said it's the one you're least likely to get. It's the best one you're least likely to get demonetized for. Little did she know. Drop dead like a hyena. And mayonnaise rice is justice. And then there was the other one. I said, no, a hentai in princess clothing.
Yeah.
You walking sex crime, right? There were some good ones. There were some really good ones.
I love that scene with him. He just pulls a fishing rod out. And
Yeah.
yeah, get it,
Dude.
get it.
Okay.
Reach for it.
Legitimately, because I had so much fucking work this last week, I legitimately had to half pay attention for like what I would say out of the entire runtime probably added up to about 2 episodes worth. It wasn't 2 solid episodes I just didn't pay attention to, but it was like time wise. When this character showed up in this episode, I legitimately saw these 2 characters together and realized they weren't the same person. And I was like, what the fuck?
That's a real plot twist. Oh my god.
And then I acknowledged I'm just supposed to overlook the fact that the show ended without Tsukiko ever getting her emotions back.
And my response?
Your response was, yes, because read the manga / light novel syndrome. I'm not going to. You can read them and tell me if she gets them back.
Believe it's funny. As soon as I finished it, I'm like, damn, that was good. Does this have a manga? And then I look on my shelf to the right, I'm like, oh, I have 2 volumes of it.
So the thing is that hold on, I can stop sharing now. You know, you guys don't even need to be on screen. Not that I really want to be on screen solo during this conversation, but you're just avatars. Oh fuck, my head is killing me and my throat is killing me.
Oh, my.
My house is sick. What was I talking about? The
Digital manga publishing.
Hentai Cat and the Stony Prince. Manga.
oh yeah,
This
I was
is a
gonna
digital
say.
manga publishing one. Huh.
So
Yeah, they only published 3 volumes. I only have volume 2 and 3 because 1 is out of print.
Yeah.
So what's the Yokodera? Was that his name?
Yes.
So he gets his facade back like the first 3 or 4 episodes.
When I first read that as subtitles, I've never seen the word facade written out, so I'm like, what's
written with like a weird accent? Yeah.
well, that actually makes sense because it means pronounce it with as an S rather than a C. But
Okay.
I read it as facade. I'm like, what's a facade? Like and
Well,
it took me a while longer than I should have to realize, oh,
my point is he got his thing taken care of pretty quickly, right?
yeah.
Relatively. And the thing that kept me going in the beginning of the show, okay. The thing that kept me, I don't even know how you did that. Oh, did you just type? How did you even do that? Is that
Feature.
how did you even do that?
Banners.
It doesn't have my banners though. It has my banners, not your banner.
I've got this thing still on there.
The ticker, yep. How come the one you just added isn't in here? Anyway, whatever.
I deleted it.
Okay. So the thing that kept me going through the beginning of the show is that Tsukiko was way cuter when she had her emotions.
Oh,
And I'm thinking, I can't wait till she gets them back in like the next episode. Oh, it's got to be the next episode, right? And I just kept waiting, and then the fucking show literally ends without her ever getting them back. And she, like, granted, she became progressively more cute with the way the little
Without the
whisper
motion
she did the whole
still.
thing, but I still think she was better with them.
Oh,
Right?
definitely. The thing is, this was a rewatch for me, and going into it, I thought, okay, I need to cherish the like 2 seconds she has her emotions for.
Yeah. And then when she's like oh yeah, that's another tweet that I should have brought up. Because your tweets, Reese.
Oh, the Lolly Police one?
Yeah, let me hashtag OCA Podcast. Even though the stupid way that this sorts is freaking annoying and dumb. Oh, actually, it's okay. We got it. We got it right here.
We got him.
That's so appropriate for what I'm about to show. Okay, well, first of all, I'll do this other one here.
Yeah.
And second of all,
I thought that just like the timing of it was like aligned. I just pulled that screenshot of Lupin and then I was like,
yeah, this GIF is actually from Hentai Prince and the Stony Cat.
Mm-hmm. I love that scene where she's like, "Mommy," like go to mommy.
Yeah,
I thought that was adorable.
it was.
Yeah.
It really was good. Anyway, so now I can stop. Who else liked this? Who are you, Solar Flash? His name is Noah, and he loves to watch.
Oh, we just doxed him.
Oh,
everyone knows he loves anime now.
Actually, I remember clicking on this guy's Twitter. Probably not good to follow him. As everybody goes to check out what I'm talking about.
I'm not. I'm just waiting for you to say what it is, but clearly
I would imagine the keywords lolly was what.
No, it's not lolly. It's trans porn.
Oh, God.
So if you wanted to see dicks on your timeline, dressed in frilly skirts, go for it. Follow it.
By all means.
So it's the guy who posted a trans asshole.
No, he shared.
You should delete that post by now.
What?
That picture, the DVD cover that you posted in the Velvet Room.
In the Velvet Room.
I'm surprised that Discord hasn't gotten rid of it by now. You know how they are. Yeah. So Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I didn't realize there was an actual asshole in there. I can go ahead and delete
That's
this.
the reason why I was like, "Fuck God, why? No, why did I look at this?" I was like, straight into somebody's asshole. I don't want to look at that.
Avert thine heterosexual eyes is what I said.
All right, moving on. What were we saying?
I'm just reading these things you shared from.
From the mushrooms.
Yeah. What the fuck? Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Back to what we were talking about. So, I liked the show. I liked the opening and ending theme. I really liked Sutsu Kakushi.
Oh my God, the naming scheme.
Tsukiko.
I really liked her Love Live version of herself in the opening. It was like her emotion version with her and all that. Yeah. I did not like Azuki at all.
No.
Although the entire time I was watching the show, I'm thinking Tsukiko is Sagiri, and Azusa is the blonde girl whose name I forget from Eromanga Sensei.
I was wondering if you're going to draw parallels from it because it's like the name is leading you to believe it's going to be so erotic or whatever, but then you watch it and it's relatively tame.
Oh yeah, his like being a hentai prince thing. like that was complete plot convenience that got turned on and off all the time.
Mhm.
Like that was like the thing that they start the show with, and then it goes away for like 4 episodes and then comes back at random just because it was plot convenience.
I think it's because, like, specifically with Tsukiko, he's at that point he's been so transparent with her about everything that he doesn't care if he makes these weird remarks.
Once again, I joke with my wife. It's like, the thing about these, the thing about harems is that normally the guy is just a nobody or a neat, and the girls are all falling over him. Well, this guy's like, they went so far into it that he's like, yeah, he's the complete pervert, and it's like, and the girls
Like,
are
everyone
still
detests him, but
yeah,
still,
but they still want to be with him.
Well, I thought with Tsukiko, it's like she likes him despite his flaws because he's like being her friend or whatever.
Well, she liked him because she knew him
Oh yeah, that.
way back when.
Well, I'll give him that. That twist at the end on why he didn't remember everything was. First of all, I didn't buy for a second that kid is actually like hanging out with this weird mom. That was weird and dumb.
Oh no. I think the reason they went back there is because it was his wish, right? Because that's why they went back to when he was hanging out with what's her face.
Yeah, but I'm just saying I didn't buy that him as a kid
would want to hang out.
First of all, I'll just say we learn why he's such a huge pervert, and it's because the mom like forced him to dress up as a girl and all that shit. Like that fucked him up big time, But I just didn't buy that the adult he became was like this super ultra caring kid who saw the lonely mom and like took care of her and was her friend kind of thing. I didn't buy that for a second, but them explaining the how like the memory switch thing was, like I thought that was actually a pretty well handled thing about how what's her name, Steele was like my mom marked my heights and everything, and like you see, like what the fuck? It's like these are his heights. I thought that was a good trade-off. Like I thought they did a decent job with that.
I really like that part as well.
Yeah.
And would you have expected such a, I don't know, story-driven show from hearing the Hentai Prince and the Stony Cat?
Oh, fucking Stony Cat is so dumb. And that's like the show ends. The Stony Cat thing about like just okay, so the Stony Cat takes away things you don't need and gives it to people who need them. And then the Stony Cat just grants all your wishes and then it's a fucking sentient being that you kiss. Like
and then it's a little pocket cat.
Right? Oh, and then the school is Italy inspired, right?
Well, this is why I'm so certain that it's like she could Tsukiko could easily retain her emotions later on. But like as we saw, she by choice was like, I'm not gonna eat that steam bun that we just got back and give it to her sister or whatever.
If she like split it, like if she said she had too much emotion before, like
if she split, she'd compromise.
If
compensation.
she would have split it, it would have been like the perfect thing for them. Like she would get some emotions back, and her sister would get a little bit more, but not entirely. Yeah.
Well, the thing I found interesting was she did it because her sister, whatever, hated her for crying all the time and stuff. But after you find out...
Her sister hated her for crying all the time, but also was sexually attracted to her and wanted to renounce their sisterhood so that they could get married in Massachusetts where it's legal.
Yes. But no. What I'm saying is then when you find out that she actually loves her, it's like, well... that's kind of pointless. You don't really need to get rid of your emotions. But
I love she wants to have sex with her.
Yeah. I want to bang you, sister, Baka.
I gotta say though, that first episode in the opening, I completely forgot and laughed my ass off when it's like you thought he was gonna get scalded for like squatting in front of the swimsuit,
oh my God,
the swimmers. But then she's like, I want you to be my heir because you've dedicated yourself to being so diligently squatting all day, every day.
So I just figured something out that is really obvious. So you know how his belt went on to Azusa's like as
Oh,
a
Like a
choker?
choker. Yeah.
I just realized I thought it was weird because when the guy's telling him about how the Stony Cat works, he in like the thought thing has Barbara.
Yeah.
Like the friend.
Oh
who
yeah,
tell-
yeah.
So when
He has Barbara because of the guy, and he was given his perversion.
I just made that connection. I'm like the whole time I'm thinking, how do they both have this really bizarre
Body pillow.
American style like blow up doll, but as a picture on a thing that has like American flag panties on, right? How do they both have this? And then I just realized why.
I actually I made that connection stronger by watching the specials on the Blu-ray, because it's like, here's the pick of the week, and one was of the friend at the shrine, and he's like, oh, there he is with Barbara, and I'm like, Barbara. So it is the exact same pillow.
Yeah. Well, I thought Barbara was just. I didn't realize Barbara. I didn't think about it as Barbara's the name of the pillow. I thought it was Barbara's the name of the character or whatever. But yeah, you're probably right. How are you not more tired than me? Isn't it like 2:30 in your neck of the
2:30
woods?
a.m. Yes.
I got 133 too.
Okay. All right. What else do you guys want to cover in Hentai Prince of the Stony Cat?
I really liked it, and so what's her face again? Azusa. She she felt like she was justified. Like, I remember her the same way that you described. Like, I wasn't a big fan of her, but like rewatching it, I thought, I mean, she seems kind of justified that she like entrapped herself in her own, oh, I need to present myself as a princess, and dug a hole deeper. But after that, she was just kind of there and kind of got in
she
the
should
way
have
of.
been gone in like the first 4 episodes, and it would have been fine for the show if she was.
She got in the way of the progression of the plot.
So I'm gonna just. Have you seen Chunibyo?
The first season.
Okay, that's enough. You've seen it, right, Reese?
Not at all.
Not at all. Okay, well then, this show kind of feels like Chunibyo in that the main girl Tsukiko kind of reminds me of Rika, and the guy kind of towards the end of the series when he's not as much of her reminds me of Yuta. And the thing is that in Chunibyo, Yuta and Rika are like falling for each other or whatever, but that show's not a harem.
Yes.
Right? It doesn't need to be a harem. I mean, it kind of sort of is in the second season. They bring in a character that is like his
on the
childhood, whatever. But like they like nip that in the bud right away because like nobody fucking wanted it. But the point is that the thing that I had trouble with in this show is that Tsukiko is so clearly the best girl that I didn't like any of the other girls. I'm like, get out of here. You're like wasting screen time with Emmy, the pink-haired girl. And that was such a dumb thing about like Tsukiko had that entire complex over, fuck, I need to have known you longer for us for you to love me or some shit.
That was
so
that
bizarre.
I think that was her self-validation of,
Yeah.
no, she was here first. So, after I get my emotions back, then there's not going to be anything special between us or something.
Okay, so the girl who called him a hentai as her younger self, that must have been like these.
That was the girl that you mixed up. That
I was
fishing
about to
line.
ask.
She's the vice president.
Yeah, I gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. Because I didn't realize they weren't the same person until after that scene. Right, that was the thing. All right. Anyway, okay. So, do you guys have anything else you want to share?
I did actually like Tsukiko's sister. I liked her stupidness.
The thing is that the bigger an anime character's breasts are, the more I'm starting to just not care about them. I don't know what it is, and it's totally weird.
It's like the Greek statues. The bigger the boobs, the less brain.
I don't. It's just like it's. I don't think I've ever been attracted to the large-breasted ladies.
So
in
you're
anime
saying
and
you
whatnot.
like lolly? I mean, demonic.
I'm just saying that that like trope doesn't do anything for me, like the bimbofication or whatever. And it's just like I couldn't get behind that character because every time she's on screen, it's look how big my tits are.
I don't think it was that overt. Like I was paying attention to the character. I'll have you know. But
I was watching
you
for
were
the
paying
nip
attention
count.
to the plot? Really?
anyway, so what is it? I liked how at a certain point, like I thought the whole you're his twin brother or whatever. Like
God, I
was
just
fucking
wish for
great.
that to end.
I feel like that went on for so long, but then at the end when they like it's like the joke was there. It was funny at first, and then it dragged on, and then you kind of forgot about it, and then they bring it up right at the end too. That was great when they like revisited it. No, I'm the older brother.
God.
I liked
But
how
you're
he
right
like
there.
showed.
The big tits equals the small brain. With
I
that
like
girl.
how he showed her the his family lineage, and she's like she ripped it up, and she's like, "Oh, all right, now that you're erased from public records, it's okay. I'll
Yeah.
give you."
That was so stupid.
Anyway.
The sad thing is that was probably the only copy.
Yeah, because his family like lives in God knows where land because anime. Anyway, what I'm saying,
They were in Italy, Japan.
yeah, Italy, Japan. Frickin' as soon as she fell in love with his twin or whatever, it's like I liked seeing the side of her that was like she was very she's like a very dedicated person.
She's thirsty.
Okay. she's thirsty. I liked her thirsty side. No. But I liked how it showed off a new side of her, I should say, is how I put it. And you got a lot more screen time with her than probably the other side characters. But yeah, I liked the curve, the arc of I'm this like trainer track girl, whatever, who looks like I'm gonna kill this guy, but then I have this whole transformation. Other than that, yeah, I thought Tsukiko was great. I thought Hentai Prince guy, I liked his attitude. He was always like smiling and like into it or whatever.
Yeah,
Whatever
smiling
it
and
is.
into it, and
Whatever it is.
and comforting old housewives or whatever
Exactly. But
that
I
make
guess
him
he's
dress
just-
up as a girl.
yes,
So
exactly.
Their
That's the
mom
best
was a
part about
pedophile.
But yeah, I liked all that, and I absolutely would have loved to see what's her name get Tsukiko get her emotions back. But I'm drawing a blank. Oh yeah, but yeah, at this point, anything that's 12 episodes, I don't expect to have a satisfying ending at all. So that's kind of where it is with me. I was initially like really upset that his first kiss was with Azusa or whatever, but as time has gone on, I've like gotten over it. I'm like, whatever, it's for the plot, and we all know who the real best girl is. I think I'm pretty much finished with my comments
Good,
on
because
it.
I'm gonna throw up in a minute. Oh man, I'm sorry. I'm legitimately sick. My entire house is sick, and I gotta get to bed soon because the refrigerator repair guys are coming in tomorrow.
So, Brad, you watched this with your wife?
I mean, she wasn't really like invested in it after a couple episodes.
I was gonna say, what'd your hentai wife think of it?
She wasn't thrilled, but I think that if she had got, because like the thing is that the guy is a turnoff in the beginning, like his super perverted behavior and everything, and the gimmick around like, oh, he doesn't have his facade anymore, but then he gets it back, like that was just kind of tiring, and I think that if my wife had been able to get through that and then got to the more like the better stuff, maybe it would have been something she would have enjoyed, but yeah, she didn't really dig it. So I got to ask, why is there an entire third disc for extras in Pantheon Stocking?
There's short OVAs called
Okay.
the Pantheon Stocking and Sanitary Box.
For the DVD
am I right?
specifically?
Am I right in assuming that that's Monica Rial's character and that's
Yes.
Jamie Marchi? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, purple-haired Monica Rial, blonde Jamie Marchi.
But wait,
Okay.
is there a third disc for both each format? Just
I don't
DVD?
know.
Oh,
So
wait,
there
no,
was a limited
no,
edition.
that is DVD only. This was
Yeah.
a weird release. There was a
This was,
Blu-ray
they
limited.
had a limited edition DVD and a limited edition Blu-ray.
I have both.
Yeah,
right?
that was the limited edition DVD.
Can you show those real quick?
Initial release, and then
The Blu-ray?
then 2 years later they released the limited edition Blu-ray, and then they released the DVD Blu-ray combo pack, and then the Blu-ray only.
I'll go grab it.
Thank you. Gosh, I feel so sick. It's just getting worse and worse.
I have the Blu-ray
Ugh.
Anime Classics release. I had that one, and then they released the combo pack, and I gave my copy to a friend.
NSFW.
Oh, right.
Ooh.
I forgot that was the cover.
It's also really glittery, in case you didn't notice that. But this glitter doesn't fall off, as far as I can tell, and it's much better than my first
Did you
girlfriend, the
reseal
gal. Yeah, this is my own sleeve on it.
Okay.
But I have both because the DVD version was like $10 on Funimation sale the 1 year.
Can you link me to where you're buying those sleeves? Because I just want to do some investigations on them.
Investigations.
Like for potential tip videos and shit. Like, because I need
I
to
ran
reseal a
out
couple
of them
more.
recently.
But you know where you got them, or?
Oh yeah, I have the same
Yeah.
eBay listing. The thing
Give
is,
me
they're
the
not
deal.
cheap anymore.
Oh.
Mm.
Maybe if I get a bunch of people buying them with a tip video, they'll start to become cheap, or the guy will just get rich.
I'll look for it right now.
All right. Well, I'm gonna wrap things up. So yeah, again, next podcast we're gonna be talking about Pantheon Stocking
With Garter Belt.
with Garter Belt. I always want to double check that. And then we're gonna be doing Cat Planet Cuties, the podcast after that. And so I have a tax appointment on Tuesday. So the podcast, I'm gonna guess we're gonna probably do Wednesday. Just because I don't want to do Friday when I have work the very next day, because this takes as much out of me as work does. And I like to have a day off in between.
I mean,
Before
this
I go
was a
back to work.
5-hour and 15-minute podcast.
Yeah.
Mm.
But the thing is that today, especially, is like literally all day. It's like try to get this stuff done because I got to compile everything. I got to read 50 billion articles about Interspecies Reviewer and then only settle for the one from Sora News 24 and everything. And all that. So anyway,
From My Hero Academia.
right. Well, My Hero Academia had far fewer or ones that I immediately knew were not going to be worth reading. But yeah, it's and to be honest, this was actually, as podcasts go, there were fewer major topics that I had to do that for. Sometimes there's like 5 that I got to go through a dozen articles for, and it's rough. Oftentimes there will be 2 articles or 3 articles for like 7 different topics, and it's like, do I share the Sonkaku Complex one or the Crunchyroll one? And it's like, is there anything important in here? No, they basically say the same thing. So which one has the better images? Which one has the bigger images? All that kind of stuff. So anyway, all right. So thank you guys for watching. I do appreciate the number of you that stick through all the way to the end. I know it's not something everybody can do, but I do appreciate it. And I, of course, appreciate when you guys come back and finish things up. Also, make sure to smash the like button. It was a phrase I never would have said on the podcast before. I wasn't this tired. Anyway, so we'll catch you guys probably next Wednesday. FDM will not be joining us for that podcast, which again is why we're doing Panthea's talking with Gardabelt so that he can be spared from having to
I'll
talk about
probably
it.
watch it anyway, and then the
Yeah.
podcast after say terrible. No.
Yeah, but the thing is that I wanted to make sure that you were able to talk about Cat
Cat Cuties,
Yeah.
my specialty. No.
I don't know. I just thought it might be more fun. Because didn't you say that everybody who's talked about it has loved it or whatever?
Everyone that my brother has shown it to has
Yeah.
like loved it inconspicuously.
Exactly. So I just
I
figured
thought it
that-
was okay. I probably won't be rewatching it.
All right. Well, I'll talk to you guys later. Thank you again.
All right.
See ya.